Our chief guest, Shri Rajesh Dharmani ji, is here. A warm welcome to you, sir. Please have seated. Everyone kindly be seated. Designing business conferences is a form of an experiential art. Putting conferences together could be an exhausting yet fulfilling. A conference where we have to get the triple helix of leaders from industry, academia, government, and get the energy of this potent group of humans united in thought and spirit is something we want to achieve. The Hive 2.0, in its second edition, where industry and research converge, is attempting to accomplish the same. It takes an endless amount of history to make a little tradition, and we are trying to do that. We at Technology Innovation Hub of IIT Mandi are making that attempt. All the guests and well-wishers who have come to participate in this conclave and walk along with us, this would help us to run towards achieving our goal. Good morning, everyone. A warm welcome to all our esteemed guests, dignitaries, and participants. We are delighted to have you at Hive 2.0, a platform that brings together the brightest minds in technology, research, and innovation. To begin the event, I would like to invite our distinguished guest to light the ceremonial diya, symbolizing knowledge, wisdom, and a bright future ahead. I would like to request Professor Lakshmidhar Behra, Director IIT Mandi, to come on stage. Shri Rajesh Dharmani ji, Shrimati Rakhil Kahlon, Dr. Prathama Menkar, Dr. Shrivari Chandrasekhar, Mr. Madhu Kandaswamy, Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey to be on the stage, please. I would also like to request our CEO and Project Director to be on the stage. We would now felicitate our esteemed guest. I would request everyone to be please seated on the stage. Yes, yes. Ma'am, felicitation. I would now request Professor Behra to felicitate our chief guest, Shri Rajesh Dharmani ji. Sir, kindly felicitate Shrimati Rakhil Kahlon ji. Go. Now, Dr. Shrivari Chandrasekhar. Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey. Dr. Prathama Menkar. We also have Mr. Jagdesh ji. He's DSP Sundanagar. He's also amongst us. I would like to request him to come on stage. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. Most welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Behra. Professor Behra, I would like to invite you to the stage for a few welcome words, for the welcome address to our guest.
Yes.
Yeah.
A hearty welcome to all of you. We heartily welcome our chief guest, the Honorable Minister of Industry, Dharmani Saab. He has visited a number of times at IIT Mandi, starting with Children Congress. So again, we welcome you. Everybody can give a big clap for he found time. In nowadays, time is very precious, and when someone finds time for such occasion, we are really indebted, and hence our hearty gratitude owes to you. All the dignitaries who have come for this Hive 2 conclave, organized by Technology Innovation Hub in Human Computer Interface. This is a Section 8 company of IIT Mandi. And the mandate given to this TIH, which is supported by DST, is to develop translational research in the area of human-computer interface. So what is this human-computer interface? This is because many of you are students. Let me tell you, my first encounter with the human computer interface that are relevant to people. In research lab, we can talk in many technological words, but in 2015, I had gone for a fundraising for setting up a Gurukul in Vrindavan. I was in Mumbai. And there is a person, NRI, he was sitting just beside me. And his mobile rang. And then I saw a screen came. In that screen there is a house. And two kids are standing there. And they push the button there, and that button rang in his mobile. Now he put some password, the door opened, and the two kids enter inside. So I was wondering, what is this? Then he told that this is my house in New Jersey. And his wife is not well. Two kids have gone to the school and they have returned. And when they rang the bell, it came to his mobile and he is opening, sitting in Mumbai, the house in New Jersey. This is 2015. So, just to make a little lighter, what is human-computer interface? It has no limit, no bound. Just by virtue of being here, if I have a wearable device, I can turn on. By just thinking, I can turn on the lights, my wash machine, wherever I am, even from a remote place, I can turn on my wash machine, turn off my wash machine. These are all simple things. What is human-computer interface? And it has entered into the household in a big way. Now you see, Alexa is an example of human-computer interface. You want to hear a song, you say, Alexa, please make me hear the song Vaishnava Janato, let's say. And you hear the song. So, just like if you are using your now the modern day car, while driving you say to Siri, Siri, please make me talk to my mother. You don't have to work so much, and the call goes and your mother is calling you. So the examples of human-computer interface are unlimited, all-pervasive. In fact, long back in 2006, 2007, we started talking about pervasive computing, right? And, as we are seeing, we didn't, I am a scientist trained in AI and robotics, and we didn't expect that there will be DeepSeek now or ChatGPT 4. We didn't, right? So these are all aspects of human-computer interface. And so basically, how can we enable the technology by which a lame can walk, a blind can read, and in dark night you can navigate within the very difficult terrain. So all these possibilities are within human-computer interface. Under this umbrella, we have at IIT Mandi, we have 3 groups are working on 3 different grant projects like digital taste. So basically, nowadays the market has come to your house, right? Can you bring also canteen to your house? That means you can smell the pizza, burger, you even can taste the pizza and burger before you order them. So this is the idea of digital taste, digital smell, digital touch. So these are all aspects of human-computer interface. And in fact, in 2000, IEEE published a special issue. What will be 12 disruptive technology? What will be the 12 disruptive technology in this century? And one of them was human-computer interface. And you see we have Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey, who is sitting here. He is the CEO of Space Robotics in Toulouse in France. And he works in this very area of human-robot interaction. He has a PhD in this area, and you will also hear him. So its horizon is very big, but as far as the TIH SCI is there, we have certain domain where we are focusing most. And during this 2-day conclave, you will hear more about this. So with that, I welcome all of you. We are located in the Himalayan lap. All around you will see the hills. I would request those who have come for the first time to visit Parasar. The Parasar lake is surrounded by snow. It's whitish look completely. And once you go there and sit in 5 minutes meditation, you will recover or you will discover yourself. I can guarantee that. So with that again, I welcome you. And we are very happy that the Himachal government Honorable Minister is with us. The Secretary also is with us. And hence, I look forward to some good collaboration with Himachal Pradesh in key areas, whether it is skill development. Our Satinder Sharma is there. Satinder, please talk to the Secretary there, and the Honorable Minister also. So he is in charge of our semiconductor mission. So we are very keen that Himachal should be in the map of a semiconductor device fabrication area. So with that, I thank all of you again, and I wish you a very pleasant stay, and you will enjoy this conclave very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would now like to invite Shri Rajesh Dharmani ji on the stage for his inaugural address, sir. So please.
Good morning, one and all present here. Namaste. Professor Lakshmidhar, Director IIT Mandi. Amit Kumar Pandey ji and other Dr. Praneeth. Sorry, I forgot your name. Dr. Chandrasekhar and Dr. Pratima, Rakhil Kahalon, हमारे Secretary Digital Technologies and Governance, Himachal Pradesh, Shri Bharat Bhushan, our DSP Sundarnagar, Mr. Shina, in charge Hive 2.0, and other dignitaries and other participants participating in this conclave, esteemed faculty members and talented students of IIT Mandi and others, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome all the participants, especially who are visiting from outside Himachal Pradesh. Welcome you here in the lap of Himalayas, in this prestigious institution of Himachal Pradesh. It's a national importance institution, but it's a greatest institution, technological institution of Himachal Pradesh, led by our very energetic and we can say talented director. He is full of ideas. I am meeting him third time and always hearing many new ideas from him. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for inviting me to be part of this momentous occasion. As the Technical Education Minister, I am delighted to see the convergence of industry and academia under one roof. This conclave is a testament to the power of collaboration and innovation. IIT Mandi has been at the forefront of fostering industry-academia partnership, and I commend your efforts in creating a vibrant ecosystem that promotes knowledge sharing, research, and entrepreneurship. I would like to specifically appreciate the initiatives undertaken by IIT Mandi, particularly Hive 2.0, which is a remarkable platform that fosters innovation, entrepreneurship, and startup growth. The upgraded version of Hive has further enhanced its capabilities, providing a comprehensive ecosystem for startups to flourish. Furthermore, I am impressed by the research being conducted at IIT Mandi in the field of human-computer interaction. This field has the potential to revolutionize the way we interact with technology, making it more accessible, intuitive, and user-friendly. I believe that HCI research can have a significant impact on various sectors, including healthcare, education, and finance. And Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey is here to throw more lights on this sector. We used to listen stories like Aladdin का चिराग, उसमें जिन निकलेगा और that jinn will do whatever you wish. And in our lifetime, we are realizing that humans have created humanoid robots which are at full command of humans and do everything whichever you wish. As we move forward, our vision is to create Viksit Bharat by 2047, a nation that is self-reliant, technology advanced, and economically prosperous. To achieve this vision, we need to foster a culture of innovation, entrepreneurship, and skill development. And I am delighted that IIT Mandi has taken initiative by creating this Hive 2.0 platform to realize this vision. In Himachal Pradesh, our goal is to create self-reliant state, Atmanirbhar Himachal Pradesh, where our youth are equipped with the skills and knowledge to derive economic growth and development. We believe that by leveraging technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship, we can create a prosperous and sustainable future for our state. I would like to take this opportunity to invite IIT Mandi to collaborate with Technical Education Department of Himachal Pradesh on a long-term basis. Actually, we want some hand-holding type of partnership with IIT Mandi. We have started new courses, new age technology courses like artificial intelligence, data science, data analytics, Internet of Things, and mechatronics in our institution, right from ITI to engineering colleges. And we would like to have some long-term partnership with the IIT Mandi to share your knowledge with our faculty members as well as with our students. We envision a partnership that can lead to the development of new technologies, products, and services that can derive economic growth and improve the quality of life for our citizens. We are committed to providing the necessary support and resources to make this partnership success. Also, I invited IIT Mandi, Mr. Vaibhav and Mr. Professor Chaudhary. They met me a week ago, and I extended my invitation to have some tripartite agreement to run a skill development center in my constituency. And we have we are constructing a building there with the help of district administration, with the district mineral fund trust. There is a continuous flow of funds under that trust because we have a cement factory there and some crushers. So every mining activity that generates some funds for that DMFT. So in long term, we can run this institute skill development center in a better way with your help. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate my appreciation for IIT Mandi's efforts in promoting innovation and entrepreneurship. I look forward to a long-term collaboration that can derive growth, development, and prosperity for our state and for our nation. Together, let us work together for creating a Viksit Bharat and Atmanirbhar Himachal Pradesh. In the end, I am again thankful to the organizers, as well as I again welcome you here, and I am sure that something concrete will come out from this conclave that will help to make our society better. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for supporting this initiative, sir. With you being here, we are expecting a lot of meaningful collaborations with Department of Technical Education. Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Srimati Rakhil Kalon, IS Secretary, Department of Digital Technologies and Governance, Himachal Pradesh, for a special address to the audience.
Honorable Minister in the Himachal Pradesh government, respected Shri Rajesh Dharmani ji, who is holding the Departments of Town and Country Planning, Housing, Technical Education, Vocational and Industrial Training, respected Professor Lakshmidhar Behra ji, the Director of IIT Mandi, and I address all the distinguished guests and speakers on the stage and distinguished guests and speakers who are sitting here in front of me and the dear participants. It is indeed a privilege to address this esteemed gathering, which is of the scholars and the entrepreneurs and who are in the research and at IIT Mandi today. Okay. As we stand at the intersection of technology, innovation, and opportunity, I would like to take a moment to recognize the immense potential of emerging technologies and the crucial role they play in shaping our future. So I am here as the secretary, commonly known as the Department of IT, but in Himachal Pradesh, we call it the Department of Digital Technologies and Governance. And this department has been actively working to ensure that Himachal Pradesh stays ahead of the curve in this fast evolving landscape. Through a series of strategic initiatives, we aim to establish the state of Himachal Pradesh as a leader in digital governance and technology. So I would like to take you through some initiatives just to apprise the distinguished gathering here as to what the IT department and the government of HP is doing here. Drone technology, that is the paving the way for innovation and employment. So drones are poised, as we all know, being in IIT Mandi, I don't have to reiterate it, at the future engines of economic growth, technology and transportation. Recognizing this potential, the state government has established its first drone flying training school in Kangra in near Dharamshala, in collaboration with the Indira Gandhi Rashtriya Udan Academy. This school, after specialized training to students, government officials, anyone who wants to be trained, gives them opportunity to enter the drone sector. So about 200 trainees have got their certificates from that school. Similarly, there have been proof of concept initiatives also. So they have actually gone into the trials for medicine delivery in remote areas. And for example, there was a first trial from Dharamshala to Tanda Medical College. And then on 5th of February 2022, POC was conducted in Tirthan Valley in Kullu to deliver medicines from the primary health center Gushani to the center Mangalore, sub-center Mangalore, that's the local area there. And the drone covered a 15-kilometer aerial distance in less than 9 minutes, just to highlight that we have been taking initiatives in this. Similarly, in Chamba district also, medicines were transported, and there was a successful drone trial in collaboration with DRDA, that's the District Rural Development Agency, for herbicide spraying also. So this is like, naturally, the government of Himachal Pradesh needs to collaborate and get expert advice and hand-holding. So we look forward and towards the IIT Mandi for this. And there is a policy framework of the Himachal Pradesh drone policy also has been framed, and there was a Himachal drone conclave in 2023. So at Palampur. So these initiatives are not only to sensitize but also to invite collaboration in this drone technology, keeping in view our hilly terrain and difficult areas and even the natural calamities, as we all are aware. I think this initiative will unlock vast opportunities for the next generation of innovators and invite the technical expertise from this institution, sir, to help us refine and scale up these initiatives. Then Himachal Pradesh being the environment here and accessibility also, now we have airport also. So semiconductor manufacturing, which is a foundation for future growth. I'm aware that in IIT Mandi there is a semiconductor lab and was in discussion with Director Sir also. So it's the heart of modern technological progress, and from smartphones to medical devices, semiconductors drive innovation across every. So our vision is clear, and as I was discussing, we are in conceptual stage as to how to go about the semiconductor technology set up in Himachal Pradesh. So IIT Mandi is the ideal place and the ideal institution to guide us through this initiative. Another initiative that the Department of Digital Technologies and Governance is, it's a centralized placement and internship portal, bridging that gap between the education and industry. And this department is developing this portal for students across technical institutions in the state. This platform aims to streamline and centralize the entire process of creating a seamless interface between employers and students. Beyond just placements, this portal will help track the career progression of our young professionals, ensuring they are well prepared for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. We would greatly value the insights and technical expertise of IIT Mandi in refining this platform to ensure that it aligns with the latest industry needs and standards. Another highlight and very ambitious project that the Department of Digital Technologies is taking is setting up an AI and ML lab and startup ecosystem so that we can empower the next generation of innovators. So finally, we are setting up that AI and ML lab, in artificial intelligence and machine learning lab in Vaknaghat in Solan district in collaboration with the Software Technology Park of India. This lab aims to boost the employability of technical graduates by equipping them with cutting-edge AI and ML skills. And it will also serve as an incubator for emerging startups. So as a premier institute and as we have already in the past, I think, collaborated with IIT Mandi, we would like to now take forward that relationship and take your insight and technical know-how in developing that the center of excellence there. So IIT Mandi is a key partner in this initiative and it will remain so, and I invite you to collaborate with us. In the end, I would like to say that IIT Mandi has always been at the cutting edge of technology and you support the HP government and by your various initiatives. So I look forward to this collaboration and to work together, the Department of Digital Technologies, and even as our Honorable Minister has said, in the Department of Technical Education and Skill Development. So we look forward to all the insights and the latest innovations that are there through this conference here. And I thank you and Director Sir and the Hives, and I hope they're here to have invited me, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. So heartening to know about the initiatives that your department has taken. And since you're here, it is an opportunity for us also to showcase some of our work which we are doing in this area. And we'll decide if we can collaborate together. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request all the dignitaries to please take seat in the auditorium. We will now start with the expert talks. Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. I would now like to invite Mr. Somjit Amrit, CEO, IIT Mandi Technology Innovation Hub, for shaping the narrative for this conclave. Mr. Amrit, please.
I'll just stand here. I'll need a color mic. Yeah, ठीक है. हो रहा है? क्या हो रहा है? नहीं चल रहा. नहीं. Okay, चलो. Yeah. Okay. You can move music. No, it is not moving. You can move. Okay. Yeah. So this year we are in Hive 2. Hive is the flagship event of IIT Mandi's Technology Innovation Hub, which is focusing on human-computer interaction. We have, this is the forum where industry and academia and research converge. And what a pleasure to see such an audience. Welcome to the distinguished guests, student and faculty of IIT Mandi, and people who have come from outside of the state and the city. As I present the narrative of the Technology Innovation Hub, I would like to ask a question to all of you. Which is the biggest news you have been hearing in the last 3 days? DeepSeek, okay? I will be not talking about DeepSeek. I will be talking something far away from DeepSeek. And I would like you to listen to the reason why industry and academia should converge, and with the backdrop of DeepSeek. So as we look at industry and academia converge, I came to let me tell you an anecdote which I came across when we got the project from University of Ulster in Ireland, where they asked us to build an e-learning platform on precision engineering. So this discussion will be around that, the experience which we had, and what we learned as we built this e-learning platform for them. So the theme here is research defines it, industry explores it, research measures it, industry adopts it, and research makes it work, and industry makes it work at a scale. So you can see from this theme how important it is for both of them to work in tandem. But do we see that? Today, when I was having breakfast, I was hearing from experts who said that they have been talking about this for the last 20 years, and nothing seems to have changed. So what will change in a conference like this? So I think we, having been in this journey for last 2 years, we have some very serious learnings on this, and we are implementing those learnings. In my presentation, we'll give a glimpse of what we are doing. So I was in a conference in 2023 in the month of May, where it was run by CDAC in Delhi, where they wanted to bring in experts from medical devices and the academia, and the academia were mostly from IITs and NITs. When they talked about, when this discussion was happening, a similar type of industry conclave, a similar type of frustration, a similar type of excitement in the beginning of the conference, but which ends up in a frustration as we go back to our offices. So a very defining statement was made by one of the professors from NIMHANS, where she said that research studies seldom produce product market fit, and the application-based economy, she was alluding to startups, they do not have a research foundation. So this is the bedrock of industry-academia partnership, and this is what we need to see when we dwell into this topic. So I think this screen is not working. So let me just go back to two industries. One industry which is maybe 120 years old, and one industry which may be 50 years old. And both these industries are working on assembly line, and all of us know that the automobile industry works on an assembly line concept. It was formulated by Henry Ford way back in 1908. But not many people would be knowing that the genome sequencing activity also operates in an assembly line manner, in which was defined and invented by Frank Sanger in 1975. Why I'm trying to bring in these two industries together? Because the common thing is assembly line. When we talk about assembly line, the genome sequencing, why I'm bringing in genome sequencing is because of my experience in handling the precision medicine project for University of Ulster, wherein if genome sequencing has taken an assembly line approach and making genome sequencing so fast, it is one of the defining phases in drug discovery. In drug discovery, there are 4 stages. In drug discovery, there are 4 stages. The stages are gene sequencing, developing compounds, preclinical trials, and clinical trials. Don't for a moment think that I am an expert in bioinformatics or biosciences, but the important thing here is there is an issue in drug discovery because it takes a long time to discover a drug. It takes as much as 15 to 17 years to discover drug. But the point here is, how can we crash the drug discovery? So there, when we take about these 4 stages, you can see preclinical testing is one of the stages which I would like to focus. Preclinical testing is something which is done on animals, and most of the time the animals are mice. The problem here is to crash the drug discovery life cycle. If you have to crash the drug discovery life cycle, the 3 stages, that is gene sequencing, developing compounds, are controllable by scientists. But when it comes to preclinical trials, they do not control that. How do you control a mice to work for you in an experiment? So there lies the solution which I'll try to bring to the table. The smart way of addressing preclinical trial was seen by the Japanese company Ohara, which came out with the box called O-Box. Why I'm trying to bring in the identification of the problem was how to reduce the drug discovery life cycle, how to bring in a stage, how can you control something which is not controllable, that is preclinical trial, how to bring down the life cycle of preclinical trial from 540 hours, which takes to train one mice to give you the results, and how do you bring it down to 18 hours. So this was the problem statement which helped us identify that how research and academia work together to come out with a reduced drug discovery cycle. So you can see on the left-hand side how the clinical trial was being done in the traditional way and how the clinical trial is being done in a revised way, wherein the recordings and other things are done in a way so that the behavioral aspect of the mice is taken care of by the environment and it is not forced on the mice. If the mice does that because it has to do that. So therefore, identifying the industry challenges, identifying the problem statement, what the industry faces, identifying those things will be the first thing to address for researchers to work on. So we call it as a backward movement, wherein we would like the academic research or academic researchers to look at industry challenges that define the problem statement, then find out the end user need, look into the ideation, look into the prototype, work on the product and services, and then come out with a specific solution through applied research. So that is the core message which I wanted to give, where the problem statement was reducing the drug discovery life cycle, finding out which is controllable, then trying to find out what type of solution you bring to the table, and that is what the Japanese company did. So here I would like all of us to know that identifying the problem statement is one. So therefore, we need to fall in love with the problem and not the solution. So with this, I wanted to give the narrative here that we would like to live with this statement that identifying the problem first and then looking at the solution is the best way for industry and academia to collaborate. With this, I would like to have the experts bring in their messages in the entire day today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. I have an announcement for all the participants. When you received your registration kits, there is a crossword puzzle inside it. You will find a crossword puzzle. So I would request all of you to pay attention to all the sessions and to all the key talks, because the answers of those puzzles are, lying in these talks. Okay, so it will really help you to solve these puzzles. And there is a lucrative prizes. There are lucrative prizes for, solving these puzzles. And also there are spot-on prizes also for asking, questions. And yeah, so the best questions will, get a award or a gift, So please pay attention to all the sessions and all the talks. Yeah, thank you. So now time for our next talk. I would like to announce that our next keynote address is by Dr. Srivari Chandrasekhar, Chief Scientific Advisor, PI Health Sciences Group, and former Secretary, Department of Science and Technology and SERB. His keynote address topic is Crossing the Chasm, Challenges and Opportunities in Translating Academic Research for Product Development by Industry. Dr. Chandrasekhar, I welcome you on the stage.
Good morning, can you hear me? Super, okay. Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, it's my honor and privilege to be in front of all of you and share some thoughts on how we look at the healthcare for future. When I was approached by the organizers, and as a former Secretary Government of India, what is that I should speak? My job was made easy by organizers that I should speak on the challenges and opportunities when an academic collaborator and an industry partner come together and what problems we encounter. So I choose a very long title, but I will deviate from the title a little bit and ask some basic questions to ourselves. When you talk of healthcare, and we have been talking of a computer-human interface, and future will be very different. I was born in 1964, and I consider a very different human being because I have seen waiting in this country for a land phone for 15 years, while my father was a gazetted officer and a government officer. I've also seen milk coming to our house in a glass bottle. And we were going to college and school by a bicycle. And we never had a land phone at home. And television was something we never dreamt. When my father said in 1977, I think at the time Asian Games were happening, and we get Doordarshan, I was imagining a radio will be there, a small screen will be there, and what is that? And suddenly we saw a Dynora TV, where you open the door and there's a small screen and it comes every day only for 1 hour. I've seen that world to today, the DeepSeek, the ChatGPT. So those are born in 1960 and die for 80 years. They have seen the entire journey of the evolution of science. So those who are in nice suits, I think you have only seen the Gen Z and Gen Y people. You have not seen that world. So if we look at the challenges, we always were blessed by our parents and priests, Shatamanam Bhavati. That means you all live for 100 years. But if you look at the mythological books, in principle, we are supposed to live 120 years. At 60 years, we do the Shashti Purti. That is the midpoint, 60 years of our life. So we are all blessed at 60 that you retire but live for another 60 years. Thanks to IIT, I think you all retire at 70, but our Secretary Government of India retired at 60. I think I'm still healthy to work for some more time. So how do we live for 120 years? Is the question I want to pose to ChatGPT or the DeepSeek, which has created ripples in the American stock market 2 days ago, and all the stocks of the big IT companies have crashed. And you ask this question, how should I live for 120 years? I don't know whether that ChatGPT will give you an answer. So I want to give you an answer. So if you, oops, Goddess is with me. Sorry. I'll go away. So these are the books which inspired me that by reading the history of science and the 21 lessons for the 21st century, and also a fine book, Tony Robbins, The Life Force. I request my young friends to read a book which inspires you on how to live longer. If I ask questions to most of you, before I told how to live longer, what are the 3 major challenges? You go and ask any human being in the health sector, they will look back and see in my family, there are some people who are suffering from cancer. So you come back and say, if you can solve cancer, most probably that's the best problem to be solved. Maybe someone in your family is suffering from Alzheimer's disease, and you ask that family, if you can solve Alzheimer's, I think whole world will be normal. But in 2020, if someone asks you what is the problem to be solved, oh, somehow you get a vaccine and cure COVID, I'm off now, all health is taken care. So you look for a short-term problem and a short-term solution. And I'm happy to share with you that I was one of the co-inventors of Covaxin, along with Bharat Biotech, when the vaccine requirement was there. And young PhD students like some of you worked for 18 hours a day, no exaggeration. So morning 6 we used to go to lab, and only night at 10, 11 we used to go home for a couple of hours sleep. And we know that when we get COVID, so we locked ourselves in the labs, did not allow anyone. When we made a vaccine, we were lucky. We got the vaccine and we all survived. But this book gives you some questions. Why we age and why we should not. Actually, if you ask me a question, I want to live 120 years. I want to be healthy. And my quality of life has to be outstanding. If these 3 problems are addressed by whatever AI or ChatGPT or medical doctor or an Ayurvedic doctor or a Unani doctor or a yoga teacher, I think all problems are solved for all of us. I think we all live to be happy, healthy, and live for longer time. So this question, why we age and why we don't have to age. So this is the question if we ask and get the solution, I think the healthcare problems are addressed forever. So if you look at this cartoon, if you look at the Paleolithic time till we come to 2020, the age expectancy was around 30 years. It dipped during the Bronze Age, then we had wars, and again people were dying at 30, 35 in the wars. Slowly vaccines have come, we went up to 70, and any mathematical graph beyond 20, if you draw like this, by 2075, I do anticipate we all live for 120 years. That is guaranteed. Those who are born in 2000, they will live for 120 years for sure. Because the science will grow so much, the technology will be so big, the quality of life will be fantastic, and we live for 120 years. So what is that we should do if we want to live for 120 years? And what is the Moore's law which taught us the principles of the technology? If you look at the Moore's law, it says that if you make any technology, every year the technological improvements will happen at 2x, the price will start coming down by 2x. So prices keep coming down, the quality of technology goes up. In 1999, when we got the first mobile Nokia phone, I remember I must have paid 30,000 rupees or 40,000 rupees for a huge phone which has a memory of 10 numbers. In 2015, 15 years later, your mobile phone is only 10,000 rupees or 20,000 rupees a smartphone. It can save infinite number of numbers. It can do all the jobs of a computer. Similarly, the first computer was occupying the room of this space, and do a simple mathematics of 10 plus 10, it will take half an hour. And today, a small smartphone can do the job which is in your pocket today. And people predict that you would have a smart watch which can do all the jobs like a mobile phone also very soon. So Moore's law tells you that everything is in opposite. Technology goes up like a rocket pace, the prices will keep coming down. How do you match this, and how industry will survive, and how academicians will give technologies for that kind of work? I think those are the questions we need to ask. So to ask you, the technologies also will be first in class, best in class, and follow on. First in class is something you make a technology for the first time. Imagine Wi-Fi was first in class technology. When someone was getting you the mobile signals through a cable, or a television channel are coming by a cable, and suddenly someone said there would be a box at one corner, it will give you kind of waves, and those waves will come, and then you will get the signal. That was a disruptive first technology. And if you look at the Wi-Fi technology developed by an Australian academic institute, the royalties this institute gets today, every day you buy one Wi-Fi machine, this institute gets a royalty. Can IIT Mandi will get one technology which gives you a recurring royalties, and you will not depend on Department of Science and Technology for a grant. Would it happen? It will be all in your hands. Similarly, if you do best in class, after first in class, what you have to do? You have to do better than first in class. And that's going to be your next challenge. And then you do a follow-on technology. That means you do something China phone. Okay, it looks like Apple phone. It may do like Apple phone, but you will not be excited. So you will be in the market, but you will not be great. So where do you want to play your technology game? I think that decision one has to take. I would be first in class or best in class. Sometimes it is difficult to be first in class because you cannot imagine the problem. Someone imagined a problem and he gave a technology that he is first. But now I want to do better than him in the same sector. That is easier actually. So you do incremental improvements and you will be better than that guy. So you choose which path you want to take, but keep in mind your Moore's law. So advantage academics, we have been talking of academia, industry collaborations. We have done a number of experiments on that. And the major problem today we all encounter. Today morning at the breakfast, while shivering in the lawns eating a paratha, because I come from south and we are not used to this cold weather, I was asking some questions to our fellow friends on the dining table there. Why we have been talking for the last 20, 30, 40 years, I don't know how long. Same question, academia, industry collaborations and what we should do. It's easy to preach. But what is not happening and why it is not happening, we have never asked that question. If you look at the challenges we encounter in academia industry partnerships, academic professors, with all due respects to my friends from IITs and national institutes, we all think that we are the best, so we got job in IIT. And then we also look at industry friends telling that yes, they wanted more money, they did not get a job in IIT, so they went to industry. This is a mindset. I think we have to accept it with a pinch of salt. So you always look that I am a better citizen than an industry friend. The industry fellow thinks these academic people, they could not get a job in industry, they cannot make technology, they are not answerable to the money what they get. So it's easy to get a job in academia, you get a grant from DST, publish 2 papers, you are reviewed, you get a promotion, that's an easier life. So industry fellow thinks that I am doing a better job, I am giving the products, I am giving technologies. So there's always a disconnect between these two people. So we need to reduce that gap. No one is inferior, no one is superior. It was the path I have taken. It is not that I did not get a job in industry, so I went to university, or it is not that I did not get a job in university, so I went to industry. I think it was our choice. I think that mindset has to come to all of us. Academician thinks that I am thinking a future technology, and industry fellow will not understand what I am thinking. Or he may think that what I think if I tell industry fellow will steal it. I think this trust is one major challenge we still encounter. So if you can address the trust problem and inferiority superiority mindset is removed, I think the collaborations will succeed. As government, we also need to play a role that to trust an academician that if he's talking to an industry colleague, first thing we see, maybe there's a financial transaction. and you start suspecting the academician that maybe he's taking away some great technology from university and giving to industry. I think the leadership of the university should think that, let them talk freely, even if he's taking a technology from academic institute and giving to industry, it is in the welfare of the society, it is in the welfare of the system. I think if that mindset is there for the leadership, I think things will fall in line. So if you're an academic professor, what advantages you have? You don't take any risk basically. Your salary is guaranteed on 30th, your increment is guaranteed, 8th commission is in place, so no questions. Money comes without any bars, and then you deliver some publications, all is well. No financial accountability, no fear of failure. Even if you fail, no one is going to ask you a question. Can carry out open-ended research. Your research will never end in academic setup. You keep doing for 40 years. On retirement day, actually I asked my colleagues, if as a director of the institute, I am felicitating you, what should I praise you at the mic? For retired colleague, yeah, you published 150 papers, you got a Bhatnagar award, you got fellow of all academies. What else I should speak? What is that society has got out of it? I think that should come into our mind as an academic professor, which unfortunately is not there for many of us. Easy access to expensive instrumentation. Because DST has given 8,000 crores in emission program, we all buy exotic equipment and then all is fine. And then infinite opportunities for us, which is an advantage of academics. But what is the fragility of academics? You will not be able to know what is market demand. So you keep doing open-ended research. Only industry knows what is the market demand. And we are not of cost conscious. Academician develops a technology, he thinks it is his baby, most beautiful, but he will not know at what cost the technology can be commercialized. He will not even apply the Moore's law to his technology. And academicians never look at the endpoints. And less interest in translational work because many a times academic matrices for promotions or publications and patents, not the translation and the products in the market. And of course, academicians don't find partners, which is also a challenge what we encounter. Advantage industry, the chairman of the board decides what product my company should make, that I will make money out of it. I come from health sector. So in the health sector, the company board always looks at problems which are either recurring or the patient should take the drug for lifetime. Then you get one patient, that patient is for you for lifetime. I don't want to work in vaccine because I give one vaccine and the disease is gone and I don't have a patient. I would like to have metformin or insulin or a Lipitor so that my patient, if he gets lipid profile bad or sugar high or any other problem, I can treat him from the age of 40 till the person dies. So I'm getting a patient for 50 years. So people like to work on metabolic disorders. If you look at any industry, they like to work on metabolic disorders. No one wants to work on anti-infectives because infection comes, you have throat infection, you take for 5 days, infection is gone, the patient is gone. So no one works on infection diseases. But India, unfortunately, is a country where we get more infections. So India should not aspire to be working on metabolic disorders, but I want to work on infection, I want to work on tuberculosis. Because my country has those problems. So I think the problem choosing ability of industry is very different from an academician. And in the industry, there's a lot of audits for finances. If the board tells you, I am giving you 100 crore rupees, in 3 years I need a product, and this product should give me 500 crores in 8 years. There is a defined path for an industry. And access to market data, which academicians generally don't look at it. We don't even know, I want to develop a product, but I don't know who will buy it. I think that's where we need to work with industry very closely. Industry also will get partnerships relatively easy because the decision-making ability of the board in industry is much better than in an academic setup. Of course, industry has its own challenges. The limited capital equipment, because the board says that, why do you want to buy expensive equipment? IIT Mandi has, pay some money and use it there. Whether academic institute is willing to provide analytical services, No, I'm not a service provider. I'm an intellectual guy. I don't want to give my equipment to be used. Rather, you sponsor a project, I will do, but I will not allow you to use my equipment. I think we should also come back and say that please use my equipment at a nominal fee, because my equipment is bought against the taxpayers' money. If you make a product, my taxpayer is getting benefit. I think that mindset has to come from academia also. And in the industry, one challenge I encounter is the compartmentalization, which luckily is not there in the academia. We are free to go and talk to anyone. But industry people cannot go and talk to his competing industry because of issues of confidentiality. And support from talented academicians is slightly lower for industry, which is going away because of these kinds of workshops happen quite often. But I think that barrier has to be broken. And then too much of restriction on data sharing by the industry people, which I think is also a challenge for them, which has to come out. So if you look at a case study, I want to take just one case study and tell you why an academy-industry partnership very essential. We as Academic Institute in IICT were working on a very exotic problem of whether we could work on wound healing or hair growth promotion, for example. We all know that baldness is a problem and hair growth is a big challenge to address. And then our academic scientists by accident discovered something out of it. But then we had the courage to go and talk to industry that I have a novel solution for a problem, but my solution is not commercially viable. Now I pass on what I have earned so far, what I have learned so far, but now you put your money, take the product forward, give me only milestone payments. I don't ask you any money today. Because industry thinks, what is the guarantee your product will go to market? So I told the industry that, okay, you don't give me any money today, you sign a contract that whatever knowledge I shared is genuine, it is really becoming a product, you give me over a period of time, whenever you sell a product, give me a little royalty. I think those examples work far better than if academic institute demands that I have a patent, you give me upfront 10 crores or 20 crores, you take the knowledge and do what you like. I think those partnerships don't work if you really want to take up a case study. Then of course, what are the way forward? I think trust each other, as I mentioned repeatedly. Let us trust each other. If you are an industry partner, I want to trust your confidentiality, I want to trust your board decisions, and I would like to be as transparent as possible by sharing every knowledge I have to you, because my knowledge is generated by using taxpayers' money, and as long as you use this to make a product for the well-being of the planet, I'll be happy to give you at a low cost. I think that trust should be built. Then before even you start a problem in academic setup, if you go to industry and ask them, I got some money from government agencies, Himachal government or government of India has given me X money, but I told them that I'll discover a drug for cancer. And that's why I got money. But then you let me know what cancer is important for Himachal region, for example, or a Punjab region, or for India as a matter. You ask a specific question, and then go to your medical doctor and ask him another question. What are the current drugs available in the market? Which drugs are not working for Indian population? And what changes I should do so that Indian population gets benefit out of that innovation? I think you need to go to a doctor, you talk to your industry partners. I think you build that network to redefine your problem even after you got the grant. Then frequent interactions with both academic partners, industry partners, attend conferences, share the knowledge, gain the knowledge, and then I think your product formation chances are very high from an academic work. And of course, one exciting thing which happens in Israel, I know we have a colleague from Israel in the audience today, and also in the US and mostly in Germany. The industry academic campuses, they share the same campus, actually they co-share the campuses. I just give you one example before I close, if I have to wrap up in the next 2 minutes. My professor at the Scripps Institute in the US, or in UT Southwestern Medical School, Dallas, Texas, or in Dortmund in Germany, where I worked during my postdoctoral studies, this professor also has a startup company. Not one, at least 3 companies he floated. We are all postdocs paid by NIH grant. We work in the same lab. No one has asked a question, why a postdoc paid by NIH is working in the same lab where this professor also has a company. Because the professor in his mind clearly knows what I have to deliver to NIH, what I have to deliver to my company. Very clear demarcation he knows. And the board or the university vice chancellor trusts the professor. In our case, the director of the organization may think this guy might have taken some DST grant and used for his company. Something is not right. Or industry mind will think that maybe some knowledge is leaked and the postdoctoral professor working on the government grant has stolen my industrial idea. I think this mismatch troubles the Indian mind much more than the companies where there are successful models of industry-academia collaboration. So if you look at one name, which I always admired in the world today, Professor Peter Schulz at the Scripps Institute. He's the director of the institute there at San Diego. He started more than 300 startups as a professor. His net worth is more than $1 billion. No one has questioned that whether he has taken knowledge from industry to his professor job or professor job to industry. I think this academic joint holding, working together in the same campuses with trust, I think will make India the Viksit Bharat, which Honorable Minister has mentioned, not by 2047, but by 37, once we trust both the partners. With this, I would like to stop here and again thank the organizers for the great opportunity to interact with all of you. And thank you, Honorable Minister, for your patient hearing.
Thank you very much, sir. Very beautifully explained that the mindset shift is very much required. Some key takeaways for me: no one is inferior, no one is superior. I think that the academia industry go hand in hand. The problem statement by industry and the execution by the academic partner. Sharing of campuses, which is not happening. So very, very nice point, sir. Thank you very much. Yeah. We will now break for tea. It's time for a break, and I'm sure you all are feeling very cold. So we'll have a small tea break. And there's another ceremony that we'll do right now. We have a new skill center which will be inaugurated by our chief guest, Shri Dharmani ji. We will now proceed towards that. I would request all the guests and speakers to head towards the guest house. The vehicles are waiting there, and we will quickly do the inauguration and come back. The next session will start at 12:15. I request everyone to be back here at around 12:15. Let's stick to the timelines. Thank you very much. Psychiatry, PGIMER, Chandigarh. Professor Prem Felix Cyril, School of Chemical Sciences, IIT Mandi, and Professor Shubhajit Roy Chaudhary, who will be moderating the panel. Eight chairs. I would request AVM Pranay Sinha to provide the prologue for the panel discussion. Whichever way. We have a mic also.
I think everybody has settled down. So, good afternoon, everybody. What is the heading? Kya naam hai? So, we are going to bridge the virtual barrier between industry and academia, and I'm asked to set the prologue. And we have been hearing from since morning. Somjit ji also said the same thing, and Dr. Chandrasekhar also said almost same thing. And we are again going to repeat the same thing, and what we discussed in the morning, that we have been repeating this thing since last 20 years or so. So my request to all the panelists, that whatever you say today, please be focused and let's take some takeaway. But before that, I pay my veneration and pay my invoking Xi Jinping, Son of Heaven, the Chinese premier, because it was he who, because of galvanized us, and the clamor of Atmanirbharta began from there. And Atmanirbharta cannot be there unless there is a Mahasangam of academia, the Ganga, and the industry, the Jamuna. But there is an invisible Saraswati, overarching, overbearing government agencies, because they frame the policies, framework, rules, regulations, and all. And the bureaucrats, morning there was one, and now the bureaucrats are always supposed to set a policy for the specialist domain, being a generalist, so they do it from sitting from the fence, and they have, in the morning session we heard, they have a fear factor also, because they don't want to show themselves that they are being favorable to somebody. So with that fear, the whole policy is woven and the framework is set. So, and we have seen what is the role of academia. We know what they are for emerging technology, for new innovation, for cutting edge technology, and blah, blah. We all know. You all are in academia. And we also know that industry wants a marketable product, marketable innovation, because commerce is their main interest. And how do we make them meet? How we make the goals align of the two? So, in my prologue, I will give 5 C's, 5 concerns. And I hope that our moderator of the session, Dr. Subhajit, will ask the question to the panelists. And I will request Dr. Subhajit that before you conclude, I will take 1 more minute to give my epilogue. I will give my 5 mantras in 1 minute, 5 M. But before that, 5 concerns. Concerns from the industry, concerns for the academia. The first concern, collaboration. What type of collaboration do we require between the academia and the industry so that it can be trustworthy, it can be transparent, it can long lasting. Should it be joint? Should it be collaborating of what nature? All this you will have to decide, because everywhere it depends on the academia of that place, of that nature, particular nature. The collaboration is very important, because then only the ecosystem is built, the startup is built, incubators built, accelerators are built. So collaboration, what type of collaboration we require. And the second C is that how do we communicate? Communication is the one of the worst thing or the best thing between two, because you will see, as a parent, we can't communicate with the son, though we are staying, because you all are of the different gen, whatever gen. So there is a big gap. And similarly, between the industry and between the academia, there is a big gap. The industry wants to convey something, they want something, but the academia doesn't understand the way that could. I will give you example, particular example from my particular experience. After 35 years, I was in the Air Force. I was with Bell, and Air Force wanted a system, optical locator system, to be built for Su-30 aircraft by the Bell for their aircraft, and they said that we want a system which goes with the defined parameters. It should be cleared by the Semilac. It should withstand so much speed, so much temperature, so much, because it goes up and down, and all those things. And they have to build a system. And what Bell understood, that in the system, the each and every part has to get this clearances. There was a big mismatch. It was only the whole system should get the clearances, not the every part. So we have to have some intermediate time who can explain what industry wants and how the academia conceives. The communication is the one of the important things which we should have. And then clarity, the clarity between the government framework, the policy, the tax, the rebate, the licensing, the patenting, how we are going to share. Clarity should be there. And the fourth is the commitment. Industry wants commitment. And we have seen that for academia, their aim is something different. They want to publish the papers, they want to go for their research, the deliverables. All this thing can be only done, the timelines can be matched if the commitment is there from both the side, industry and from the academia. And the last C is the commercial aspect. Every academia has to have technical transfer office, which can decide what the share will be between the academia and the industry, how the licensing, how the patenting, how the rights, how the things will be shared. So if all these 5 C's are addressed, probably we will be able to bridge the gap between industry and the academia, in case if we get a very pointed, focused answer from the panelists. Over to the Dr. Subhaji. I'll come in the last for 1 minute.
Thank you, AVM Sina. You have perhaps given a very nice prologue and perhaps made my job much simpler. Over the next 30-35 minutes, we will have Q&A session amongst the panelists, where I'll ask certain questions which are very closely related to what AVM Sina said right now. And then for the last 10 minutes, I will keep it for the audience to ask questions, because at the end of the day, we would also like the audience to get their doubts, concerns addressed, and let's see how it goes. So my first question is to Dr. Prathama Mainkar ji. So madam, you have been a scientist at CSIR lab, and then you have got shifted to PIHSL, where you were the vice president, which means there was a huge change in focus from a scientist engrossed in deep research, of course, research towards product development or whatever, to the role of a vice president managing a huge organization. So how do you see the shift in role, and what do you see really as a pivot in your career, the change in focus from the role of a scientist to the role of a vice president?
Thank you. Hello? Hello? Yeah, that's a good question, but I would like to tell you that it's audible.
Hello, hello.
Hello. Yeah. So let me tell you something that I have experienced. As a scientist, though we are involved in a lot of fundamental kind of research, working in CSR gave me another aspect of it, looking for translational science. And we worked on many projects which were industry oriented. And as a scientist, though we were working in the lab and looking at solving problems, we were also given administrative jobs. So we were doing many of these committees, we were part of it, and we were spending time on administrative jobs also. Shifting to industry was not new to me because I had started my career in industry and I had worked in industry earlier. So this shift was not something like a huge jump. I was aware of the challenges that are there. Industry has more focused projects, but still industry does a lot of research as well. So there is not so much of a shift from there. It is not like it's two different worlds. They are all mixed, and there is something like a transition from one area to another. Being a vice president, I have slightly more administration to take care of, but my research continues, and I am doing a lot of scientific work as well, because we work with MNCs, and they are giving us very challenging projects to answer, and we are working on those kind of projects. So there is, it is still a continuation of what I was doing as a scientist in CSR labs. I hope this answers your question.
Very nicely put it across. So actually, Prathamaji's answer perhaps set the ground for asking the next question to my friend and colleague Arnav, Professor Arnav Bhavsar. So we are colleagues and friends for the last about almost 10 years. And I know him as a very dedicated colleague of mine in the same school or department, whatever we would like to say. All the time he used to find out innovative ways to make his teaching very interesting. If I remember, even once I remember him talking to Alexa in the class to attract the attention of the students. This very innovative way to put it across. So Arnav, how do you see your role as a teacher? Is it more focused on the developing the foundations amongst the students, or you see it as developing the skills which the industry normally asks for?
Perfect. Yeah. Thanks, Shubhajit. And indeed, when Shubhajit asked me for this panel, I immediately agreed, given that he himself was moderating. So there is that comfort level there. So, so thanks for this, question. Indeed, it kind of very nicely follows to what Dr. Prathama mentioned. So just like she said, right, that this is more like a continuum. It's not like a split. So again, my answer also would be on similar lines. that, see, when we think of teaching and research and industry, right, I mean, we ourselves create these artificial boundaries in our mind. But, actually, it's all about understanding, understanding things, right? And understanding happens as a human being, when we think about the bigger picture of progress of human civilization, it is built on understanding at various levels, right? One is, of course, one type of understanding is based on, your understanding of concepts, right? When I discuss a concept in the class, right, see, my talking about a concept and the student receiving about that concept are two very different things, right? So unless there is an internalization that, okay, a mathematical principle comes in, a student can visualize a nice loss function and so on, and understand what it really means, right? The actual understanding about, how that is useful will not come, right? So that is one level of understanding. And the other level of understanding is, when you actually try to do something yourself, right? So, so no matter how much theory you learn, but unless you actually, try to do it yourself, so if and this is very common for coding, for example, right? A theoretical understanding of coding is fine. It's okay to, build the groundwork. But unless you actually code yourself, right, you would not understand coding at all, basically, right? The nuances of coding, right? So I think to answer Shubhajit's question, when we think of, giving, say a fundamental knowledge, or when we think of developing skills in the students, I don't see, these as discrete, sort of aspects, right? I don't see a boundary between them, right? Again, there is a continuum, between them. Now the catch here is that how much, how are we, navigating this continuum, right? So this is where my role as a teacher actually comes in, and that has been dynamic over the years, right? So, depending on, how the technology is evolving, what is the industry requirement, of the technologies, what kind of weightages of these two understandings, are necessary, right? So, so that weighing of these continuum, that is important as an academician. Like, for example, the stress that I used to put on, one of these components would be different before 10 years, right? Would be different from the stress I put on one of these components, now, right? So there is that modulation that we have to, do as an academician. And the second aspect to this question, is that, that I here I derive something that my another colleague Aditya had mentioned about, about the similarity of foundational models that you see in these days in deep learning, right? The idea of foundational models is to learn something generic, right? And then, apply it, to whatever problem statement that you need. I think that is the essence of education. That is the essence of teaching. That, while we can take some examples, while we can take some use cases, many of them from the industry itself, right? But the idea is not to learn things specific to those use cases. The idea is that using those use cases, we want to learn a generic skill, a generic concept, a generic framework, and so on, and equip the students or make the student realize that what you are actually learning is not for a particular application, right? But you are trying to learn, say the, how to make a, say, a neural network, for example, right? Or how to make a physical model for a particular, say particular phenomena, right? So the aspect of making the model or building a neural network or, proving a theorem, right? That aspect has to come out, right? Rather than, why we are doing it, right? The why is more like a byproduct, really, right? But once these general frameworks are internalized, then the students are equipped to apply it anywhere else, right? So these are the two aspects that I would, rather focus on during my teaching. Thank you.
Thank you, Arnav. So having listened to Arnav, we would like to listen to one of our colleague from the industry, Dr. Balvinder Singh. Balvinder ji, you have been in the Samsung research in the capacity of a vice president for 16 years. You have seen the industry so deeply. And you are also currently a member of the Senate at IIT Mandi, which means you are playing a pivotal role in shaping the curriculum, academic curriculum of IIT Mandi. As you all know that Senate is the highest academic body of operation in an institute like IIT. So how do you see that you can well connect the demand of the industry and, of course, the limitations we face at the academia? Arnav was emphasizing on the foundational knowledge in terms of teaching neural networks in the class. So how do you see that you can connect the essence of teaching the fundamentals in the class and meeting your requirements in the industry? If you can highlight.
Thank you, Professor Subhajit. Interesting question, of course, a continuum to what Professor Arnav answered, and part of the answer will look very similar, but maybe in my own words. So if you look at any curriculum for that matter, right, what are the essential things you want to cover? You want to cover foundational technology areas, or the areas where students have interest in specific domains, for example, communication or multimedia or semiconductors or design and stuff like that. So that's very strongly covered in all the academic institutes, including IIT Mandi, I'm sure, which is very good. But when you look at from practical perspective, right, you have to translate these technologies into practical systems. That means you need to have certain skills, whether it is coding skills, whether it is, how you express your technology skills to make a product. Typically, these days, students or even, will learn, for example, C programming, Java programming, or Python programming, right? Those are very good, but are those only sufficient for the matter? Maybe not necessarily. Why? Because to make an efficient program or an efficient system, your fundamental knowledge of, for example, data structures and algorithms is very important, which typically computer science students will, do, but EEC students may not give so much attention to such courses, right? But it forms an integral part of, the courses are there. If they take these courses, so they can do efficient programming of the technology skills which they want to implement in the product. So that is where the focus should be, largely from a student's side also, of course, from the curriculum as well. Apart from this, if you see, can you apply these to some practical problems? That's why, industries offer internship to students, and typically summer internships of 2 months, but it's a very short period. There are avenues where you can get 6-month internships, or for example, from Samsung, we do a program called PRISM, wherein we give a problem statement and a set of 3-4 students with mentors from Samsung and mentors from the institute over 4 to 6 months can attempt that problem. And it gives them both insights into the practical problem, how to solve it, try various methods, and it also gives the companies, way to assess the students and their capabilities and handhold them. And that is the way it helps them learn practical skills relevant for industry and, be, ready for going forward. So that would be my short answer, hopefully in continuation to Professor Arnav's.
Thank you, sir. So I pose my next question to my senior colleague, Professor Prem Felix Cyril, who has been the Dean's Week. In fact, he has held the offices of multiple deans during, few years back, of which I remember him most vividly as a Dean's Week, and he was really a very successful Dean's Week in formulating policies of our SRIC office and tried to make processes much simpler. So you have been, Professor Cyril, you have been at the Dean's Week for quite some time, 3 years, if I correctly remember, and you have formulated a lot of policies. How do you see the role of the SRIC office in establishing the connect between the industry and the academia? In fact, in this regard, I would also like to connect it to what Dr. Singh said right now, that it should be a good equilibrium. We should also focus at skills training apart from focusing on the fundamentals. And there's where also a role in skill development and training comes from the academia side, apart from, of course, the sponsored research. So that's where also I feel that we need to connect through the SRIC office between the industry and the academia with respect to skills development as well. So how do you see the role of the SRIC office in this regard?
Thank you, Shubhajit. So, from my experience, I will add some caveats, and then I will also say that he mentioned, I was successful as a Dean SRIC, but I was successful in many areas, but I would honestly acknowledge that all our efforts to connect the industry and the academia in terms of R&D, I would say it was terribly a failure. And I would acknowledge that and then tell the hard realities of the academia, which I understand, which will help us to go forward. What are the pitfalls? Then decide actually the policies. So the first thing is, majority of the academia, in fact, they live in a world which is much farther to the industrial research. Say most of the academic research is in the TRL 1 to 3, which is much away from what the industry expects. And you don't know what the knowledge that is created today, how relevant it is for the industry. So that's the hard reality. So in that fashion, expecting faculty members, majority of them to work with the industry, it's an unreasonable expectation, I would say, because they have no knowledge how the industry works or what the industry wants. That's a hard reality which I faced as a Dean SRIC. I would say one example, say for example, an industry from Himachal, I will not mention what is the industry. So they wanted IIT Mandi to take substantial funding and to do some kind of research. But when I went to my faculty colleagues, there is no match in the interest. And then, the funding will not take place until that match of interest take place. So that is a hard reality. And now how to address this? So the way we try to address this was organizing such industry academia conclaves so that there is meeting of minds. We have in fact organized a series of industry academia conclaves with the help of industrial bodies like CII. CII's Himachal chapter annual general body meeting used to happen here. We used to spend a lot for that. And we used to organize these events. A large number of industrialists used to visit this place. But then, there is no matching of interest. So the industry in Himachal is mainly focusing on the pharmaceutical industry where, our activities are limited. So it is again an unreasonable expectation that such meetings will yield any results. So what will work in my mind is more focused efforts. We need to understand what is the, and again, as I said, majority of the academia are not really interested in the industrial research. So then we need to identify, there are people who may be interested. So we need to identify those minds, and then we need to organize such interactions in a targeted manner. So then the results will be more tangible. This is one thing that I learned from my experience, from my failures, I would say. The other thing is, again, I have been a dean faculty as well. So the solution to such, problem, why the academia is away, it's because the training during the entire PhD or postdoctoral training, we are not working on industry-related problems. So the solution, say for example, where the solution which exists in other countries, say for example, Germany. In Germany, if you want to become an industrial, engineering faculty, so you have to have substantial industrial experience. You have to be spending so many years in the industry, and then only you will be considered as a faculty in, in technical universities at least. So that is required. So we need to change the policies if we actually want to, achieve the outcome. If you try to convert, someone who has no idea of the industry, how they work, and then, has not worked on industrial problems, it's an unknown world. So there is always the fear of the unknown. So that is there. And another solution could be you need to create role models. Success, there may be few people who are successful, and those role models have to be celebrated, and then probably, success could happen. These are some of the ideas I learned from my mistakes. But the industry academia interaction, if there are interested faculty members, they will always find a way to connect with the industry. It's a hard wall to cross, but it is not impossible. There are enough success stories. But the first thing is there should be interest from the academy as well as the industry. I don't know whether they are interested. I hope they are interested, but the academia, if they have to be interested, so first, we need to identify people who are interested, or we need to recruit people who are interested. That's my suggestion.
Thank you, Professor Cyril. So academia is dedicated in terms of training students. Industry is dedicated in terms of developing products and earning profits, whatever. In terms of earning profits, will come a little later. But there is also a third component involved, that is the society. We as academic institution is involved in serving the society in terms of educating the masses. But we also have our counterparts, that is the medical institutes, which not only get students from the society, but is also dedicated with the larger role of providing healthcare facilities to the society. And they are also the major users of the products developed by the industries. So one of the products of the industry is with respect to this AI and machine learning. So currently, as you all know, that industry is dedicated with respect to developing various products centered around AI, ML, whatever. So one of the major users, major applications of AI and ML is with respect to medical image processing, medical image analysis, and so on. And one of the major place where medical imaging is strongly cultivated, in fact, I have been observing this since 2015 when I'm here. I've been collaborating with PGI Chandigarh. So we have actually two colleagues, Professor Paramprit Kharbanda and Professor Shubho Chakraborty from PGI Chandigarh. My first question is to the Professor Kharbanda. You have been working in the area of neurodiagnosis and used AI tools for neurodiagnosis and neurotherapeutics. How do you see the role of AI with respect to neurodiagnosis and neurotherapeutics?
Thank you, Professor Chaudhary, and thank you, Hive, for asking me to be here. Well, AI is everywhere. And I guess you're right, artificial intelligence, we as neurologists are one of the biggest consumers and a connection with the brain-computer interface, and which is been almost augmented quite a bit by AI because of AI being fast. And I'm actually more into uncontrolled epilepsy. That is my field I've been dedicated to for the last 2 years. And in our field, what we do is try to look at the focus for the seizures where they start from. So this is what I've been trained on. It's like literally a surgical strike. By multimodality, we try to find out where the focus is and try get the surgeons to take it out. So there's a lot of things which can be helped. The issue here is, which I, from personal, I'm not going to talk about AI, you're all experts, but what I feel every day is that I get approached by a lot of, from industry and from students regarding, because my field is EEGs, and EEG is considered like, the basic connection between BCI and all. But everybody wants to do the same thing. So if I have to talk to the students here, which is everybody wants to come, and now whenever somebody asks me to meet or take an appointment, asks, do you want to make a wearable for seizure detection? So that is where everybody wants to. So I think there's a lot needs to be done. Only seizure detection. So first, when we start to look at an idea, we should look at what's been done. In seizure detection, world over, this is the niche area in neurology, epileptology, and there are big hackathons in US, thousands of dollars of prizes. And we have reached somewhere, but it is still far away. So having an insight where we stand, we could start slow. We don't have to compete with the biggest techs around because they have innumerable funding. So generating original ideas is important. Now here comes a question which we talked about, we've been talking since morning. Dr. Chandrasekhar talked about, the panelists talked about the industry and academia gap. I'm not going to, there's a trust issue which we talked about already, but very important thing where academics comes in, our kind of, you say the classical academician who doesn't have pressure and who gets a salary is, creativity is one thing which gets killed the first thing when there is pressure. So this is why collaboration is important. We need academicians who are not under pressure to deliver. That is where the creative ideas comes. You know, creativity cannot work under pressure with the deadlines. And then collaborate with the industry. Coming back to AI, these new biomarkers, we are still at a very, very nascent stage. You know, I heard one Stanford professor discussing at a meeting that this neural networks, which we are baking, we are not clear yet where are we starting. So there are two ways. Are we starting to make neurons which are at the birth of a child, that is at the birth, or are we starting to make neurons which are at the birth of evolution? You know, they're two different things. So the deliverability, I think, is still a little far away. The basics we are going in the right direction, but for AI to do original thinking and come up with answers, the quality of data we put in is going to be very, very important. And choosing the right ideas, we have AI sessions in all our neurology conference. And the biggest fear among doctors, one session is AI going to take away our jobs? You know, this is the thing. So whenever somebody asks me, I tell them AI is not going to take away your jobs, but a person who knows their AI may take your job if you are not well versed with that. So that is where I think I will talk about that. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Professor Kharbanda. In fact, this has become really a big scare amongst the community that is AI going to come up as a Frankenstein taking away the jobs of people? So I normally share it with my students in the class that man has created clock, and perhaps clock is the biggest Frankenstein, right? It has started ruling the man, and it rules the man. So now man has created AI. Will AI rule the man down the line? That's a big question that we need to really reflect upon and look at. But perhaps the component of stress which Professor Kharbanda was talking at will help me put the next question before Professor Chakraborty. Professor Chakraborty is a very well-known psychiatrist at PGI Chandigarh, and he has been working with stress, anxiety, depression for a large number of years. So one of the biggest stress, I see a lot of students in the audience, many of them may perhaps agree with me that many of the students, and I must share that I also belong to the same group. I never aspired to be an engineer, but it was only after my +2 that my parents forced me to enter into engineering. And I'm sure 60% of the students who enter into engineering, there was some survey that said that 60% of the students who enter into engineering just because their parents forced them to study engineering so that they can enter into industry after 4 years and bring bucks for the family. And lot of them, in fact, a lot of our students end up with various kinds of stress, anxiety, depression, mood disorders. Do you have a solution to the problem?
Thank you. I think, as you've said, the pressure is immense and therefore the problems are common. But I think people probably don't realize how common is mental health how common are mental health problems. I mean, for example, something like major depression, which is basically a clinical illness. It's a far more severe thing than even, common anxiety. In India, the prevalence in people whom we call general population, people who are not seeking treatment, or that is between lifetime prevalence is between 5 and 10%, which means anyone in this hall, 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20 people have had depression in their lives, major depression. And this is a very severe, usually a severe illness, psychiatric illness, usually requires some sort of treatment. But the other thing is, mental health problems sort of exist on a continuum. So, treatable illnesses are actually less common than what we normally refer to as problems in life, an inability to cope, the occasional low mood, not doing well in studies, these all created by mental pressure. So that is far more common. So the first thing is, the first problem and the first solution has to be awareness. I think without people being aware, particularly the larger society, and without, even in a closed community like yours, without awareness, there is no way forward. The second sort of bottleneck that is there all over, not just in professional institutes, is stigma. I mean, even though we know much more with, you can Google anything and find out, if you go to the right source, find out the truth about the problem, but the tendency to denigrate people with mental ill health issues before, and to denigrate people who seek help or want to seek help, that still exists, unfortunately, in society, and that prevents people who are genuinely in need for help, prevents them from approaching people who can help. So that's the second block, I think, and that is related to awareness. If we are aware what mental illness is, how common it is, how does it manifest, then perhaps some of the stigma is taken away, and that helps. The third, obviously, is if you have made people aware, if you have made them easier to seek help by removing the stigma, is to provide that help. And there, the professional help is of all kinds. I am a psychiatrist, so I sit in a hospital and I only see, the very top end of the spectrum, very severe illnesses, but something like a student community, I mean, there are different kinds of professional counselors who can help much more, actually, who are more adept at helping students, etc. The other two sources of help are peer support from your own peers, and that is something that I don't think we have explored on an institutional level, having groups, support groups that of peers which help other students. I mean, mentoring, support. We have a program in PGI, but I don't know how far it's practically implemented. And in the Indian context, the third support that is vital and essential, and we find crucial, is the support that comes from the family. So I think it's always important, if you want to help someone, if you think someone's running into trouble, then involve the family, involve his peer group, and get him or her easy access to help, hopefully without stigmatizing the person. This is treatment. The other part of it can be prevented. That's much more difficult in psychiatric because it's harder. There are some evidence that if you catch them young and teach them how to cope with pressure, perhaps they will do better in life and not develop. But once, the problem sets, more than that, there is hardly any effective preventive measures. So most of the time, we are dealing with the problems sort of post hoc after with. But even if we can deal with that there, I think, it will be helpful. It's a huge scale and a huge problem. Depression, for example, is second only to heart disease in the kind of suffering and disability it causes. Nobody realizes that. We are preoccupied with cancer, heart disease, but depression is killing more people around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chakraborty. And you have been talking about peer support. And that actually brings me to the next question, again, back to you. So what I find is that instead of peer support, there is tremendous amount of peer pressure in the community. And for example, peer pressure exists at different levels. Students feel that they have to wear better dresses than others so that they can attract. There are different kinds of problems. People feel like attracting people from the opposite gender by wearing dresses, or make oneself distinguishable from the rest in the class. The dress is one thing. Second thing is that students feel that they have to perform better than others so that they get better opportunities for being placed in the industry. Faculty members feel that they have to perform better than others so that they get better opportunities for moving up the academic ladder. And similarly in the industry also, the similar pressure is there. Perhaps my colleagues from the industry will also agree. We have at least 2 persons from the industry who have extensively seen things across the years. So in industry also, I know that people are in the constant pressure of at least showing that they are performing better than others, if not actually performing better than others. So how do you see that this peer pressure can be done away with? You have, of course, said about peer support, but I don't know how much the peer support really works in the community.
I think it's part of growing up is at one point from adolescence onwards, we learn our values, we learn more than our parents, once, and particularly in institutions like this, where you're close, closely interacting with your peers, much more often, residential institutions, etc. It's a very important part of growing up. So I don't think you call it peer pressure, but the negative part of it is pressure, but there is a huge positive part which can be sort of harnessed for development of anything from personality to efficiency at work or whatever. That's the part I'm talking about, and even helping each other. So I think it's more than, the peers. I think it's mentors who inculcate the right values. That the responsibility lies with the teachers, the faculty. And if we can inculcate, if they learn the right thing about from their peers and don't learn the wrong things, and they know the right from the wrong, I think that takes away much of the negative aspect of it, the peer pressure that you have. But we cannot, just focus on that. That would be too cynical to believe that peers only create pressure. I think peers can, help in it. And I'm not talking just of mental illness, but growing as a person, and that itself, it's a natural part of development to imbibe your values. And if you imbibe the right values, you grow up as the right person. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So I may pose the next question to my colleague Arnav. So you have been a passionate teacher also, and as you know that as members of the teaching fraternity, we are endowed with the responsibility of developing values amongst the students. But at times we are also forced to bring industry into our work. And how do you see that, what are the potential barriers do you find when we try to nurture our students to develop values in them, and also at the same time we want to set up some industry-like environment in the academia and establish collaborations with the industry?
Yeah, okay. I think this is a brilliant question. Okay, so because the way this question is posed is, it kind of places values apparently against, the role in, say, practical life. I mean, I wouldn't say industry only, but in general in practical life. The issue is that, the whole point is that, this sort of a comparison of values versus practical life, I think that comparison itself is flawed. I think the whole point is that the values are for practical lives, So whether you are in an industry, whether you are in an academia, these values essentially form the, the basis of, how you behave in society, how you behave in industry, how you behave with your fellow students, how you interact with your colleagues in industry, in any environment for that matter, right? So, see, I think we need to move from, I would, sort of echo Professor Shubho, right, that, I think this whole, there's something fundamentally wrong with our society right now. I'm being a little candid here, sorry. We essentially are living in a fear-based society rather than a compassion-based society, right? And you yourself, you can just sort of be silent for 2 minutes and, you yourself kind of look inside yourself and see that, that okay, what you're supposed to do tomorrow, right? Is it coming from within you, or is it coming because somebody has asked you to do it, right? So, and if you don't do it, what will happen? If you do what you like, what will happen, right? So in general, I think, the sense of purpose has to come from inside rather than because I want to be better than someone, or I want to earn more money than someone, So I think the issue is that our values have become more materialistic, which are actually not our values, right? But they are not very purposeful, right? They're not very meaningful, right? So I think if we develop, this sounds a little more philosophical, but frankly, it is actually the most practical, insight that, one can generally have, right? Easier said than done. Even, all of us are struggling, although we know this, right? But it's very difficult to internalize this, right? But I think once we internalize this, then I think the whole point of values versus practical life actually vanishes, right? Values are for practical life. You have to have more purpose-based values, more, meaningful-based values, more mindfulness-based values, rather than, fear-based values, right? And if you do everything in your life, if you try to do everything in your life, interact with people with these values, then I think the whole society will generally grow, whether it is industry, whether it is academia, and so on. So probably I gave a more general answer to your question, but I think this sort of instigated, I think your question instigated what I, feel very deeply. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, no, very nice answer. It just from a personal experience I saw, working here and then working abroad also. As he said, that I think we need to do something about a bit of a hierarchical culture which we have. And the onus lies on us seniors, that the questioning culture, like you may have seen in that movie Three Idiots or whatever there, that person is not afraid and asking questions. Sometimes we don't live up to that, and the professors don't like to be told they're wrong or they are to be questioned. That is very true. It's because we've been brought up. In a way, there are a lot of good things. It's never a black and white that we don't, what dad says is right, what everybody says is right. So we don't get that questioning attitude. This is something we now need to inculcate in the next generation, is speaking truth to power, as they say, that the student or the young researcher can openly say that. When I was doing my fellowship, so when the professor used to come, he was a very international star, and how was my talk? And we and other our kind of people, always great. We are told to say that great. But then one of my their local students said, yeah, it was good, but you didn't tackle this. I think you should have done that. And I said, this guy is failing for sure. And then slowly over staying for years, I realized, no, they have a system in place where this goes out of the equation once their assessment is being done. I think if we in institutes or wherever we are, get that culture from up to down, that will really give confidence to the young people around.
In fact, failure only pertains to success, and most people who have succeeded in their life have also failed couple of times in their earlier part of life. Even Einstein, Newton, all of them have the history of failing in their schools also. Perhaps that helped them succeed at some later point of life. So coming to a bit different angle, so I would like to pose this question, Professor Kharbanda, that how do you see the role of this point of care testing medical devices, which is being nowadays strongly emphasized at? In fact, in the COVID has actually taught us being reliant on this point of care testing medical devices so that we have things available at home. And coming to this remote village of command, you must understand that there is virtually any healthcare facilities available over here. How do you see the role of POCT devices to change the landscape of medical facilities in India, and maybe particularly with respect to dealing with a large number of people in campuses like IITs also?
Absolutely important. Absolutely important. I think more of us should be thinking on those POCT or point of care devices. Basically, for student, it means is that you do the medical test near to the patient. It has so many advantages. It is near the patient. There is a fast, we all had oximeters. You talked of COVID at our homes. We learned how to use them. And so these devices may be inexpensive, may not be state of art, but used in our rural setups where the expertise is low, where the hospitals are away, whether it is sugar testing or malaria testing or TB testing or pregnancy, hemoglobin testing, these are already there. But we can, these are absolutely important. And this is where from the categories, again, I keep doing, it's an excellent talk by Dr. Chandrasekhar, that first in line, first in class, and best in class. And the last one was, me too. So where in this category for POCT, I think the Me Too will also work for us in the sense that the cost is a factor now. So it'd be wonderful we do the top two, but in this case, generally the Me Toos are made and they frizzle away. But in POCT devices, if we have the same device, which is cost is less, the primary health center can buy it. The cost of the test is less. The multinational, it is there, everybody wants to make a profit. We used to have machines being sold to us, and then we used to do tests at whatever price we want. The government can set a price or the hospital can set a price. More and more machines are being sold to us, or we're receiving, where there is a first payment and then there is a payment for every test. You have a key which gets unlocked. So it's a perpetual payment. Nothing wrong, it's okay, the company wants. But in rural setup or a poor resource settings, we need places which we don't have this cost associated. So I think all these are important, but there is a bit of a caution in POCT. Quality still remains to be. It may be cheap, it may be cost effective, but effective. Accuracy is sometimes a problem when we do it in a hurry. So the quality and the refinement may not be, as I said, state of art, but it has to reach a certain kind of accuracy for these devices.
Thank you, Professor Kharbanda. Nicely put across. In fact, one of the place where AI and data science is making its huge move into in the field of this POCT devices. And I posed this question before Dr. Balvinder Singh, that how do you see this AI and this data science as to bridge the gap that is there between the industry and the academia? And in fact, now you are, I also consider you as an academic colleague as well, because being a member of the Senate. So, so you have to really give us solutions as to how to make effective use of the technology to bridge the gap between the industry and the academia.
I hope, thank you for that question first of all, and I hope all the right ears are listening, and hopefully whatever I can propose or suggest, if those could be implemented, of course there are many ways, but you know, some things can work, yeah. Sure. So if you look at you know, AI, data science, ML, and these days generative AI, while there is a lot of hype, there is substance into it, right? Of course, in some areas it is showing results, in some areas it's taking more time. So one of the important things I believe first, you know, as an institute, what you can do is to have Gen AI based or AI based courses for largely all the streams. However, those courses should be custom made. For example, if it is a student who is in a computer science or electrical or electronics engineering, they may need to really know the foundational skills of Gen AI, right? But if you are in another stream, you may know practical skills on how to use either Gen AI tools or Gen AI methods to do some kind of research or analytics. So based on needs of different disciplines, how you can use Gen AI based courses to upskill our people, both from the foundational aspects and also from the skill aspects. If that can be taken up, I think that will be a huge differentiator going forward, not just for IIT Mandi, but maybe other institutes can pick up. But the second one which I want to bring is, for any of these AI, ML, or Gen AI areas, data is the most important thing, as you know. As they say, data is king. Today, what typically people do, in open source, some Gen AI tool is available, data is available, they will apply, they will see the results and be happy that I did something, right? It gives certain amount of learning, but when you want to take it to the field, when you want to build practical systems, be it for healthcare or for other areas, before you start applying Gen AI tools or methods or foundational skills, you need to have this data very relevant for your problem which you want to be solved. One of the ways I think institutes can do is build specific labs in chosen areas where such kind of data can be generated, curated, and also used for teaching and research within the institutes. And maybe the industry can benefit because the data generated here will be low cost compared to what they can, you know, what they will have to spend either to procure such data or to generate or, you know, get such data on their own. So one of the good methods could be to set up such labs, maybe let's say in the area of HCI, for example, or other areas of interest. And that will help you bridge the gap because there is a need for data. Industry would want it. You have data at relatively low cost, and you can also use that data for your own research, for own publications, for own teaching, and all, so for skill development. That would be my kind of, you know, take on your question. I hope it answers.
Certainly. In the interest of time, we may just take 2 questions from the audience. And if you have any question, please feel free to ask. We'll just take 2 questions and postpone the rest to the lunch break, maybe.
Hello.
Any question from the audience?
Yes. Yeah, there.
Hello. Hi, my name is Pintu Babu. I am a lawyer and I work with Nishit Desai Associates. I have a question that our profession is considered that one of the busiest profession. And sir, since you mentioned, I'm asking a gentleman who teaches psychology. So any suggestions you would have for us, because our day goes morning till late nights and we never have time to consider that yes, work-life balance is also a concern. So any small thoughts on this? Thanks.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
He's saying in a very, very busy profession,
Yeah.
how to maintain a work-life balance. He's a lawyer.
Yeah.
All professions are busy, not just all professions are busy. So I mean the same. I guess doctors will also say the same, and engineers. It's for you. I mean, there's no big deal in it. You have to take care of your physical health first, and then take care of your mental health as well. Physical health, exercise, diet, get enough rest, get enough sleep. A regular routine is always helpful. So you must. And mental health is take time off work, avoid pressure. We talked about peer pressure. Avoid stress. You know, don't put all your eggs into one basket. That is, don't, you know, make your profession, put your profession first, perhaps. Have time for other things. That takes away the pressure a bit. I think we intuitively all know, even though we don't need anybody's advice. It's only when you run into trouble that you might need advice. Otherwise, I think we all intuitively know how to live our lives. I'm no one to give you, anybody for that matter, advice.
Any
I think we
additional-
know it.
yeah,
Maybe
sorry,
we forget it
thought you finished.
again because, you know, we put something, you know, put your profession before happiness or whatever. I mean, so that it's for each one to realize what one wants in life and stick to it, I guess.
And one just line to add to it is, again from experience over the years, is that if we choose a line like even a sub-profession which you love, I think I do a lot of medical communication. That is my other love apart from epilepsy and neurology, doctor-patient communication and doctor burnout. So burnout is much less in people who are loving what they are doing. Although it has been said so many times in so many ways, but it is a true thing that you will last longer in a line which you love. Otherwise, we see so much of burnout is because we are running to make a living rather than, you know, make a life out of it. So if we are somewhere in line with the sync with our profession and work and something which we love, the burnout will come much slower. Somebody there wanting to ask.
First of all, a big thanks to Hive for having a wonderful panel. It was truly insightful to hear thoughts from all of you. And building on AVM Sinha's analogy of Ganga and Jamuna, I think IIT Mandi has been a Prayagraj for me, as I come from industry with over a decade's experience, and I'm here enrolled as a part-time PhD scholar. So in industry, we have been using ChatGPT, co-pilots, and it has become a norm to use them in our day-to-day mundane tasks. And you might have heard, like Jensen Huang, who mentioned that now we are in an era where there is no need to teach coding to their children. So I would like to have thoughts from the academia experts that what do you think about it? Do we really need to fine-tune the education system, the curriculum, or do you think the classical system that we have is going to go a long way, at least for next 10 to 15 years or so?
Yeah, thanks for this question. So, of course, I may not be the best person because I only have over 10, 11 years of experience. I'm sure there are many more in the audience who have far more, experience. But particularly, since you mentioned the area of AI, again, see, when you say that, is there any scope of changing the academic, system? So, I don't think it's a change like a mutation, right? It's not a sudden change, right? It's a gradual change, and we all are aware of that. We all who are working in academia are aware of that. And as I mentioned earlier, also that we do keep on making changes, intuitively, based on what is happening, currently in outside academia, right? So it is definitely important to be aware, right? For example, the coding example that you mentioned, right? Now, again, see, there are two aspects of it. See, of course, Dr. Balwinder may correct me, right? But what I feel is that, see, some of my PhD students, right, who have gone into, research labs or research industries, right, they are definitely using coding, right? So it's not like they've got away with coding. But there are some industries which I have, I myself have collaborated with a couple of them, who are necessarily, into completely product development. So they are not really into research and so on, right? So these tools that you have, these low code, no code tools, right? If you want to essentially use these tools, to assemble a system, right? More like, just like we take parts and assemble, say a physical system. Similarly, you can take modules and assemble say a neural network, right? And if you're satisfied with that assembly and your performance is fine with that kind of assembly, it's fine, right? So if you want to work at that level, then perhaps coding is not necessary. But the moment you want to make a change in that, right, that assembly is not giving you a great performance, you have to, think more fundamentally that, okay, you want to now, put in a new module, right, which is not there in your, low code platform, right? Now there, of course, you need to have some background of coding. So I still stick to my earlier, discussion that, it's not just about how to code, but it's about why to code, right? Like, why are you coding a particular module? What is the importance of that particular module? I think that is the, insight that one has to give in academia. And then, of course, depending on our use cases, depending on our need, right? How deeply should I get into coding and so on? That depends on what I want to eventually develop and what I am essentially satisfied with. So I hope that sort of answers your question.
Yeah.
I think just to add to what Professor Arnav said, and maybe the other earlier recommendation also I made, if I want to continue on those lines. See, if you have a code, no code, or a co-pilot tool which can do the coding for you, that doesn't mean that it can do all the work and you are useless, right? You need to be now much more smarter. Your foundational skills need to be much more, stronger to be able to understand what it has done is right or wrong, or where are the pitfalls and what gaps needs to be fulfilled to make it like a system which will, apply to the specifications as to serve for. So if you think, okay, I have given it a command, it will write the code and the system will work, I think that's not what it will do. It will make you efficient by doing it faster for you, but the human angle doesn't go away. And therefore your foundational skills as well as your other skills are very much important. And therefore learning what the institutes teach today is very important. However, adapting to what Gen AI would need going forward, right, in terms of courses, foundational knowledge, skills and tools is also very essential. So it's not either or. You have to, let's say 10%, 20% add on to what you are already doing. Thank you.
I just want to add to what Professor Bhavsar and Professor Singh and Dr. Singh said. So yesterday, very yesterday only, in my E529 Embedded Systems class, I made a statement towards the end that tools are tools only and developers are the developers, right? So as teachers, we are endowed with our own creativity of finding our own style of teaching and conveying our way of conveying information to the students. And so there has been a lot of debate across the years that should the teachers be the sage on the stage or guide by the side. While a guide by the side is anyhow important because guide by the sides are more compassionate, more friendlier towards the students. But sage on the stage has definitely a big role to play in terms of conveying and disseminating the information from a broad perspective and drawing the attraction of the students to the broad spectrum of knowledge. So even if tools are used in our classes as aids for teaching or so, our role, I would still say that the role of sage on the stage remains and will continue to remain, whatever tools we really think of. With this, I'd like to give it off to AVM Sinha, who said that he will give some epilogue at the end.
I won't say any epilogue because what was the topic? Topic was to bridge the collaboration between the industry and the academia. So in the morning we discussed it, last 20 years we are discussing, and now I can say another 10 years we'll keep discussing the whole thing because the bridge is too far. The collaboration can't take place unless the academia change the mindset. What Dr. Prem Felix said very pertinently, that he failed as a SRIC because we need to understand the academia has to awake and arise the need of the industry, and we are very far. We are shocked by the deep seek, and we still will be there. So I think we end up here, and we next time we meet, we come to focus what are the pertinent takeaways we want from the panelists, how we can go in the industry and seek. Today we discuss how we as a accommodation behave in the way we are. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to all the panel members. May I request AVM Sinha to felicitate our panel members? Professor Kharbanda. हाथ में दे दीजिए. Professor Arnabhav sir.
So AVM Sinha has been a wonderful mentor for me over the last couple of years, and it's an honor, to be here with you.
My honor to be here.
Professor Subho Chakrabarti. Dr. Balwinder Singh. And Dr. Prem Felix Cyril. Morning, morning. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. We are running late, but I have. Thank you very much, everyone. Okay, we have another very interesting talk lined up. We have a AppTech talk by Mr. Madhu Kandasamy. He's Senior Director, Qualcomm India Private Limited. The title of his talk is Generative AI on Edge, Enhancing Human-Computer Interface. I welcome Mr. Madhu.
Hello. Hi. Thank you. Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this particular talk. I'm very happy to be here. In this talk, I will talk about generative AI on edge and how it kind of enhances the human computer interface. Okay. So I will kind of briefly cover the overview of Gen AI. Then I will give some couple of examples how Gen AI on edge can help to improve the HCI, and we will talk about why this HCI processing needs to be done on edge, and we'll talk about few technical challenges, and then how to kind of get a solution to those challenges. Okay, so let's start with what is Gen AI. So typically, let's talk about traditional AI first. So traditional AI, if you kind of think about it, right? It's about getting some input to an AI model, and then the AI model tries to get some insight of those input and gives that insight as output. If, for example, if we take a particular image, it will kind of classify as a cat or dog. Then it just identifies that insight from the image. Or if we take some complex examples of, let's say, a self-driving car, it takes the input image as well as take the radar point cloud, and then it tries to identify, okay, where is the pedestrian path, where is the road, and where is the stop sign, where is the signal. So it kind of tries to identify all those objects, which will help you to kind of make the decision of how to drive the car. So traditional AI is, at the end of the day, it takes one input, gets some insight, and then gives the output of what is learned from that insight. But when you come to Gen AI, as the name implies, it generates a new content. It is not only takes some insight from the input, but kind of triggers its learned knowledge and then answers or generate the content based on the knowledge. So that is why Gen AI is kind of drastically different from the traditional AI, not from the technology point of view, but as well as how it is kind of perceived and adopted by the end user. There is a huge change on the Gen AI. In case of traditional AI, typically it is kind of owned by all the big business to make a smart decisions. So if you take, let's say, a retail company, it uses the traditional AI to make a proper recommendation, which will be kind of comes as a better service to the end user. Let's say it gives recommends a proper product. Or if you move to the social media or Twitter or Insta, it gives you a proper recommendation, which makes us more engaging discussions. So these traditional AIs are being used by end customer in an indirect way. But now you move on to Gen AI, right? You will see a lot of use cases where the end user as the common man able to kind of use those AI to enrich their day-to-day work. So that is the main compelling factor on this Gen AI. So in that sense, it kind of bridge the current bottlenecks in the human-computer interface, make it a lot easier. And the Gen AI is kind of see a spectrum of content it can develop, starting from the regular NLP, which will come for text summarization, translation. I think there are a few advocates here, right? Like to identify how to kind of even draft those laws position, right? You can kind of guide all those stuff. And then moving on to chatbots, kind of have a live discussion based on a particular area. It will be able to interact in a proper human-like style. And then few questions also in the code, right? Like it has trained with the entire code repository, it can understand the code and give you a lot of snippets of the code. And we are doing really well, and the DeepSeek is able to make the end-to-end gaming done in a proper way. And then moving on from text to image, like a stable diffusion, these kind of diffusion models, right? It's able to kind of generate the new images and art, and also understand those images and make the meaning of the images. That is also an important stuff. And it kind of goes on, generate new videos and even music and video understanding. Like a lot of use cases kind of comes. For example, if you take this video understanding, right? So for example, in some of the use cases, right, the astronaut, they needed to give a step-by-step instruction of how to operate a particular area. Now with this video understanding, it makes a lot easier because it will kind of watch you what are the steps, how your finger movement, and accordingly it will kind of suggest you an insight, yes, though some person is there. So it makes that bootstrapping that person to do the job a lot easier. So these are all the areas where Gen AI can really improve those SCI. Now if you kind of go a little bit inside, right? So one of the key part of the Gen AI is the multi-model understanding. Typically, if you take image, it is a separate model. A text is a separate model. But with this multi-model Gen AI, what will happen is it will kind of merge those boundaries between those segments. Let's say, as a human, if I think about icy mountain, I have some part of a neuron in my brain get triggered when I read a text called icy mountain. But if I see a picture of Himalayas and icy mountain, it is the same part of the neuron gets triggered if I see the photo. So now we want to simulate the same thing in the deep learning network. Now how it can be done? We will try to have the same latent space, because all the image and understanding will be in a latent space, in the embedding space in the AI model. Try to use the same latent space for both image and text. Now it gets the same point of neurons get triggered in this artificial neuron as well. So which makes a lot of compelling use cases which you can develop using the multi-model, because you can give a small input image and then ask, say, okay, render this input image in a different background using LoRa adapter, then it can be a lot easier. Or you can question, let's say, when you kind of discuss about some art, you write in whiteboard, right? That is also given as input, which you'll understand. So that multimodality is also kind of improving those particular Gen AI. So let's start with some of those use cases at a high level Gen AI, then we'll deep dive into some use cases specific to this one. Can you increase the audio, please? You need to project it. See, not even coming in this laptop, the audio. Yeah, I think we have to work with the audio. No, sorry about that. Hey, how is that even playing? Because this is kind of some of those Gen AI use cases. I kind of conveniently used a video from Qualcomm since I work for Qualcomm. So it kind of highlights the fact that like you can have a proper HCA interface where you don't need to kind of constantly use your text. You can use a better way of connecting it. using a voice, and then how to kind of enhances your images using the image model. Okay, so let's kind of look at some of those HCA examples, how we can improve it on GenAI. So typically, if you look at the human beings communication, right, our predominant communication are text and speech, because that is how we kind of communicate it. And to kind of answer any questions on text and images, right, we need to have a proper semantic understanding of the language, not just a grammatical understanding of the language, so which is very, very important to have a smooth engagement with the computer. And then the other important stuff is image. People talk to each other in a non-verbal way. Like people can understand the facial expressions of other person and then kind of infer a few stuff from that, right? So if you want to enhance your human-computer interfaces, we need to spend more time on this image intuition as well. And this is where this multimodal GenAI model kind of helps everyone to kind of improve those interfaces. Okay, so let's take one more example. I think it would have been a lot better with. Is it? Yeah, you can keep it here. Where is the speaker?
Here is the modified plan. Can you change the departure date to December 15th?
So actually he is giving command via voice, because it's not dual due to this one.
Okay, I will send your plan to the travel website. Here are your booking options.
So I think people would have got the gist, right? It is just making one travel plan by using a voice interface. But when it look maybe a simple trivial stuff, okay, he replaces the talk with a simple voice. But if you look at that, he gives the command in a proper human-like nature. He is not giving a particular syntactics or a keyword. He just talks to like an booking assistant. He just gives those commands like that. The model, it's a live model. It's available in the particular company. He's able to understand the semantics of those sentences and try to make actions immediately on that. So now if you current time, right, what we do, we all go to MakeMyTrip or Booking.com and do all those things by ourselves. But that usage is limited to the people who is tech savvy enough to use those applications. Now, by improving using this GenAI, we make those communications seamlessly as though you are talking to another human. Now it opens up a view for the entire population. So they will be able to kind of easily interface with the computer and get things done. This is what I was kind of initially saying, that how this GenAI can remove those barriers in the current HCAs and make those seamless interface with the computer to get things much better way. Okay, so moving on, let's say if you talk about the other use case example, right, on the automotive side, if you talk, there is a existing set of a human-computer interface there in the auto. At a preliminary way, you can kind of ask them, okay, hey, can you kind of increase the temperature? Can you check the tire pressure? These commands you can give it to via voice, it does it. But then this is like a kind of a true keyword kind of way. But once you have this whole GenAI adopted in this automotive industry, right, you can use it to kind of do much better context-based input to those things. For example, you can even command saying that, hey, please order a food in my favorite restaurant just in time for me to pick it up. You'll give a crude command like that. Then it should know from the Google Maps which place you are going in. You should know what is your favorite food. Let's say I like Mexican food. Then it should find out what are the restaurants available in the same path, go and order that food, select a restaurant where from restaurant to home is, from my to place to restaurant can be done in a particular time where the order can be ready. So there's a lot of intuitive discussion it has to make to get that done. So that will kind of make those human-computer interface really useful and open up for everybody. So that is what I'm really talking about this Gen AI, especially on the edge, will take those human-computer interface to the very next level. Okay, so moving on, the contextual personalization. This is also kind of very important use cases. Let's say we have mobile. The mobile has multiple sensors. It has eye, it has a ear, and it's kind of listening to you, whether you like it or not. That is already happening. So now how we can kind of make it useful? So this, whatever the data it hears, right? It kind of keeps those data locally within that phone. Now you can, we can use those particular data to profile the end user in a way that we can customize all the interaction to the owner of the phone in a way which will be personalized to him. If you take a particular use case, this one, right? Let's say it has my calendar information, my workout details and activities. So it will kind of identify, okay, what kind of human being this person is. So he likes to walk, he likes to go for a trekking and things like that. So now, in a typical Gen AI, right, you typically ask a question, okay, you want to do something, it answers it, right? Let's say I am asking a question, hey, I am going to Manali tomorrow, can you suggest me a few things to do? Exact same question, if I ask, then it should kind of say, okay, based on my characteristics, it will say that, okay, there is a snowy mountain is there, there is some few nice restaurant is there is a good cultural place is there, you go there and it gives you the agenda. Now, the same question is asked by a teenage son, then it should answer in a different way. Hey, there is a paragliding is there is an adventure park is there is a river rafting is there. Now you think about it, it's the exact same prompt for the Gen AI, but it should generate different answer based on the person who uses it. So that is what kind of take those interfaces to the very next level. So that can be done only on the edge because you need to keep those personalization data. So now I want to give a little bit more examples why we need to kind of keep those Gen AI on the edge. So just for the clarity, right, when I say edge, actually I means the AI will be running on the device which you hold, which can be your car, which can be your mobile, which can be your XR headset or a smart glass. So these are the called, I call it as a edge. Whereas if you go to a website or a ChatGPT API, which kind of connects to the cloud, then it's a cloud-based one where you cannot get those benefits. Okay, so if you take any Gen AI use case, right, you take a big model. Okay, you have digital models, small models available, but then if you really want a power, you need a big model, and then it is a compute and memory intensive, and there is a cost for each and every query. Now, I have given a lot of examples where the Gen AI can be used by the end customer, like all the billions of people. Already, the compute need for Gen AI is 10x more than the traditional AI. Now, multiplied by number of different applications, because you have hundreds of applications is there. Multiply that by billions of people. Now we are getting into a compute problem which cannot scale on the cloud. You need to use the compute capacity which is available on your edge, which is the solution with respect to the money aspect. Then if you take the other benefits, right, personalization, I gave an example on personalization. So which is very important because your personal data has to be there in your mobile, should not go to the cloud because people are worried about it. Privacy. And then energy, because I mean, you have no idea, like if you think about the data centers, right, they need to build up separate power centers to power those data centers. And some of the data centers are built underground for the cooling and security reasons. So the massive power is kind of assumed the data center. So how do we kind of solve it? By making the model efficient on the edge. And immediacy, I think latency, because you want to ask a question, the answer you want immediately. You don't want based on, okay, maybe I'm not getting 4G, I'm getting a 3G connection. You don't want those latency, right? You don't want to do it because you want those immediate answer. And obviously, this is the last, but it is the first, foremost thing. You have to bring down the cost. Otherwise, you cannot make AI consumed by all the people. And all those things can be done if you can run your AI model on the phone, because you already paid for the mobile. Then you can effectively utilize it. So if you go to the technical things, right, these are kind of a different kind of AI use cases, and then the size of the models in the x-axis. At present, on 2024, we can comfortably run up to 10 billion parameter Gen AI models on the edge devices. So which is kind of a sweet spot for each and every area. We kind of able to cover a prime portions of those Gen AI use cases on the edge itself, because up to 10 billion we will be able to do. So it's kind of one more main reason where we can make meaningful execution on those Gen AI. So let me kind of briefly talk about why the AI need to be run on edge. We'll talk about what are the challenges when we try to run it on the edge. So the first challenge is, right, model size. The model sizes keep on increasing because a lot of devices, right, will take with, let's say, 6 GB RAM or a 10 GB RAM. But if your model itself runs a 13 billion parameter, then your model itself will take some 10 GBs of RAM. Then how do you kind of efficiently use it? That is one bigger challenges. And then if you want an effective use case from ML, you need to run a 600 billion or a 500 billion model. How do we even tackle the problem? Because there is no way you can load it on those devices. The second is a memory bandwidth. It's also associated with the size. The Gen AIs are mostly about a memory bound problem rather than the compute bound problem because of the huge size in nature. How do we do it? And then you have a compute. How do you solve the compute problem? Then you need to do everything on the low power because you are putting, let's say, a smart glass. You don't want the smart glass to be burning hot because of this power, and then the cost of performance should go down. Okay. So I will just very briefly touch upon, there is a technology called quantization because all the Gen AI, let's say if you talk about 600 billion model, what does it mean? It means 600 billion floating point numbers are there, which is what 600 billion model means. Now, one floating point number will be 4 byte. Now, how do we kind of reduce that particular size? Then we can use a technological quantization. We move from float spectrum to in spectrum without losing lot of data. So one example is there. If you look at one 8-bit pixel, 24-bit pixel is there, a colorful image, but I reduce it all the way down to 1-bit pixel. That is, I'm reducing the quality by 1 by 24x. But still, you can make a meaning out of the picture saying that there is a couple looking down in a park, right? So that is why you kind of reduce your data knowledge in a way without losing the core essence. You will lose some high definitions, but the meaning of it should go on. That is what the quantization technique will do, reduce that size of a, let's say, 10 billion model into a really a 1 billion equivalent size of the model. That technology we kind of use. And then accelerators. So we know about CPU and GPU. We need to move to the next era called AI-specific accelerator, which is specific for the Gen AI. So this is one of the example which is done on our Qualcomm hardware, which I'm currently working. The first is our Gen AI accelerator. You can see how fast it is rendering compared to the traditional GPU and CPU. It's almost like TX faster than the CPU. Okay, so these kind of AI accelerators will kind of make those help to you so that you can get your compute a lot faster. So the other technology is about hybrid AI. So I don't have slides. So the hybrid AI is, let's say you can, on the device itself, you can make a decision whether to run on a smaller local model in the mobile or you wanted to go to cloud based on the complexity. So then that time on demand you can go to the cloud and then do. So 80 to 90% of work you do it over here. For 10% of work you go to the cloud. That way you can make things a lot easier. Then this is a Qualcomm AI stack. So this is the software stack which we develop, which I am developing in Qualcomm, which will help you to unify all those application development on the edge. Either you wanted to kind of enhance a car with an ADAS facility, or you wanted to improve a smart glass with some Gen AI facility and suggestion. So this provides a unified AI stack where you can develop those models using our Qualcomm AI stack and then deploy it in any of those edge devices to meet those needs. And then it's kind of distributed among different layers. So like maybe you can, if somebody is interested, I can discuss offline on that. Okay, so maybe I kind of stop it over here given the time constraint, but I can take a couple of questions if somebody is wanted to ask.
Yeah, thanks for a nice overview. So a natural sort of effect of quantization and such model compression techniques is of course the performance loss, right? So when you develop edge-based Gen AI application, what kind of performance loss is kind of tolerable for?
Okay, so the performance loss, there are two factors. One is about the accuracy loss, how accurate you predict. Second is about performance. So the quantization improves the performance with respect to how many inferences you can per second. This is about accuracy.
I'm talking about accuracy.
Okay, so in case of accuracy, right, it is based on model to model, but we will be able to kind of maintain the accuracy within 1 to 1.5% loss. Let's say the accuracy is 95% on a traditional floating point FP32, 95% we will be able to get it on quantization. And then if let's say the accuracy goes to 80% or something, then we have another technique called quantization aware training, where we will nudge those floating point domain in a way that is quantization friendly, so to kind of recover those losses. And those software stack is also available with us.
So your target is it should not fall below 1 to 1.5%.
Correct, because otherwise it will become unusable.
Got it. Thank you.
Hi. Just a quick question. It was a wonderful presentation that you gave, and it was a good walkthrough, a lot of information that you shared. Is this right now available in the?
Yes.
Launched.
It's launched. I have been working on this for almost like 4 years, so it is there even before I started working. Okay. So last 6 years, this stack is there.
This is really good. I think it will take it will take things to the next level.
Yeah.
You're talking about the applications and all that. So great.
It makes those human-computer interfaces to next level, make it a lot smoother.
Yeah, possibly the last question. So you mentioned about CPU, GPU, and hexagon processors.
Correct.
So will Qualcomm be something like the next NVIDIA type of thing with the hexagon processor, or this not to be compared?
That's a good question. So there is two segments, right? One is on the training segment, and second is on the inference segment. So we at Qualcomm, we focus on the inference segments, because our strategy is you train a model, let's say DeepSeek. They put a fixed amount of compute power, let's say $6 million is what they claim, and then they made the model available to us. Now, billions of users wanted to execute the model in the inference phase. So our idea is, let's say if you kind of develop some innovative solutions for the inference, it will help a lot of customers to get those AI use cases a lot easier. And the hexagon processor is actually specifically designed for doing those inference a lot faster.
Hello.
Okay. Maybe one last question.
What's the impact of DeepSeek on this specific AI stack?
So it is there in my mail chain now to get it done. So DeepSeek is, I mean, it is like it's much better compared to the OpenAI's proprietary model. And that, so DeepSeek, they have the proprietary MOE architecture, mixer of expert architecture, which is a little bit different from this OpenAI stuff. There is also MOE, but then they made some of shortcuts over there. And then they have released a couple of distilled models. They took the existing Llama and Guan models, and then they would do a teacher and a student training, take the knowledge of those DeepSeek's 600 billion models, and then distill it to a smaller model on a 60 billion, and then a 10 billion, and then 1 billion model is there. So we will enable those distilled models on the edge devices, on our edge chip, which will make it easy for anybody to ask a question or anybody to make any use cases on this particular domain. For example, you can put a DeepSeek on your smart glass itself, then you can ask, hey, okay, what I'm seeing here, or just look at some problem, hey, how do I navigate it? So those kind of questions, and DeepSeek is being the chain of thoughts model. It's able to kind of give you human-like thinking, what it thinks through before it making those results. It makes those use cases a lot easier compared to the other non-chain of thought models. Because non-chain of thought models, you ask a question, it answers it, you have no idea how it answers it. But as DeepSeek, it changes that paradigm, it gives you why I'm answering it. So that's kind of very beautiful. Thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I hope you find it useful.
Thank you, Madhu. May I request Mr. Somjit Amrit to kindly come on stage and felicitate Mr. Madhu?
Hey.
So the DeepSeek will disrupt, the architecture will be simplified now?
Oh, architecture will be, no. The size will be smaller, but architecture is a bit complex for us to enable.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
For coming. The traditional headgear.
Looks like it is part of. Thank you.
2 minutes रुकना.
Thank you very much. Hey, thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madhu. We'll now proceed for the lunch,
Yes.
the much awaited networking lunch. So let us proceed for the lunch, and let's be back in the auditorium at around 2:45. Let's not delay much. Thank you, everyone. Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey. It's a future craft talk, we have named it. So he'll be talking about shaping tomorrow's tech landscape with humanoid robots. Over to you, Dr. Pandey.
Yes, so now it should be working, yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. I have given very precise time slot, so I will be trying to be fast, but I wanted to give many key messages, so we will see how many messages I can give, but let us make it interesting and engaging as well. So I am Amit Kumar Pandey. I am serving as the CTO of Space Robotics and AI. It's a company in France called Roviel Space, and before that I have been playing different roles in different companies, as you can see. So I was also the president and the CTO of Hanson Robotics, which created Sophia robot. I was the chief scientist of SoftBank Robotics, which has created Pepper and Now robot. So I have spent really half of my life with robots, in one sense, different kinds of robots and for different kinds of applications. So I will be closer to my laptop so that I will be faster in changing. So since this event is about industry and academics collaboration, and I have been at the intersection of that. I have been also PI of several European, like industrial PI of several European projects on robots, on AI, and lots of applications, including healthcare, education, retail, services. And I have been engaging and interacting with researcher, academics a lot, and I still used to publish. I have been publishing in international conferences, and I am also closer to the product. So as you can see, it is at that intersection where I used to work, and based on that, I try to figure out that how there can be better and bigger synergy to create really something impactful. Because obviously from research, we get the pointer that what next might happen. And from the view of developing some product out of that, we start to think that how that research outcome can go to the people, to the society. And that's where, when we bring the research side and the product perspective together, we should be able to create innovation. And that's the idea, and I think that's the theme of this gathering as well. And thanks for the invitation, and I always like to present what we used to do outside of India and how we can even collaborate within the Indian ecosystem, and at the same time how we can exchange ideas and information to bring something bigger and better out together. So with this kind of background, let me ask this very interesting question, because I will be talking about robots. How do you know I am not a robot? Just say something, even if you don't have mic. Just say loudly anything. I hope I am looking like a human. That's interesting thing. So I was having food as well. So the thing is, these days we are getting simply passing this kind of test. Selecting some pictures with a street light, or just declaring that you are not a robot. Perhaps it will not be enough in the future, because the robots which are really emerging and evolving, they are getting very close to us in the sense, the way they look like, the way they behave, the way they are interacting with the people, the way they are performing tasks. So they are getting integrated with the society. So the bigger question will be that, do we still have that question that, okay, what is robot or not, and how important will be that, or should that question also derive that robots should not be looking like human or behaving like human? What is the boundary? Where is the real potential of the robots to coexist with us in the society? Those type of things should be driving our innovation, our research, and trying to figure out right kind of application. And that's where I will focus on some of the applications. And before that, these are some of the robots I have worked with. When I look back, it is already looking interesting for me. So, as you can see, there is Sophia robot, there is Romeo robot, PR2 robot, HRP2 robot, and many others. Why we need all these kinds of robots? What applications we can think about? What are the capabilities which are really needed? Should we really have only humanoid robots, or there can be other kinds of robots depending on the needs, applications, and requirements? Should the development of robots be driven by only passion or hobby, or there should be a societal need which should be driving it? These are the things we have to start thinking very seriously and very quickly, so that we will be perhaps find the right kind of robot for the right kind of application, for the right kind of society, and the right kind of place as well. And this is again an open challenge, an open question, and that's where I think everyone should be able to and will be able to contribute in this new revolution which is already happening. I don't know how much time I will have. Feel free to just tell me if I am passing over time. I wanted to talk a lot, that's why I am trying to focus on some of the key questions instead of giving answers to those. So there is another thing is the ecosystem of technology. It is not only one single technology or one solution which is making impact or which is creating application. We have to think about the bigger picture, that how the artificial intelligence, advancement in AI, and the capabilities of sensors to becoming more intelligent, more connected, and then the robots which are becoming better in terms of their hardware, their robustness, the safety aspect, how all those can come together to create a useful solution. And that's why it is a domain where everyone can and everyone should contribute. Even if you are having non-technical background, you are very well fitted to contribute in this domain. I will give some examples if I will have time, but start thinking about the application side, start thinking about how all revolutions of technology or advancement of technologies can come together to create a solution. And since we have good number of students here also, I wanted to just give a quick idea about different kind of R&D based like solutions or collaborations which can be still created for robotics, starting from the way these robots will be interacting, and then the capabilities of these robots to perceive the environment, perceive the human, how they will be learning, how they will be making decisions, and which kind of autonomy they might have. So with this, next thing is that in the past, robots have been mostly used in natural environment, or in one sense unstructured environment, and then there was a time, there is still a time when robots are getting used in a very specific setup which are designed for robots. But what I am trying to say is that it is changing very rapidly. Now we are having robots which are having some kind of awareness about human, they are able to interact, they are able to be social as well, and they are getting humanoid shape. So the question is, why we need a robot with human-like shape? Any answer? Just say. Because humanoids are already getting big buzzword these days. Perhaps I will just tell a couple of points. So, yes, what else? Yes. Yeah, and one of the thing is that we need some technology or something to perform a task, and most of the task which we are doing is for the human-centered environment. Our environment is designed for us. How we will start making something which is getting integrated in this environment instead of us to change the environment to make the technology working. That was the situation when robot-centered environments have been getting created so that these robots are working in the way which is safer for the human and which is also fulfilling some of the tasks. But now the time is that from automation we are shifting towards autonomy of robots, of the technology. And once we are expecting these robots to do more and more things, we are not expecting that we will change completely our environment. So like in this room we have a stairs, so if robots which has legs, they will be able to climb. If robots have to take care of elderly person or provide healthcare services, they will be better able to interact and engage with the human. Even if we have to do something remotely, we can better use humanoid robot as an avatar to do the task remotely instead of using some other robots. So we have done some of the applications like that. But what I want to say is that it is not always that we have to think about that robot must be always humanoid. Like currently, I am working in a space sector and we are thinking about a robot which should be able to provide services in orbit, in higher orbit, build very large infrastructure for various reasons. One of those can be power generation. Which kind of robots will be useful there? There is no gravity in higher orbit. We have to get inspired by some other kind of robots, some other kinds of even animals. Why can't we think about a robot which is inspired by monkeys, which can hold things, which can use limb as legs or arms and hold things, climbs, and at the same time do some kind of assembly or inspection or repair kind of application. So that shift, that what application and which environment we need robot for, changes the way how the robot should be designed, developed and behaving and how it should be looking like. That is the one of the key messages I always want to give to everyone so that we are more grounded in our applications and abilities to develop right kind of robots. Okay, I am not too far from my time. So again, coming back to some of the key aspects of these robots, I try to define them in three different verticals, basically, that the feature that how these robots will be interacting with the human or with the environment. That is one feature to consider once we are making the robot which are getting useful or getting applied in human-centered environment. Another is how these robots are going to move around. Should they be always stationary or they should be moving around? They should have wheels, they should have legs, or they should have another way of mechanism of moving. And then which kind of task they have to do, which kind of objects they have to handle. They have to handle big chairs or small cups, they have to carry things, or they have to do things collaboration with human, like in Industry 5.0. All these capabilities are wide ranging. We cannot think about at the moment a very general purpose robot which should be able to do everything. We have to choose along these axes that which kind of capabilities and features and abilities we will need in robot, and then start creating the right kind of robot around that. Okay, where should I go next? I should be moving faster. I will skip all this just to show you some of these slides. This was one of the projects we have done in collaboration with TCS and also IISc Bangalore, where we have made a robot as the avatar of someone who is taking the body of the robot from a remote place and trying to monitor someone and provide some kind of physical assistance remotely. So this is one of the interesting applications once we start to think that how robot can bridge the gap between people, and that gap can be of many kinds, but this is just one of the applications. And interestingly, people used to say robots might be taking job, but this type of applications are even letting people to do a job which they might not be able to do otherwise. Like a differently able person who is not able to do some physical task will be able to control robot remotely to get the task done. So it is also facilitating the jobs of future. And obviously we have to get upskill to see that how we can integrate different kind of task and job which are also integrating robots. Another application is that robot can provide the physical assistance, help people to walk around, and at the same time being the companion of that robot. So we have also done different kind of tests and application around this. Let me go to this video, hopefully. So this is one of the robots which we are also developing. That was the robot I was saying that perhaps we have to start thinking about different kinds of robot for different application, and in the space application this robot is obviously using all the AI and perception, but it is designed differently so that it holds whatever is around to walk, and then at the same time it can use different limbs for different purpose. So this is the next frontier where we are thinking that a robot can be very useful once we are going to a space domain as well. And since I have very less time, I am skipping a lot, and sometimes you might feel lost, but feel free to ask question at the end once you are getting lost. So I just gave you idea about different kinds of robot. The next big thing is that understanding the needs. Why we will need a robot and what solution it should be able to provide. Let us watch this video if we have sound. Yes.
We are going to do some great work together. Trust me, I'm a genius.
Sound is there or not? If you are not able to hear sound, just read the subtitles.
Eat some lollipop.
We'll come and teach you. Do you want that to be paid? I don't know, only I'm teaching. You want one more teacher?
Huh?
You want one more teacher?
Yeah, but you give me lot of difficult questions. Maybe he might think that I'm a baby and just give me easy questions.
I don't give.
So the key here is that we can develop lots of robots, but what is the expectation from the user? For this particular user, he is already facing a challenge in life that he is getting lots of difficult questions in exam. I don't know if it is the case in IIT also, but he wants some less, what you say, pressure in education, and at the same time someone who can understand that, okay, I am having a difficulty. So this completely changes the perspective that should the robot be just built from the perspective of an engineer or from a company perspective that, okay, this is the application we think someone will be liking or using, or we should start integrating these robots in society, get feedback and start iterating upon the robot. In this particular example, what could have happened if the robot is able to interact with the child and trying to understand that what are the problems he faces and what kind of subjects are more difficult, and then use that understanding to craft the behavior of the robot to interact in the manner so that even the difficult subjects are getting easier for the child. This is the thought process which takes time and which also takes understanding that how we should making things more useful for the people. And since I will have last how many minutes? Okay. Then I will now conclude on the collaboration side. So there are really things which we have to do as the community, as the society to make this thing more impactful. These things means integration of robots and AI for society. So interdisciplinary collaboration is very important, like whatever is the background, as I told, if you will come to me, I will tell that how you can contribute in this domain. A stakeholder collaboration is very important, and this is one of the platforms where we are already bringing different kinds of a stakeholder. And then technology transfer is important, and it has to be serious technology transfer from both sides, from academics as well as from industry. So we have to start thinking that how we will create the synergy to have the flow from both sides, and that's where it will be more integrated and more useful. And obviously we have to start thinking about human-centered approach. That's why I have shown one video that once you put this kind of technology in the real environment, we have put thousands and thousands of robots for different application, for healthcare, for education, for consumer application. We got lots of interesting feedback, and those are so interesting for us to see that what should be the priority of the development, priority of the offerings. And then, as I told, finding and defining the purpose is very important. And for all this, as you can see, collaboration is the key. And that's why I mentioned that it has to be a very serious one. Just think, we want to make something like this on the right. You can guess what it is, right? It's a water tap where you can control hot and cold water. Very, very simple. And in one sense, perhaps an innovative solution. But perhaps we can also come up with this kind of solution. It is still serving the purpose of controlling hot and cold water. But is it sustainable? Is it going to create the right kind of market? Or it is simply a proof of concept system? That's why I told that right kind of collaborative ecosystem with seriousness of transfer of knowledge, transfer of technology, and creating the right kind of foundation, a strategy, a starting point, skills. If we will already start by having two different water flow, perhaps we will not reach to that solution which we want. So right starting point is also very important for the right kind of collaboration. Obviously the communication and having the standard terminology is also very important. So if you are doing all those, and since we have students and I used to get lots of queries, yes, many jobs are coming, new job titles are emerging, and at different levels, at managerial level, at technical level, research level, innovation level, even people who are not from technical background. As you can see on the right hand side, there are lots and lots of potential applications which are emerging. Only thing is, we have to get ready for this, and we have to understand that where the technology is going and how we can shape the technology together. And for those who wants to really create something their own, there are lots of opportunities for startups. And I think we will talk about some of those initiatives here at IIT Mandi as well, that how we can provide support and how we can create a collaborative ecosystem. Like there can be startups on simply providing the application for robots, or simply creating a middleware for different robots, or software, or even for hardware, or qualification, or testing, or apps, or services. There are really many things which can be done, and it's a bigger ecosystem which is getting created, and getting created very fast. So let us be ready for that. And where is my last slide? Don't worry, I have 200 slides, but I am just going to the last one now. So, okay. Yes. So I will stop here. This guy is not a robot. He is my son. But what I am trying to say that he has a dream, childhood dream. He wants to live his life in the way he is dreaming now. And his dream is that he should be flexible and free enough, even in his professional life, so that he can do 2-3 things in a week, and at the same time he is not feeling overloaded like me. He used to give example of me that okay, I am too much overloaded. How we can achieve this? How we can live the childhood dream when they are also becoming professional? Is there a way that we can think about robots and AI as the tool and as enabler to have that balance in life? And I think yes, and I really want you all to think in that direction, that yes, there is a way, and let us start using these technology, developing these technologies as tool, and let us create the social innovation which we need. And in India, we have lots of potential to do this. We simply have to really start thinking from that perspective. So I will stop here. Thanks a lot. Okay. Okay.
Questions? Any questions? Somjit sir has a question.
Dr. Pandey, the presentation was very visual and interesting. One of your slides, I saw that you have clubbed social robo and humanoid robo together, mentioning social and humanoid robo. But
Yes.
we have a social robo in our office. We have bought it from Furat. I don't consider it to be clubbed along with humanoid, though it may be socially ready, but humanoid robots are something different.
Yeah.
Why did you club it together? That was the
No,
question.
that's why I put and, that there are two verticals which are creating a shift in this domain. One is that the robots which are becoming social, and the ability for them to interact with human and the people, and so that is already making these robots closer to the human. And at the same time, the vertical where humanoid robots are getting created, which are making these robots physically to be in the human environment. So the social environment is making them cognitively and from interactive perspective closer to the human, and then physical aspect of that. In that sense, I am bringing those two things together. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Yes.
We were talking to a couple of Israeli companies. They have come out with a concept of flexible robots. So do you have any views on flexible robo, a robo which can change its shape based on the need of the hour? It can be a dispensing machine, it could be a pushing machine to support you when you're walking. So is it possible, or it is just a thought?
Yes, this is basically coming from the idea of being modular, the robot which are modular and which are able to reconfigure either by human or by themselves. And even in a space domain, we are working in that direction, that we are creating modular robotics units which will be able to self-reconfigure and then create a new kind of robotic solution for different tasks, depending on if it has to do some assembly, inspection or maintenance. So that is very much feasible on ground application as well. The only thing was that there was no standards that how these modular units will be getting connected, and that can be also one of the directions where we can push that where is the right level of modularity and what are the standards, so that we can reconnect and reconfigure these robots. Yes,
Yeah. See, I'll give an industrial problem, and it's a human problem as well. Today, for example, in our country, a lot of material, for example, if you take cement, you take soda ash, salt, a lot of other material, powder material, they're all 50 kg bags.
Ah.
And they're all human lifted. And in our company, I come from Tata Chemicals, we tried to create a robo which kind of helps load these 50 kg bags into railway BCN wagons, not open wagons. You have to go and then drop it into this two sides and all. We did a lot of R&D, we did work, etc. We never succeeded in it. I think what may be useful for a country like us is there that I look at it as a social problem. Today you're getting hamals, but none of the hamals want their children to become hamals, to lift 50 kg bag. Internationally, 25 kg is the allowable limit. Whereas in India, for whatever reason, 50 kg is the standard. Do you have any solution that can actually take, and I mean, it would be a big delta for, all the people who are labor workers in the country?
Yeah, it's a very interesting question, and that's where I skipped some of my slides, but one of the messages which I wanted to give is that we have technology, like we as the community, we have to understand the real practical challenges and then figure out the right kind of solution. And what I want to say is that we should not be imposing solution which is developed for something else or somewhere else for Indian context or for the Indian needs. So the problem which you are giving, robots can be a solution of that, but we have to start co-developing that. So let us do this, and then we will figure out that what is the right solution, because robots can carry the things, but where they have to carry? If they have to carry in a surface which is very different, or which is a flat surface, or which has different kind of pattern, or which has stairs, that changes the way. If it has to take the things and put something, so carrying is one, but which other kind of other task it has to do. So we have to basically combine all these different blocks together to make a solution. So
you're absolutely right. In another factory, we do use a robo arm to pick it up from the line and put it onto a pallet. But that is a limited kind of thing. Pick up, drop it here. But if you have to go distances, for example, if you take a railway wagon, you have 40 wagons. You have to go and drop it in each of them.
Yeah.
And today, other than humans, nobody else is able to do that.
And that's where personally I am also interested at how we can even change the way we used to work here in India, or we used to create even a labor force just to do the things because we don't have alternatives. So it is very interesting challenge, and I will be happy to discuss further with you, and then we will see if some solution can be created even from within India for this type of applications. Okay. Yes. Yeah, like there are lots of, personally I used to see that there are lots of places where instead of someone going in a dangerous or unsafe place, we should send robots, and obviously there will be some person behind that who will be controlling or even monitoring the robots and the activities, but we will make human life safer and to work in a better condition. Yeah. Okay, any other question, or we are already late, I think, but I am there to answer or interact with you. Yeah? Okay. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. Robots are enablers and should bring balance to our lives. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, moving on. May I now invite Mr. Milind P. Mundankar, Chief Technology Officer, Nishit Desai and Associates, for an interesting talk. It's an AppTech talk exploring new directions in industry academia. His talk title is Technology Relevant to Highly Personalized Profession like Legal? Just give us a minute.
This is good, yeah. Sorry? It's, oh, sorry. No, it's stuck, I think, yeah. 6.6 MB. It's gone out from, I should just. इसमें इंटरनेट है? Can I open it from here? This is the file. This is no, there is no video. So can you PDF है यहाँ पर PDF है
PDF file is there sir, but actually pointer is working with the PPT file.
अच्छा PDF नहीं है लगता है यहाँ पे ओके तो फुल स्क्रीन करते हैं इसको या that's it yeah
Good afternoon everyone. I think we got further delayed by 5 minutes, so sorry. So it's pleasure to be among all of you. We have went to some interesting sessions from the morning, panel discussions. Mr. Pandey's session was very interesting. So, it's great. I'm Milind Mundankar. I serve as a CTO for Nishit Desai Associates, a global firm. And I'm here to talk about, in fact, during the break sessions, many of them were checking whether, do you really think AI will be, will have any substantial actions in a legal framework in the legal industry? So we are here going to look at some of the slides where how technology and AI and automation has penetrated into the legal industry as well. Since the topic is, sorry, I'll change. चल नहीं रहा है, yeah. Since मैं यहाँ से कर लूँगा. So since we are talking about, is technology relevant to highly personalized profession like legal? So first let us a quick bite on the introduction of the legal industry. Legal as a profession, law as a profession. I don't know how many of you really know, but there was a time when in the courts, so it was a dignified profession, obviously, law, just like doctors and all. And they say that the lawyers, the advocates in the courtroom, they used to wear a long robe, and they used to have some, a pocket at the backside of the robe. And they never used to ask the client to pay, or rather the fees, since it was a dignified profession. And the clients, they used to, once the matter used to get, they used to put the money behind in their robe. That was the, the profession that we are talking about. And in the coming slides, we'll see how slowly this profession went, advancing, and how technology and AI has started, penetrating into this framework as well. So obviously, the first question is, when we talk about the legal profession, the first question that comes to our mind is something where, a domain where you have a lot of emotional intelligence which is required, a personal touch which is required, right? Because that's a profession where it's not like, somebody is asking you something, because you need to really understand the emotions of a client as well. And that's exactly what the next slide will talk about. When we are talking about the changing landscape of the legal practice, if you look at the traditional legal practice, a client always used to insist on sitting with the lawyers. In fact, the lawyers also, the advocates also used to insist on meeting the clients first. Because to understand, they not only used to hear the client, but they also used to study the emotions of the client. They also used to study to understand whether from where the client is coming from. They had to study the emotions of that client. And that's what the the traditional practice was. So there was a lot of emotional intelligence which was getting played around here. Now, slowly, that emotional intelligence and that traditional practice started having new demands. When the caseload started increasing, the volumes of cases, started making them more and more complex. The laws started getting more and more complicated. There were so many of these detailed cases that started coming up, which started making it more and more difficult for the new lawyers to meet these demands. That's where the client's expectations also started changing, because they wanted more speed, more efficiency. Gone are those days when we used to have that much of patience to sit, understand, explain, go through it, explore. Now we want solutions, at the snap of a button, right? At the click of a button, we want the solutions. And that's where even in legal domain, clients started expecting more and more solutions at that speed at which they were thinking about. And also considering all this supporting framework, the cost factor was also a part of it. So now clients, they would like to have everything else at the speed of thought with that efficiency, but keeping in mind the affordability also. They don't want to spend as much as they used to spend earlier, right? And that's exactly where the technology started playing its role in the legal framework as well. We, in the legal domain, around 2 decades back, when we saw that the technology slowly started getting into this domain, we started adapting to the technologies, right? We started adapting to, so it all started with small things like, first they started talking about transparency. Now when it came to transparency, the client first wanted to know what are the matters that we are dealing with and how the lawyers are spending time in this matter. Earlier it was a fixed fee. They would say that, okay, this is a divorce matter that we want to handle, this is going to be the total time. Slowly it's going to get into a framework where obviously they want to know how the lawyer has been spending time. And that's exactly where the practice management platforms and all those things started coming into the picture. So there was a platform, there was a software, just to explain you in with basics, where each lawyer enters time inside that platform to capture the time and then bill the client according to that time that is spending. So all these things needed technology, and that's where exactly the technology started getting into. Now, when the technology started playing a role in this domain, efficiency was something that obviously it handled. The repetitive task, which normally, is something that the lawyers have to keep doing it, whether it's research or whether it is case that they want to keep searching on. Technology addressed that. When it came to accuracy, obviously when you have huge volumes of cases or rather contracts to go through, you need to make sure that the output is also accurate. And that's exactly where even these platforms, the technologies, those tools started giving you that much difference. And obviously the accessibility is, now everyone wanted, slowly we moved from that in-person framework to something where the client was fine for the advocates, for the lawyers to sit at some other location, connect onto a video conferencing platform, and then discuss their matters. Now, having said that, we'll slowly get into the current era where we have started using tools for the legal research. So these are the practical applications of the legal technology, which now currently most of the law firms, many of the lawyers have started using it. For legal research, there are tools like Ross, there are Westlaw. Now, imagine a lawyer is, has to work on a big matter, and he has to study around 20,000 files, 20,000 cases. Nobody has time to go through all of them, right? So that's where the AI tools have started playing a very important role. You feed in the case that you're looking out for. You feed in the questions, and it will start identifying the exact case for you, and it will produce in front of you. The contracts, imagine a corporate merger is happening, and lawyer has to go through hundreds of contracts. Now it's practically impossible for the lawyer to spend days together in getting the contracts churned out. So you have ready AI tools for the contract automation like Luminance, Contract Pod AI, which helps you get those contracts. They'll even red flag them to you as to which of them are not as per the standard contracts which you need, and then they can segregate them, making the job much easier for the lawyer. E-discovery is something where you have, the litigation matter is going on, and there are hundreds of, cases which they want to refer to. So these are some of the tools which we use for getting the output churned out at the speed of thought. When AI came around 2 years back, that's when we also felt, a hard-pressed need for getting into the AI platform, and that's exactly where we developed our own platform, NIDA. Now, this is something where how basically was it supposed to help the lawyers? Like Mr. Pandey said, should we design something just for the look of it, or should we actually get into the requirement? You customize something as per your requirement. That's when the lawyer said that we used to have this 250, 300 research papers. Since we are more research-oriented firm, we used to have lots of these research papers. And when the research paper used to be in different industry verticals, different domains. When you used to ask any of those junior lawyers, have you gone through those pharma research papers that the pharma industry has, lawyers have come up with? And can you tell me what is the tax applicable in some of those states with respect to this pharma domain? The first output was, we haven't gone through those research papers, because each research papers used to be around 250, 500 pages. And to go through this 200, or rather even 10 for that matter, it's a time-consuming process, right? So that was the first need that we thought, that why not use the generative AI engine and develop a platform This platform is not going to talk to the public internet, but it's going to be internal. It's going to be dedicated to our only internal database, which will be the research papers. And the lawyers will be able to ask questions which this engine will be able to respond without hallucinating with the outside world. And obviously, legal being a profession where there is a lot of this confidentiality and client confidentiality that we have to take care. We have to make sure that it doesn't talk to the world and remains dedicated. And that's where it started helping us, and we developed that research vault. Slowly, once again, addressing the needs, we started moving ahead for drafting purpose. So we have the scriptorium craft as another bucket inside it. It helps in summarizing the entire document. Now imagine the actual application of this platform, where a client is sending. So, like my colleague asked this question, that that is always difficult for obviously in all the professions, like the gentleman replied. But in law, in legal framework, what happens is the client sends you the document and he expects the lawyer to read the whole 200, 300 pages document and answer the questions which the client is going to ask, or rather his queries, in a span of 2 to 3 hours. Now that's exactly where it's very difficult for the juniors, for the new advocates to go through this whole 300 pages document. Imagine you have a platform where you upload the file, which is again dedicated internally, and you ask questions, and it's going to simply answer you the questions by summarizing the whole context and answering all the queries of the client. So the job which used to take a couple of days for discussion purpose, for exploring the cases, for going through those nitty-gritties and then having a client call, you can do that in minutes and in hours right now. That's where we thought, let's develop another platform where in the same framework, where we can have something that can summarize the document, something that can check the legal language, something that can check the grammatical errors, So that's where we have developed this scriptorium craft as a module inside it. And now this is serving most of our lawyers, where they can simply upload the documents and get the summaries out of it. So now we are exploring all these different needs of the lawyers to see how we can automate things. And the time that the lawyer used to invest, for simply something like doing a due diligence, where they used to spend almost 14 to 15 days to get the entire due diligence done. Now you just upload all the documents on platforms like Luminance, and you can get the entire documents classified, categorized by these AI tools, which can give you a report in couple of hours. These are another small application that we developed, I think, around 10 years back. It was a automated tool which lawyers used to tell their leaders on how much bandwidth do they have, availability of the bandwidth for the next week or the week after that. Now, by integrating, we are already processing this, where we are integrating the AI tool inside this, where it will study how the time that was spent by the lawyer in the previous month on a particular matter, what is the matter that he is working on average, how much is the time that is spending on that particular matter, and how much bandwidth will he have in the next coming weeks, and then inform the senior advocates accordingly. So these are some of the things how we are implementing AI into the legal framework and automating stuff. These are some of those pointers, like workflow process automation. We use for the project management and all the stuff, we have started using the AI tools. Obviously for data management and security, security obviously being the paramount for a legal industry, we make use of the AI tools with different platform softwares that we use. For resource allocation, the one which I showed you just now, predictive analysis to forecast how much time, how much bandwidth will an advocate will have in the coming months on what project he's been working on. That's a fantastic tool that we have. Training and development is something, again, training also being something like a backbone for our firm, we have these daily training sessions which takes place from morning 9 to 10 a.m. The continuing education programs. Even to have those training and induction based programs, we have developed some of those learning management platforms integrated with the AI tools, which can, with the help of some of those deepfake kind of technology, the tools which you have available, you create the voice with the help of those engines, and the videos, you just record a small video shot of a lawyer and then produce as many videos that you want for the training sessions, which can then help the new joinees and the new juniors. Now this is just a provocation, where I'm just talking about, can AI understand human emotions and cultural nuances? So first it was emotional intelligence, which was paramount for a legal industry. Slowly AI is getting into this entire platform. Can AI, so the question is, can AI really replace the advocates? Can AI really replace the lawyers? Now, obviously when it comes to the actual practical approach, right? When it comes to the emotions, understanding what the client really wants, what is the matter that the client is right now dealing with, okay, the whole emotions behind the subject matter of that case that has come up with. I don't think emotions is something which the machines, the engines, we'll have to keep testing out to what level that they can go on. But the way we look at it is, it can be a hybrid lawyering, where the lawyers can today use all these tools, deliver, efficiency, accuracy, in the judgments and everything else. These are some of the future trends in legal technology that's coming up, where we are looking at blockchain for smart contracts, for tamper-proof records and all those things. Obviously, virtual reality for courtroom simulations, I think it's started happening in some of those courts also, where they are trying to test it out. In arbitration, it's been happening regularly, where you can have the entire session done on a video platform. So the focus right now is, we keep saying that lawyers being gatekeepers of law to interpreters and strategic advisors. So everyone is looking at lawyers more as strategic advisor, rather than just simply, doing the mundane jobs that they used to do it earlier, and have that kind of a specialization built in. Now I'll just show you some of those things just to let you know why it has been important for even a legal firm like us to study all these technologies. Because every technology that we are looking out, whether quantum tech or whether nuclear fission, photonics, blockchain, all these technologies, or rather for that matter, everything and anything, right, has a legal side of it. So the way we look at it is, be a strategic advisor, where we can tell you before, let's say for example, it's a startup. The startup comes up with a concept, they develop the whole technology, and by the time they get out to release it, then they find all these pitfalls when it comes to the legal side is concerned. So how about, getting all this thing done at the inception stage, at all of these things. So at the inception stage itself, you come to know what are the pitfalls that can be there, and then customize and frame the whole thing accordingly. So we have Professor Mihir Parekh, who is a PhD, and he's from New York University, and he studies. We have a research campus in Alibag, where we study all this technology and study the legal side of it. And there is this website called sprintingseries.com. If you go there, you'll get to study even some of these technologies and how the legal side we are taking care of it. Because each of these applications, if you look at it, has a legal issue support, adjoining to it. So digital twins is something, then ambient intelligence. So all these kind of different technologies, so all those horizon technologies is something that we are dealing with. and study the legal side of that. That's the website that I was talking about, Sprinting to the Future of Law, because technology is now paramount when it comes to any of these domains. And the way the AI has been advancing, right? Like today I am using a generative AI engine for this NIDA. Obviously with the DeepSeek and all, we have started exploring that options also, how that can help us in getting this platform executed. So, yeah, I mean, what is the necessity is, we'll have to have the human traits of empathy, ethics, and, intuition in what we are delivering, So yeah, thank you. That's the short walkthrough of how technology is playing an important role in legal industry. Yeah. So if you have any questions, I would be happy to, if the time is permitting. Yeah.
Any questions we have?
I know the first thing is it's a technology, it's a law, so legal side of it. So it's a much complicated domain, but then we'll be happy to answer offline if you have any discussions to be done. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah. Yeah, please.
In fact, in our company, we are using some bit of it.
Wonderful.
Now, one of the things that comes into my mind, I'm just trying to predict the future.
Correct.
Today, we have started using bots for doing negotiations in purchase.
Correct.
I'm looking forward to the day when lawyers, instead of two lawyers arguing with each other, there will be bots arguing with each other.
I think that's going to happen pretty soon, because if you look at the negotiations tool in Luminance and all that stuff, the arguments are happening at a much higher level with the bots. So I think maybe in less than a year's time, we'll get to see that as well.
And soon I think we may even see a bot as a judge.
I know, you're right. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Mundankar. Just wait. May I request Professor Shubhajit Roy Chaudhary to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Milind Mundankar. Thank you, Milind. Yeah. Moving on to our next AppTech talk by Dr. Lokesh Boregoda, Senior Director, Samsung R&D Institute, Bangalore. The title of the talk is Exploring New Directions in Industry-Academia Collaboration. Over to you, Dr. Boregoda.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Very good afternoon to all of you. So when I first was invited by Somjit sir to give a talk, I immediately proposed a couple of technical topics, and he said, no, your regular topics, no. I want you to talk on the theme, collaboration between industry and academia, which is very challenging, and so he threw a googly at me. So I was proposing XR, metaverse, augmented reality, all my technical domain, and he said, no, talk on this. Okay. So that is when I had to rack my brains, and the last 2.5 to 3 decades of my experience. So I've been working as a faculty for almost 6 to 7 years, and then in the industry last 25 years. I've been very close to the universities, working on most of the councils and the boards in terms of trying to see how we can improve the relation between industries and academia. That's where Somjit sir said, I think this is the best topic for you. So what I did was last 2 to 3 weeks, I thought let me put a structure to it. So we've been talking a lot in terms of industry has to come one step closer, and the university has to put one more step closer so that we come together and we can do things in such a way that we can benefit from each other. Rather, can we actually put some concrete steps to see how we can handle this? That's where I took a shot at this. I don't know how good this is. So probably some of these experiments I'm going to try. And I also have listed what are the experiments we have tried before. And one such example I'm going to quote at the end. So the problem on hand is something like this. So if you look at, on one hand we have the academia, and on the other hand we have the industry. So both have their particular behaviors. So academia focuses on academic research, and typically they will be going towards advancing the tech, not worrying about whether it has to be commercialized, whether it has to be sold, whether it has to be tending to a particular customer, and so on. On the other hand, industry is differently focused. So they want to develop consumer-ready technology. They want to develop things at very low cost so that they can make profit. Then they look for partners, of course. It can be academia, startup, anything. Now, if in case both these have to come together and work, and each have to benefit in their respective objectives, which are completely different. So the question in between, what's missing, what can we do about it? Which is where, if you see, the solution, identify and trigger those areas where mutually we can benefit. So that is where we need to land at. Now if you see certain things that can be common between these two is what I have tried to list here. I will not read. So typically we have to really sit together and see how we can benefit given the current scenario we have. On one side, technology is rapidly progressing, and on the other hand, people are trying to get the advantage of that technology and how to use it. So that's where the industry and academia both have to really work together. I just listed out what could be those points from a role perspective. So if you look at this particular slide, maybe I'll just stand here because this is easy for me. Yeah, so the industries, whether it is private or public, and then academia and the government, these three become the actors here. So from morning we have been discussing about these things, and many of the members in the panel as well spoke about these. So it's not only industry and academia, government as well has a big role to play over here. So industries have certain objectives if you look at. So for example, define and publish the tech areas. So if in case we all need to come together, these are the things probably we need to sit and do. So there is a certain kind of expertise that is there with the industry, wherein people over the years have refined their capabilities in terms of how they can actually take a research outcome and convert it into something that's really usable in a consumer's hand, in a common man's hand, which is very tricky because the test would have been done in a particular scenario by the academicians, and they would have published papers. Now, how do you take that and actually relate it to a case where however the user uses it, it should work? So where there is a strong expertise in terms of taking this technology to the market on one hand. On the other hand, there is a spinning machine which spins ideas in the academia. Now, if the policies are not such that both can come together, there is a problem again. So which is where morning we had our minister also speaking and experts also mentioning that all these three have to come together. It's like Triveni Sangam, right? Like what we were discussing in the morning, Ganga, Yamuna, Saraswati. Okay, it's the same thing. So incidentally, you can see all the three rivers over here. Okay. So a common understanding of the objectives for solving consumer and societal problems can be the overall goal where all three can come together. So from that perspective, if you look at the next 3 slides I have put together, there can be 3 different modes of interaction. So first mode, what I call, as I have coined it as a quick connect. Okay. See, none of these things are available anywhere. I just coined these things while I was thinking in the last 3-4 weeks. So this quick connect is kind of a short-term association for gains on both the sides, both the industry and academia. So there could be tech sessions by the industry SME. So if you look at the central block over here, so there could be tech sessions, there should be industry to define. See what happens is, there are norms set by bodies like AICTE, bodies like MHRD, where they say in the syllabi, in the committee, there should be people from the industry who actually participate and give feedback. So what is happening? It's become a part of a mundane process. Rather than that, people have to sit together and take those and really make it literally visible over there. When an industry expert comes to the academia and gives a suggestion, that has to be taken pretty seriously. There are many colleges today, many universities today, many institutes today, who are actually progressing in this direction, where I'm also participating. So they are taking it to the, so in that sense, we have come a long way from not being together. So today, industry and academia, I feel, though there are a lot of gaps, we are coming together. So if you look at the other aspects, so if in case this kind of a participation is there, okay, while I'm talking, you can probably quickly read through some of these bullets, which is where I've tried to brainstorm and see what are those concrete things that we can do. So when I say quick connect, what are the quick things that we can do? This can be short term, like in the immediate very next 6 months, you can implement some of these things. And you can see the results immediately after that. So industry experts coming as visiting faculty, it's a known thing elsewhere. It's happening in India in bits and pieces also. Can we make this more of a systemic procedure than just a one-off happening? So which is where I put together all these things. So you see, each of these things, some of these things are happening, but can we actually work together, industry and academia work together, along with the government again, to come and put across certain norms so that it happens by design, not by fluke, right? Similarly, expert professors' role at the industry. So professors actually coming to the industry and actually playing a key role over there in terms of, it could be reviews, it could be their expertise bringing over here. Then industry designed hackathons, which are happening in many places, but normally when these hackathons and hackathons happen, they are done for specific purposes by the industry or by somebody who wants to gain particular leverage or what you call branding. Rather, can it be more synchronized between the industry and academia? So that could be one way to look at it. So the bottom line is, can we create those short-term industry support in this particular slide, short-term industry support to academic institutes. So what industry can do to academia is something what I am calling it as a short-term thing over here. On the other hand, if in case you look at from the academician's perspective, so the previous slide, short-term connects, how industry can influence the academia. Now the other way around, how the academia can influence the, so there it, see, since academia goes in a particular way, relatively slower compared to the industry's commercial activities. So you can have longer term activities which are spun out of the academia, where industry again will participate in different ways. So if you look at the 5 aspects I brought over here, academic residence of industry experts. So industry experts coming to the academia and being there and actually make meaningful contributions through laboratories probably. Then industry residence of professor, so professor coming over there. Then industry business collaborations, which are kind of happening. Then society impact collab. This is something where we need to actually really tie up. So everybody says, I want to actually create something which can impact the society, and both industries are trying to do and the academias are trying to do, but can they come together to do it? Then industry sponsored live labs. So I put this particular word live here. Okay. So when you say industry sponsored labs, there are labs across the country. So many top industrial conglomerates have actually put together labs in many places, but typically they would be designed for specific training or benefits. Rather, can we actually look at it from the perspective of mutual benefit and make them live? That means at this point of time, whatever research that's happening in the industry and whatever research that's happening in the academia, both come together in that particular lab. So such kind of live labs can we do. We have tried some experiments, I'll come to that at the end. So like, and I put together some norms as well here. So what we could possibly do is in future, when we actually sit together, can we come down to the stage where we can discuss to this level, not just say we have to come together, we have to come together. So we have a lot of initiatives where people are telling that we have to come together, right? So we need to really come together, then we need to put something down on the paper and execute it. So which is where we are at this point of time. So the bottom line in this particular thing is build an R&D profile from the academia in the industries, and then both can work together by engaging the professor-student talent along with the experts in the industry. So how this can be very seamless. So I'm not just talking at the surface. So if you see here, I have put specific details over there how you can execute these things. Then the third one is something of a different kind of benefit. So PhD scholars go deeper into the problems. They actually look at almost like the industry problems. They're going to look at the newer problems, which can be spun out into multiple aspects, which can be taken towards true translational research. So which is where this mode 3 comes into picture, how PhD scholars and expert professors can engage in industry. So instead of defining ad hoc problems, can the research scholars take cue from the industry who are collaborating with the academia and define those today's relevant problems which can be immediately taken to commercial in the next 3 to 5 years. Okay. So there could be, I mean, of course, I understand that there can be a lot of IP sensitivities over here which need to be worked out, of course. So we have to sit together and work out those and see how we can seamlessly work. So problem is defined by the industry, which they can consume after 3 to 5 years. So my experience with driving these initiatives over the last 2.5 to 3 decades are some of these things. So we have explored giving, many of these things I have been leading, explored giving the industry, live industry problems to challenges. So for example, my colleague Dr. Balwinder mentioned in the morning about PRISM program. So I'll just give an example of that soon after this. We explored giving opportunities to university faculty. So last 3 to 4 years, I have initiated around 3 to 4 faculty from certain engineering colleges in South India to come and sit in Samsung and work. And they have actually gone back and created the difference back in their department. So the vice chancellor over there and even the department heads over there have told these people are different than the other faculty who are there here. So that means they came here, spent 9 months with us in the industry, inside Samsung, similar to regular employees. They were regular employees, following all the rules of regular employees, live in the project. And when they go back, their attitude is different. So we need to create these kind of synergies. So of course, the faculty development program needs to be taken more seriously. So we have conducted customized syllabi-based dedicated short trainings to the group. So we have called around a dozen professors from multiple institutes, VIT Vellore, VIT Chennai, then KLE Hubli, Manipal. So we call those people over here. We give them training in our office and then send them back to actually propagate the same to the students. So we've been trying these experiments with those universities which have been open to try out these new experiments. Created new optional courses in many universities. So we have actually done that. We enabled our experts to go and take classes for the students. We have done that multiple lessons. So these things have to be more structured and by design. That's what I'm telling. So we have created and co-established world-class AI data labs. So I think even this Dr. Balwinder was mentioning. So at 4 different universities, we have created this labs which are supplying ethical AI data to us, to Samsung. So they benefit from the data that comes, so they can use it for research. And we benefit by using training and we pay for it. So that's the model. It's a totally new model that we have come out with from Samsung. We call that as the AI data labs. This is not easy to establish, but it creates an employment also on the campus. We have established top-end verification validation test laboratories, as I mentioned, where students are exposed to these things. We have conducted problem-solving hackathons. For example, a new area comes, so we actually go and conduct hackathons in a large scale. So we are trying to do that more now. So these are the things, so yet to be explored. So one of the things what can really benefit is, see, when we actually develop a product, we have this technology levels of maturity, 0 to around 10. 10 is a product, 0 is just a kickoff. So 0 to 3 is around in the lab, trying out things and making it work in the lab. Whereas 4 becomes a little serious. I try to see whether it is maturing. 5 and 6 is kind of what we call field experiments. And once stage 6 is over, technology level, readiness level 6 is over, then it's ready to mature. Then 7 is kind of trying to go towards manufacturing. 8 is manufactured. 9 is tested and released. And 10 is it's in the customer's hand. Okay. So in this whole cycle, if you look at the testing for the sake of putting the technology in the customer's hand is very tricky. So we design a lot of test cases, those problems. So some of those things can really be outsourced to the academia, in the sense it can be done with mutual understanding in terms of extensive testing, which can be faster compared to what we do in-house. So those kind of laboratories we can, advanced laboratories we can set up in universities and take the benefit of that. Now, given these experiences, I'm just giving here one sample of one of those experiments that we have tried, which is now successfully running in around 45 colleges in South India, and we are trying to extend it to IIT Mandi as well. So the MOU is underway. So this is specifically to foster innovation directly from the university collaboration, where today what I'm working on my desk, that same problem is given to you, given to the students over here and the faculty over here. And this is the live problem that we are handling, which will go into the product, the next 1 or 2 years product. Okay. So this program is successfully running now in many colleges, and whoever does well, we have certain areas of interest which are identified. So we publish these areas of interest. Based on that and based on the synergy with those particular universities, we dole out the problems. And once the problems are given, so we go with this particular PRISM process that we have. So real life problems, we try to create solutions. Samsung mentors will be mentoring these problems, and the students will be working in the university. They sit in the university and work. Faculty guide them. Okay. This is now there in almost, this slide is a little old one, 45 institutes now at this point of time. So we are spreading across India now, almost. So it's a very simple case wherein we have some core tech that we have. So mentorship will be from our experts. So duration is around 4 to 6 months, and if it does good, we can extend it for another 6 months. And if it does good, we even give an award of $1,000 to the student team. 1 to 2 professors can be involved with the project, and around 3 to 5 students. This is successfully worked in all these colleges, so we are expanding it out into more this one. So this is a typical format of a worklet. So there will be a problem statement, some description of the relevant domain, then who are the experts who will be guiding us, and then expectations. So the only one difference over here is, on the right side, if you see that expectations and the training prerequisites, we play a key role over there from the industry here. So which is where the university students get the benefit. Okay. So these expectations will not be something what is there in a research paper, rather it will be something which can directly go to the product, which is where the translation research can happen. Okay. So what's in it for the faculty? So many things. So support NARF to the institute, enhanced research, joint publications, enhanced teaching, professional networking, and so on. And what's in it for the students? There's a lot for the students as well, almost similar things. You can get applications in the very early stage, insight into trends, what's happening in the industry, career clarity, higher studies, a lot of things, internships, many things here. Okay. So we, based on this experience, I think I'll just take 2 more minutes. We created something called PRISM Elite, which is something different. So we give problem to the students. In the PRISM Elite, we give problem to the teacher, the faculty. So he can engage any number of students, whatever he can do whatever he wants, internal arrangement. We don't question that. But he is responsible for solving the problem, and we give out an X amount of money at the end of 6 months to him if he solves the problem. So it's kind of a different model. So it's called PRISM Elite. So this is a professor-centric, faculty-centric. Okay. So this is how it works. So yeah, I think, so overall success scenario, we can see it has to be a triangular synergy in this case. So I have just listed down certain things. So government is the big brother here, academia is the facilitator kind of, and industry can be technical backbone to achieve this. So there are benefits for the academia, but I think this is most important. There are a lot of challenges. Okay. So with this, I come to the end. We can have some questions. So I'll just leave it at this slide. The challenges need to be solved. Any questions? Somjit sir has a question.
What I was thinking is you have given a very action-oriented, looks like it has been working somewhere in a way which you have depicted.
No, some of those pieces are working. Not everything is working. So what I did is I brought everything into one slide. Yeah.
So that actually shows in the way it was presented. So as we are signing an agreement with Samsung.
Yeah.
We will try to learn from the others and then try to move faster.
Yeah, if we can implement some of these things, no? That will be the best example to say, out of this Hive 2, we came out with this.
Synergy to get it implemented.
I will just, I will come there and just say.
Yeah, most welcome.
Sure. May I also request Dr. SRC Somjit sir to be on stage? We'll take this opportunity to celebrate our engagement with Samsung and that we are getting into an agreement with Samsung R&D.
So I have left my epilogue. So now the epilogue gets very clear. So Triveni Sangam is happening, but the main thing which you have very nicely done everything, very nicely. You have really put the effort and brought out the cross collaboration. But first thing, the first mantra is the money. Yeah. So the government funded. So academia needs money. How industry sponsored or that needs. And second issue is very much of miscommunication, which probably mistrust that has to be removed.
Yeah.
Second M. The third M is very much is the management issues. So all those things you try to address, the management issues. Leadership has to take the onus. Now we are talking in academia. I am hardly seeing any faculty here. So this is the thing. In the academia, the faculties has to be there to understand what industry. So good that industry has given us this thing, but I don't know how.
So what I can do is on the spot offer. You just get all your faculty into one room. I'll come over here another day.
Provided we can get it.
Only for this slide.
Provided we can get it.
So
that is and the two more important thing is the motivation. How the leadership gives the motivation, rewards, awards, whatever the things which they have to decide, because academia has got more paper pushing. Instead of that, if we got other way, if we get quality faculties. And one of the most important thing is only faculties you appoint or maximum faculties you appoint, those have got industry exposure, because that will make a difference. And last and not the least is mission mode approach. Our next, in the evening we will have from ISRO, and you should hear how the mission mode approach has been very successful in the ISRO. And what they do is, for every project, for every mission, for every proposal, they associate each and every guy, even the account section guy, everybody, effort is counted and they are rewarded. So unless this 5M is put together, I don't think we can succeed. Thank you very much. Good, nice talk.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. We are getting into a partnership with Samsung R&D Bangalore. So let us celebrate this moment.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, can be held that side. You want me to hold something?
Thank you. May I request AVM Sinha sir to felicitate Dr. Boregoda?
Yeah.
She said that it should not be a show thing, so we did it low-key.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It will be honor to. You have put it a lot of effort. The slides showed that things were very nice to do. But we are very far from. Let's still find out how we can do this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. We are running late. We are behind the schedule, but we don't mind. I think as long as the sessions are interesting and engaging, we'll quickly take one more session and then we'll break for, we'll have our tea break. Now we have a very interesting experience sharing session where we have two such groups where they are working together, one from academia side, one from the startup and the industry side. They'll be sharing their experience of working together. And we are titling the session as, does a consortium of academic institutes and industry accelerate the solutioning approach? May I please welcome Mr. Murlidhar Somshetty, CEO of Wellnesses Technologies Private Limited. He's an incubated startup with IIT Mandi Technology Innovation Hub. Then we have Dr. Parikshit Sahitya. He's a professor with BITS Pilani Hyderabad campus. He's also working with a collaborative project with us. Welcome to you both.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear us. I know it's been a long day, so we'll keep it short and sweet and share our experience of this consortia between academia and the startup. Can we bring up the slides, please? So while we get the slides, so just in the interest of time, I'll get started with the introduction about myself. And that's where the name, the brand Yogify has come. So I've been in the industry for the last 25 years, predominantly in the IoT, AI, and smart things, and an inventor of 15 plus patents. And one thing that I'm very proud of is we are building something from India to the globe, to the world, and that's to make in India. And this one product now we see that a lot of Western audience are adopting and also trying to copy. So it's like, usually this is probably the first product like that where other people are trying to emulate. And we're seeing a professor from Nitya Meenakshi Institute of Technology, Bangalore. And we knew each other from Cisco days, and that's how I got to him. And my first meeting of my startup happened in a college, in his professor's room. Without realizing, I fast forward now 8 years or 6 years since then, now we're talking on this platform in IIT Mandi. And the beauty is, what I understood is that there is a complementary skills, because the academics, they bring somewhat like industry, research, and more about labs and prototyping. So they do a lot of rapid prototyping. So this is where a lot of ideas stay in the labs. And fortunately, with our collaboration, we are able to take this prototype as a product in the market. And that is where there is a big gap today, and that's where we are seeing how this kind of collaborations and cluster-based approach can really elevate this collaboration, taking the best advantage of the best of the both worlds. Because in the startup and the industry, there is more focus on the business and the scale and taking it to market. What does it take to take a prototype to product? So this is where the lot of experience we got from. And we will talk a little bit about it after Dr. Parikshit talks about his experience. Yep, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a lot. So coming to my a bit of big background and also the stuff that we do at our lab, before we come and tell our experiences exactly what's happening at IIT Mandi iHub. So yeah, a lab focuses on developing flexible and wearable devices right from the prototyping, right from the material selection till the end prototyping that we do. Not only this, the lab also does a lot of work on the nano electronic devices and the other stuff. So a few of the instances that I'll tell you that how these devices are actually being used in the industries currently also. So it's not only when we talk about these devices, we understand that the relevance that this kind of devices that we have seen talks about robotics. We have seen a lot of translation research being done at the healthcare side and all. And the basis of all those things when we talk that whether these technologies are actually going to be used in the industries is sensors. So we develop those a lot. I'll give you a couple of examples from my side from the lab, and then how did it actually work. So this is a core memory device fabrication, and we started it out of the interest in our lab. So one use cases, we have been hearing a lot from the morning about the industry giving the problems, as well as whether the idea that is actually incubated in the lab, can the industry actually adopt it? So we have both the use cases. So we were doing a lot of research on the state-of-the-art raised memories devices, which are known as memristors, and that led definitely, as we have been all speaking from the morning again, good research will lead to good publications. And then we started building, we were able to make a small building prototype. And this, just to give a context, if many of you doesn't know what raised memory might do, it's actually a counterpart for your neural network hardware. So when we tell that my neural network algorithm is going to be used, it's right now it's simulated. Most of the neural network architecture is simulated, but we need a hardware to actually implement it. We build a small prototype, just 4x4, meaning in real world it's just 4 neurons connected to each other. And then based on that, we received a very good funding from an industry, and based on the industry funding as well as, and this is not kind of, again, I'm not talking in terms of months or even years. This is like 4 to 5 years of the journey that we took right from the industry, and then at the end we were able to make the end chip, which is around 64x64 array of this. So that helps, and this is an example that I'm giving with respect to the research that initiated in the lab. The other is, recently we have got we have seen the other way around, the problem statement defined by the industry, and then that's again from the semiconductor point of view, because the the entire goal of our lab is towards semiconductor first. So we see that there is a lot of demand for polysilicon growth, and then the conventional way that polysilicon growth is done is using Siemens reactor. We need to do it by ourselves. India is moving towards that direction. We got that problem statement from one of the industries, that can we do laser assisted growth such that we can have higher efficiencies. Yes, we took up that project. We are developing it right now, and then we'll be developing an in-house laser assisted CVD system in consultation with the industry right from the scratch. So and then again, if it develops, the scaling part is again with the industry itself. So yes, just wanted to set the context before we actually speak about our experiences with the actual project that we are doing here. So yeah, and to start with that, I'll again invite Dr. Muralidhar to set the context.
So I think you have heard from both of us, like we came from our own experiences, right? And it so happened like a few months ago, we came to IIT Mandi as part of a translation research workshop. And as an outcome, it was very beautifully done, by the way. I think the way it was done is like connecting the dots in a way and creating a cluster. So we got connected. In fact, Dr. Parikshit and myself, we met for the first time in that workshop, and somehow naturally we got in place with our ideas and came up with this a concept called like wellness sense smart ring, which can do EKG, glucose monitoring, and EKG as well. And so naturally, all few of us came together, and taking this to kind of a concept to commercialization, and what is the take. So we created a business plan model, and how do we really even get some funding to get started on this part, right? So Dr. Parikshit, maybe you want to just go through this quickly.
So yeah, again, the way it went, again, as Dr. Muralidhar already mentioned, that it went very, very beautifully executed because of the fact that we came up with individual pieces of work. We came up with a small projects in mind. Just for an example, if I'm speaking for myself, I came up with a prototype of monitoring glucose with the non-invasive, minimally invasive methods. But then yes, I mean, definitely those kind of products are being developed. And then the cluster mode, what happened was, and there were clearly defined clusters. So there were like-minded people sitting there, and you're discussing your ideas with them, and then it clicked. I mean, we found a professor from IIT Roorkee, Professor Vishnu Prasad. He was tool LED ECG, and these are already lab-level prototypes which are already been done. Similarly, Professor Vishnu from IIIT Hyderabad. He's a cognitive neuroscientist, and he had already done a lot of work on cognitive behavior and stuff. So yeah, these are the prototypes we actually bought in to show that we have already done those. So this is what Dr. Vishnu had already done it, and Dr. Anjali from IIIT she is an expert in the edge computing AI devices. Now, and definitely our Dr. Murli, he has come up with a new product which is known as Smart Ring, which and he has the experience of taking a lab level thing to or making the product right from the scratch till the market, and we have seen a huge success with respect to Yogify mat. Now, when we look at this, if I'm only restricting myself to developing just micro-based needles, I could have never thought of integrating all this expertise into one thing. And even though we were able to do it at the academic level, it would not have been possible. It will never be possible without an industry expert, because they know how to take it. They know the legal side of it. They know the scalability side of it. They know the production side of it. So that's what and I'm very, very hopeful that we'll be having this smart ring integrated with all these functionalities in the next 18 months for sure. And this is the team that I was mentioning that we are going to execute this year. And do we have challenges? Yes. I mean, and when we are already having a couple of meetings with respect to a couple of meetings that we already had with respect to how we are going to go ahead with this kind of projects. These are certain things. Yes, misaligned goals we have already seen. Academic definitely has certain mindset, and industry has certain mindset. We go and then we, according to us, with our limited knowledge, we have written what can be the possible solutions, and most of it was already explained in the panel session as well as in the previous talks. If we set the clear milestones, we will be definitely able to achieve those. Intellectually, IP conflicts, when it comes to a consortium mode, definitely there is always a problem of IP conflicts. The one way to handle it, and which IIT Mandi IHAB has already handled it, is by signing the MOUs and agreements before this things actually goes ahead. Communication back. I mean that's something to communication gap. That's something to work on for ourselves. And then the fourth is always the sustained funding. Yes, what after 18 months? What after 2 years? So we have already got certain grants. We should be looking for more industry grants, and if it goes ahead, definitely going for the venture capitalist and the startups that goes ahead. So I mean, just to conclude, yes, I mean. Our experience in one liner would be like it's definitely great, and I'm personally very, very excited to not only contribute but also learn and see our products being used by the actual users someday. And thanks to IIT Mandi Hive for having us on board and making the experience more valuable. Thank you once again.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks again to IIT Mandi folks, and really appreciate it. Feels like coming back to home every time I come here. So feels so happy, and maybe more reasons to come here with this project.
Thanks, Murli. Thanks, Dr. Sahitya. May I please invite Mr. K.R. Venkatadri on stage to felicitate these two gentlemen. एक और Thank you, sir. We have one more such experience sharing session between industry and academia. And these two groups are not working together right now, but I'm sure will be working collaboratively very soon. I would like to invite Mr. Rahul Rishi, Lead Social Sector Practice from Nishit Desai and Associates, Mr. Pintu Babu, Lead Practice Development, Nishit Desai Associates. Dr. Pavan Goyal is joining us online. He's from IIT Kharagpur. Then I would like to invite Mr. Siddharth Kanungo, Advisor Technology, IIT Mandi TIH. Siddharth, are you around?
Industry. Just
Thank you. So my first question is for Mr. Pintu Babu, who's from Nishit Desai and Associate, which is a leading corporate law firm. So how do you see technology in the legal vertical? There are so many pendencies of cases in India. Do you see technology solving or contributing in any which way in this particular area?
Hello. Thank you for your question, and thank you IIT Mandi, and thanks to all the past speakers as well. So to answer this question that how technology has influenced the legal industry, I would say in summary positively. So just I'll try to give you a download how a day-to-day life of a lawyer looks like, right? So usually for the litigation lawyers, right? So we go to courts at around 9 a.m. There are some small courts which starts usually around 8 a.m. as well, right? And that is where you go. You can have a matter in one court and you can have a matter in other court. There's a matter listed in Supreme Court, Delhi High Court, NCLT, everywhere, right? So what have been happening that there was a lot of chaos, right, in litigation chambers. And this I personally felt because I used to do litigation earlier in Delhi High Court and Supreme Court, and this was the case. Because we used to receive the file from the client side a day before, because there may be an occasion that the earlier counsel with the client is saying, no, I have another matter, I can't attend this, can you attend? So this is how some of the matter are also passed to the lawyers that they have to go court on just on next day they have received the summary. So don't have time also to go through the summary, list of dates and what's the background and everything. So this was sort of happening till 2019. Then came COVID, right? We all know the unprecedented situation is thrown at us, but legal industry did something fantastic. they utilized this as an opportunity for themselves. What we did, Niti Aayog formed a committee in the year 2020 to study online dispute resolution. So as a background to all of you, I'll just share this. When a civil matter reaches to a judge, the judge has an option to recommend the parties for alternative dispute resolution under section 89 Civil Procedure Code. So how this helps that the matter would not be dealt in the court. On the other hand, now the matter would go to an independent arbitrator, and the parties would be sitting in a closed door room where there would be an arbitrator and the parties along with their lawyers. And the need for that was because, as you mentioned, there are around 5 crore cases pending across India right now. So there was something quick required because we have lawyer to people ratio very bad. We have a very high population, but we have very few judges in India. So this online system, online dispute resolution system was formed up, and since 2020, we are now entered 2025, we have seen a quick disposal of cases also. Why so? Because now the parties have an option that they can choose a neutral arbitrator and go and have these arbitration hearings in online format as well, right? And they can go to any venue and attend the meetings, and they need not to carry also the document, because the platform of online disputes resolution services provides you to store all the documents in the vault itself. So this is one good thing which really helped a lot of lawyers, and I personally felt very good because now you have to only attend these litigation matters online, and you can attend one after the other. But otherwise, a lot of time was also spent, you go to court, and a lot of times it also happens that your matter doesn't reach the board, right? Or the opposite counsel hasn't appeared, or there is a document that is missing, right? And a lot of these occasions, that was what going on, that the lawyers was frustrated. So this online dispute resolution system is, I personally cherish, and I would also encourage other parties, you may also enter into your vendor agreements. Try to have this also mentioned in your agreements, that the arbitration can be one of the mechanism to sort disputes, and we can choose online dispute resolution systems as well. The second thing which I would like to focus on is our law firm. I work with my law firm, and that's why I love it, but I love it also more because of our passion for technology. And why I say so, because it's inevitable and on the face of it. Why? Because I'll just give you an example about cryptocurrency. In 2009, the cryptocurrency paper was published, right? And we undertook ourselves that we want to study the technology only, because till 2025 there is no law on cryptocurrency per se. So we took it on ourselves that we will study the technology, what is existing, and draw parallels with the mature jurisdiction and what are the laws applicable there, right? And that is exactly what we did. In the year 2012, for the first time, our law firm published a research paper, dedicated research paper, analyzing the global regulations, the legal regime on cryptocurrency. And then gradually the industry was moving, industry was growing. But then suddenly in 2018, Reserve Bank of India decided to put a complete ban on all the virtual currency exchanges. This made all these virtual currency exchanges, CoinSwitch and all, to go mad. So what they did, they contested this before the Supreme Court. We represented all the ecosystem of virtual currency providers and all the virtual currency exchanges. We represented them, we litigated that judgment, and in that judgment, the whole civilization of cryptocurrency was explored. That's a quite detailed, some 300-page judgment that finally was litigated, and the judgment delivered in March 2020. That judgment removed the ban from all the virtual currency exchanges, that now they are fully equipped to have banking services, and they can also have KYC available with them. So the question is that how we were able to foresee all of this. That yes, there will be someday in future where the ultimate authority, Supreme Court of India, would recognize cryptocurrency as a legal tender as well. Why so? Because we at our law firm undertake future technologies. As my colleague Milind showed you, Horizon Technology and Printing Series, we are undertaking research on cyborgs, digital twins, because we personally believe that these technologies will be material and relevant in the coming times. So our law firm and us lawyers are really passionate for technology, and we cherish all the academic stakeholder engagement, and I'm happy to take it forward like this as well. One small addition and a small update I'll share with all of you. Last month only, Pan IIT Pivot World of Technology was organized in Mumbai. So we have signed a MOU with Pan IIT India to organize more research on these advanced technologies, on these horizon technologies. What we will do, our law firm will do, that we will study the regulatory, tax, societal, ethical consideration on these emerging technologies, and we will receive the industry update and the academic, the technology update from our counterparts from the IITs. And that is how we are going to provide some research paper, working papers on these emerging technologies. So this can also form something as a backbone for the emerging technologies. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. That was an elaborative answer. So my next question is for Siddharth, who's working very closely with us, and he's developing a tool called Legatees. Siddharth, would you like to tell us about this tool and how it is helping?
Am I audible? Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah. So hi everyone. So we have been working on a legal tool. It's closer. Hi. Sorry. So hi everyone. We have been working on legal tool for Haryana and Punjab High Court, and it's a very simple and a very niche problem that judges and lawyers. I'm from a technological background. I'm not a lawyer, so judges and in courts and all, they have something called paper book, which comprises of all the documents relevant for a particular case. So it has got petition, it has got FIR, it has got a lot of annexures, which is like all the different documents, medical records, or what are the discoveries, recoveries associated with the case. And these documents kind of are very heterogeneous. Sometimes they're in Punjabi, maybe Haryanvi, maybe Hindi, and it's English, and there's a translated version, and they're not so, and in a very different order, and it's scanned. And as you can imagine, in Indian courts, it's a bit tedious, right? And so this set of documents, a legal researcher has to go through, find very relevant details for this case, and make something called a case note. It's a summary of this entire paper book in a single page. And that's the problem. That's a very simple problem, right? So sometimes it's 30, 40 pages, maybe sometimes it's 300 and 400 pages. It depends on the nature of the case. So what we developed is a tool where we upload the scanned copy of, scanned PDF version of this paper book, and the case note is automatically generated by our AI agent. And this is not a single AI agent, it comprises of 4 or 5 different agents working together to prepare this case note. What it does is that it reduces time, which earlier it used to take 30 to 40 minutes to down to 2 to 3 minutes. So we are saving time, right? So that's our main concern, and we are saving time. So, and if time permits, we can see a small demo as well, but I'm not sure. But this is what we have been working on. And I'll just give a brief definition of what an agent is. It's a program is a sequence of steps to accomplish a task, right? But when we give the program the authority to make their own decision, when we give the program the agency to make their own choices, it becomes an agent. It has a program having agency to determine its own action. So all in all, we used 5 different agents to convert a paper book into a case note. So this is what we've been working on. Yeah.
Thank you, Siddharth. Professor Goyal, am I audible to you? My next question is for you. You're not audible? Can you check? Okay, no, you're not audible. Okay, in the meantime, my question goes to Rahul. So, Rahul, there are various variants in the in the law. There are corporate law, common law, civil law, etc. So how do you see technology in this various, variants of technology law? Plus, what kind of associations your firm is having with any academic institutions to take technology into the law?
Yeah, right. So, as a law firm, our interaction with academic institutions has been quite diversified. We closely interact and work with IIT Bombay's Incubation Center, which is SIGN. Similarly, we also closely work with several other IITs as well. Now, from a legal standpoint, what are specific issues that we need to keep in mind while we interact with these institutions, both at the professional and as well as at an academic level? One, so if there's a certain IIT that reaches out to us, the first point of question that they have is, look, we have an incubation center, or we are quite heavy into innovation. How do we protect our IP rights? Okay, what if a certain IIT tries to incubate certain startups and there is a significant funding gap? What do we do about it? Now, the way our tax laws are constructed, there aren't a lot of permissible investments that you can do or raise funds to support these incubating companies or these startups. So there are specific provisions under law that you need to understand, wherein you would be able to unlock a lot of access to capital to these startups that are housed within IITs. For instance, typically, CSR funding is made available to a lot of NGOs, but we do know that CSR fundings are also made to incubatee startups. Now, the portion of funding that goes to these incubatees are significantly lower, for the simple reason that there's not a lot of awareness around it. Secondly, an incubator can also make an investment into an incubatee startup, and if that incubator startup happens to be, and if that incubator happens to be, an entity which is housed within a publicly funded university, then whatever investments you make into these startups are also tax exempt, right? So that way you also have avenues to unlock further pool of capital. That's on the investment side and funding side that I spoke about. I'll just take one more minute here. On the operational side, we also work closely with IITs to help them understand what are different financing models that they could use to unlock access to capital, and at the same time, how can they look into a certain project which uses technology, which uses financing models to create a certain product in the market which is scalable, which allows for greater livelihood access, greater access to finance. So these are also certain kind of work that we are actively involved in. For instance, let's say SIGN is an incubation center with IIT Bombay. Now,
Yes, you're audible. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. How much time do I have?
Yeah, please continue.
Yeah. So when SIGN reached out to us, the first question was, can we work on or can we brainstorm on a model wherein we want to bring in public investments, we want to bring in public funds, private funds, and we want to use it in a manner where we want to downstream those funds to on such business models that are largely run by bottom of the pyramid. So let's say if there's a business model which is reliant upon self-help groups or village collectives working on the ground, how do we provide micro equity? How do we provide sweat equity capital? So this concept of micro equity, sweat equity capital that is largely used in the context of startups, how can we further scale up that model to to bring in more private investments at a downstream level and make it workable? So these are also the kind of conversations, discussions, and brainstorming that we continuously engage with certain IITs that want to explore this space, and how do we use CSR capital to further bring in the crowding in effect. So CSR capital that is available under CSR can also be strategically and creatively used to further unlock access of capital for social enterprises, for incubators, for startups that are housed within public institutions or even otherwise. So the idea as a law firm for us is to understand what your needs are and how do we create a structure which is legally from a tax and regulatory standpoint kosher, and how do we make it more scalable so that there's a maximum bang for the buck. So I think this is where, as a law firm, as Nishit Desai Associates, our mandate is to understand how best we can use our human capital as a platform to provide these sort of structures and models for academic institutions to use bank on and see how further work they can do around this space.
Okay. Thanks, Rahul. Professor Goel, you're audible now. My question to you is, Siddharth mentioned about the summarizing tool that we are working on called Legatees. What do you think, what can be the further improvements in such summarizing tools? And there are such many tools already available in the market. So what kind of improvements can be made to such summarizing and paraphrasing tools which are available in the market?
Yeah, and first of all, thanks for inviting me, and my apologies for not being present there physically. I was happy to hear the discussion that we were having from both Mr. Pinto and Mr. Rahul, and also Mr. Bhav regarding the development that we are having at IIT Mandya. So I'm Pavan Goel, faculty member in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at IIT. And here we work primarily in the area of natural language processing. And I have been working in the field of legal text processing over the last 5 years with the colleagues here at IIT and students. And yeah, we have primarily worked on various academic benchmarks, so that's what I would say. But we also include summarization. And we are starting a project with IIT Mandya on how we use large language models for legal assistance, which covers both the legal practitioners and the common people. So just a bit of background on why I'm here in the time to the minutes. So now regarding the question, so I think the summarization tool that Siddharth mentioned, we are talking about an agentic framework in which you can develop the summary, right? Given the paper book, you can get a summary. I think further expansion of that always depends on going to the domain and going to the actual lawyers, the users, and understanding their need. So because in AI, unless we can tune the model as per the user's need, it could give you a very typically very raw sort of summary, but then what is the final form that the users really need? So I think there's actually the main theme of this panel, the academia and industry partnership can actually help. Like how do we go to the end users, get the feedback, and then second technology part, and once we get the feedback from that, then like even if we have small data on the feedback, how do we use that to improve our model? So that is what I think is the next possible step. That's what we follow in our work.
Yeah. Thank you, Professor Goel. My last question goes to Rahul and Pinto Babu. So it's a very common assumption that in legal world is very averse to use tools and technologies. So what is your take on that?
Sure. May I go first?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So I'll give an example here. In year 2024, Bihar government had announced the project of taking up land surveys. Right? They wanted to digitize it. Now, 60 to 70% of litigation that happens in Bihar, leading to even severe forms of crime, is because of disputes in the way they claim land. This is a problem in UP, in MP, all those states that are fertile are alive in those Indo-Gangetic plains. Now, one interesting issue that came out of the land survey was that the entire land records were in Kaithi. Now, Kaithi is a script which is almost extinct now. Okay, it was prevalent during Sher Shah Suri's time, up until colonial time, and then nobody bothered to really preserve that. Now, as a lawyer, what I would want from the technology side is to help me decrypt those. If I want to do a land survey, I don't know how to read that script, right? Let's take the example of Jharkhand. Now in Jharkhand, if there's a land dispute, and if you look at those papers, it could either be in Santhali, it could be in a certain dialect. Now these dialects may not always have a certain forms of verb or grammar or conjunctions. Now as an AI tool, how am I supposed to read, understand and crack it? And then it would be a lot easier even for from a governance aspect to better understand how these documents have to be codified, or these documents have to be understood in that sense. So I think while we talk about the usage of AI in court processes and in litigations, I think the most impactful use of AI and use of technology could be in relation to those institutions where these litigations happen at its very instance, which are district courts and lower courts. The information asymmetry that we have in district courts is mammoth. It is, there's no comparison between what pendency you have before a high court or a Supreme Court when you compare it with the district court. So can we look at few innovations around the knowledge management space, or around decrypting these complicated survey documents or documents that have really become a lot obsolete? That is in essence going to reduce a lot of litigation, a lot of conflicts, because these are, and 60 to 80% of litigation or conflicts start at the sessions court, at the district court. People who can only afford can go up to the high court or the Supreme Court. So I think the real use of AI technology should be to cater to these mammoth problems that we have at the bottom of the pyramid level, and these issues are largely transactional in nature. ज़मीन की लड़ाई हो गई, टेनेंसी का इश्यू हो गया, उसकी डॉक्यूमेंटेशन का क्या करना है, इन सब चीज़ों में I think this is where we need more innovations. So as a lawyer, I would want the tech side to help us on those fronts.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and thank you, Professor Goyal, for connecting with us. With this, we end this session here, and thank you once again. May I invite Somjit sir on stage to felicitate these gentlemen.
So Pawan, we have to e-felicitate you.
E-greetings from our side.
Thanks.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. We'll have a quick tea break now, much awaited tea break. We still have a couple of sessions lined up, and let me assure you they're very interesting, and there is one very interesting product demonstration as well. So we'll try to come back to the auditorium at around 5:30. Thank you. demonstration by Mr. Elad Fein, CEO of I Feel Well from Israel. So he'll be giving a product demonstration along with a session talking about perspective sharing on made for the market product for health and wellness. Over to you, Elad.
Not to Volga, I send it to the, we can send again. Kumar. Okay. So, hello everybody. I'm sorry for the delay. We tried to do a live demo, but for some reason it shows a different thing. So my name is Elad Fein, and I'm from I Feel Well. And I came, and so first thanks for guesting me here, and thanks to Somjit and everybody for staying here until now. What I Feel Well does is we teach people how to manage stress by a simple device, okay, that I hold in my hand, okay, and an app. We can really help people, and you had a session where you asked, the student were asking also, the lawyer was asking what to do with all of this stress, because you want to do best performance, yeah, and you want really to stay healthy. And this is really a goal that is common for everybody. So there is some solution. One of these is really, you all know, you're from the Indian tradition, you know pranayama, you know yoga, okay? Very helpful, and also really to have physical exercise and mental exercise, that's very good. What we do, okay, now I see the presentation. So what we do is to measure and give biofeedback, what it means. And I will, as I see that this didn't work, I will give you a small, does it have sound? Or, yeah, it can. Okay, so maybe we'll start with that. Is it played?
Stress is a constant in our lives.
That's right. In the last decade, our stress levels have skyrocketed because we're constantly worrying about our safety and the safety of our loved ones. Unfortunately, research shows that stress may directly affect the level of our immunity.
I Feel Well is an app and a biosensor designed to teach you simple but effective stress relief breathing exercises.
I Feel Well relaxation exercises are driven by your heart rate, which is obtained by a smart biosensor that helps you monitor and relieve your mental and physiological stress levels simultaneously.
The breathing exercises are so fun and simple, helping you harmonize your heart, mind, and lungs to reduce stress, help you sleep better, relieve any tension, and improve your focus and immune system.
I Feel Well also helps you monitor your stress level at all times and improve your health conditions through videos, meditations, and fun games.
By routinely activating your body's natural relaxation response, you'll find this natural state easier and easier to tap into.
Track your stress level, sleep better, and boost your immune system, incorporating I Feel Well into your daily life.
Find out how I Feel Well can improve your mental and physical health by visiting I Feel Well website today.
So just for you to understand in really general term. So we have in one side a device that you can also come later on and test on yourself. And on the other side, we have an app that can teach you techniques on how to de-stress. And you can see how is your current stress level, and you could learn methods of how to decrease it. And really, I can also say, I could also say that they are quite simple, okay? Breathing slowly and exhaling longer will help everybody, okay?
Stress is a...
So how do we take this one to the market, okay? So after we created this device, okay, we went and decided, okay, we need a solution. By the way, I came before starting this startup, I was in IBM research. And in the same time, so in IBM research, what we did was really, and this is relevant to all the talk today, was really how to collaborate. You do academic in one side, they really publish, and the other side, you really take it into the market. So IBM, I worked for quite a years in IBM, and I really want to help also in the health side. And before that, I was really into meditation, and I was looking for a solution. So that's what I came from. I said, okay, let's make something that will help people be healthy. So then, slowly, we developed a simple device that could help. And we market, I think, until now, we sold like 350,000 units, mainly in the US. Okay, but we really still, if you ask me, in a baby step. And what I came here, also I explain just in general on heart rate variability, and what we test. So we test how your autonomic nervous system, the conductor of all major activities in our body, the autonomic nervous system, and it's really responsible for three major things: inflammation, oxidative stress, and sympathetic activity, also parasympathetic activity. And we could really help lower from asthma until diabetes, from stress until really effective performance. And what we do is to look for a right biomarker and give it that it be simple for the user in the end, for the people, to use it. So just to understand in general terms, and again, most of this is research that was done before me by other companies, okay, taking into heart rate variability. So it could predict from depression till metabolic issues. Now, and I will say why I came here and what was my main interest is really to collaborate with other startups, to collaborate with other people, and really help to see how we advance. So first of all, just measuring it could have a huge effect. Okay, currently it's not used outside the labs. Okay, from depression until metabolic syndrome, it could predict even heart arrest in advance. We did, I say, even what was published with one was really on colitis. Okay, they did experiment in Israel on colitis with us, and it was even more accurate than the blood test for inflammation. Okay, so really, and still, besides doing a clinical study, fully clinical study, publishing, nothing is used in the field. Okay? I was thinking, okay, so this is one part. One part is, okay, you can measure. Very important to measure. Second is to treat. And this is simple, okay? When we inhale, we activated our sympathetic system, the system that make us active. And we exhale, we activate our parasympathetic system, the system that help us relax. And if we breathe in the right time with the heart, so when we inhale, our heart goes up. When exhale, our heart slows down, okay, the rhythm of the heart. So if we breathe correctly, we could really improve our health and improve our relaxation level. So just some numbers, okay? We have several studies running, some of them with AIMS, some with the Apollo, other was not ours. So from chronic pain, even back pain, they had experiment in AIMS. For blood pressure, for after a coronary heart, after a heart attack. Okay, this is asthma we did with Apollo. Okay, after 1 month of using this, 28% was decrease on the use of inhaler. So a huge difference. And diabetic is currently running with AIMS. So this is really a field of really helping medically. It's not only from the medical point of view. When people really, autonomic system works better, it's improved the performance and decision making. And we're working mainly, I think I have the next slide, currently, so we had from NASA and the Rosmokov, so the big space agency, because when they send astronaut or cosmonaut to space, it's really, or in the European, Japanese, doesn't really matter. So each one, this is really a stressful mission and you want it to be accomplished. So this is really, so they train. In the Israeli military and the Israeli police, we inoculate the people. So in the, I think the next one, currently, you know, Israel, we are now in war, lots of, unfortunately, PTSD, okay, post-traumatic stress syndrome. And really, we work with the units to really reduce the stress and reduce the number of people that will unfortunately have PTSD after it. And also it used to treat people after injury. So currently in the Israeli military and the police. So what I came here to work with and see if we have students or other startup that will be like to work together. First, as I said, we could integrate it with Indian-based wisdom, okay? You are really a great nation, okay? From yoga to Ayurveda. So I was trying, you had the lecture before from Wales about me. So really to integrate how the kiddies do, because it's really a pranayama, okay? You inhale and you exhale slowly. So this part of this, how you do health risk? How do you do it for medical reason? How do you do performance enhancement? Like to check if you could really do a few minutes before your test and get a better result. So this will be a very interesting of what will be the right thing to do to make really people better and really take it forward. And last thing was really the Indian market. Currently, again, it's a little expensive. Even we're thinking for the Indian market to make it in Israel, it's like 18,000 rupees. We said, okay, half of it, 9,000 rupees for Indian market, but still too expensive. So we need to find and make it here in India. So it will really, you are also a huge population that could be helpful, and it's really something that we need to take forward. So we need to find the right collaboration, both in the manufacturing side and really in the marketing side. So this is from me. I feel well, I'll add. And you are all welcome to come and check for yourself. And I saw that there were many startups here that were checking, and I know here about your professor here that does regarding really music therapy, and we know for others. And really, we are looking to collaborate and make really a transition from research and clinical study and how to make it better into really people that will use and will really improve their life. So thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy.
Okay, thank you, Elad. May I request Ms. Shweta Pathania to come on stage and felicitate Elad? Thank you, Elad.
Thank you.
Since we are running late, one of our experts has connected with us online, and he has connected from Israel. We have Dr. Michael Levy. We can have his session first, and then we can have other sessions later, since he'll not be able to stay connected for a longer period. I would like to welcome Dr. Michael Levy. He's a neurosurgeon and INFI founder from Reichman University, Israel. His talk is on how does the world address translational research, the known and unknown hurdles. Dr. Levy, can you hear me? You're not audible. Yeah, yes, we can hear you. Please proceed with the talk. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for inviting me. I don't know if you see me, if you hear me. Is it okay?
Yes, you're visible. Thank you.
I am visible. Okay. So just please tell me if you start to see my PowerPoint. Is it okay?
Yeah, your PowerPoint is visible too.
Great. Thank you. So thank you again for inviting me. I'm very honored. It's one memory that I cannot join you in person. It's because of difficulties here. Been asked to talk about this title, how does the world addresses translational research? The no example from epilepsy. It's a bit. For some of you might have heard me in the meeting in New Delhi, something like 2 months ago. And from this point on, and so I'm representing INFI. We are a small startup company. It is an interface. And in our team, we have actually several people. So this is myself. And Michael, expert in multimodalities analysis for 30 years. We are then on the signal processing, and Yasmin, who is our electrologist after training of 2 years in Cleveland, Gold, which is composed of Lemilo, who is our VC pioneer in German, and Jorge Berman, who is one of the first person in the world to run a deep brain stimulation. Kham, the head of the Biochip Institute in Reichman University, and of course, Professor Velasquez. So this is the reality that we can bring to the world. So so you will see, do you see the movie?
Yes, yes, it is visible.
See the movie? So you see that this poor child is having dropped as a text. This is every time her had seizure, okay? And after the intervention that we did is the same child, you can see that she...
Michael, there's a bit of lag.
But now after the intervention, pardon?
Yeah, there's a bit of lag. I think there is some network issue at your end. We are able to see, but there's a bit of lag. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, please proceed.
Thank you. So I hope you see the transformation in her life. She's not no one, she's a child, who was actually wheelchair ridden, cannot do practically nothing. And age of Tel Aviv. So we are starting to give an example on blood risk. A prototype to see how we can translate an idea to a reality. Between neurological disease like epilepsy, psychiatry, Parkinson, pain, and stroke, not only in symptoms but also in the drugs that are good for the brain region. We also saw that when we are taking, for example, a typical seizure, and you can see here typical pathways that start with the sensory aura and the red to seizure and a long-term depression. The fact that different diseases, a degree of overlap, and the fact that in epilepsy we're talking about a distortion, which we are naming neural network disorder. When we created this actually merging a clinical and computational phenomenon. Propagation, which allow us to translate an idea phenomena in order to create a product. So a few words about drug resistance epilepsy. We're occurring in 1 up to 3% of the general population, and it is the first. It is the more 10 million children over the world. Despite the fact that many drugs are given, is considered as failing to drugs. We are talking only in the United States. Is every year, and despite the fact that
Michael, excuse me, Michael, there's a lot of problem in the network. I would request you to quickly wrap it up and switch. I mean, you can turn off your video. Maybe that will give you a bit of bandwidth, and we'll be able to hear you clearly. Your voice is breaking in between.
Yes, sir. Yeah. I will, of course, no problem. Just no problem. Just let me do it, please. Okay. And I will also, you tell me, okay? Is it better now? Is it better now?
Yes, a bit better.
It is better, great. So we try to do our best. And despite the fact that we're talking about 30 years with 20 new drugs, we are actually in publication exceed the year with having alternative neuromodulation. So, of this terrible human and financial burden. We're talking about the fact that suffering from psychiatric comorbidities with a risk which is human discrimination, and even withdrawing, the risk is increased by is as severe as the clinical one. We are talking about the fact that in the United States only, our children with new drug-resistant patients every year patient in the United States costs 33K USD per year, and half its year only is wasted. The therapeutic challenge is imposing is because, practically talking, the time that passes from the diagnosis of drug 2 years to 10 years, which causes severe behavioral comorbidities and with 5 and 10 drugs. The second problem is that even among patients who are going too much too invasive surgery, bring to a failure of 30 to 50% rate. That surgery is done, even using a fine neuromodulation, minimally invasive. The therapy is not quantifiable. Actually, we have no guidelines, okay? For therapy, and actually, it becomes even worse when we are talking about the cost. Sometimes up to 40K USD, meaning that most of the population cannot even benefit. The problem is the fact that we underuse real world data. The data exists. It is underused. It costs surgeries to take not less than 7 hours, and by the end of the day, only 1 to 5% of the eligible patients are as you said, how can the world take a problem to find a solution, and most important for us, affordable solution. So this is our solution. First, a fast diagnosis to surgery turnaround time, meaning that instead of workshop in synchronized manner, we can do it in less than 3 months, and drugs, which is proved that it's not efficient, we can after after 2 or 3 drugs, which is sufficient because drug-resistant epilepsy The second thing that we have seen in the event have reached a very high success rate, Engel score 1 and 2, with only 5% less invasive results. We have one of our objectives is by developing adjustable therapy, meaning that we have already a marker monitoring to 2 hours, and look at the cost of the implant. We are often for out of the pocket, but mainly for insurances. All the systems already have reduced the operating time from 7 hours. We didn't way, and the decision-making protocol reduced from hours to less than 1.5. We had 61 patients because the idea was now applied to reduce the time from diagnosis to surgery to 2.9 months. As in common practice, we are actually imposing no additional risk on the patient. And to show that localization of the epileptic network increased from 40 markers that allow us to target, for example, individual stimulation for epilepsy. As I showed you before, only 3% of adverse effect with this relief, and we couldn't say in Israeli terms 95 to if the patient would have come to us not waiting so many years. So maybe the last slide, two. The ID, the single patient, the results of the cohort that I just showed you, and technological solution that is living in the natural environment of technology. And the three questions that we are asking in our technological solution is, where is the target? Control the target correctly. So the first thing that we are doing, which we are calling if you want, is the software multimodality integration of some AI elements in order to render a localizing map based on validated interoperatively in real time in order to, which is done by Infi2. The targeting, and also do the next step, which is a simulation of the implant. Once the implant, which is affordable, is implanted, we are.
There was network issues at Michael's end. So I think we should proceed with our next session. I would like to invite now Mr. Sudhir Kumar, Director and Industrial Designer from Invent and Design Private Limited. He'll be talking about, on a topic, does a POC needs to look like a product? Mr. Sudhir, please be on stage. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Hi, good evening, everyone. First of all, I like to thank Hive and IT Monday for this opportunity. I am going to present on the topic does POC, can you go to the next slide? Next slide, yeah. Full slide. Yeah. Does a POC need to look like a product? Okay. And being a product designer, I'm going to talk about I always design a physical product. Okay. So these products are tangible. You can touch and feel. They are mechanical in nature. They are having a mechanism. They are having a technology, and that is what I'm going to show today. So, in briefly about myself, I have several patents, several I think USPTO patents. I have Red Dot awards for the different product I'll be showing here. So you can have a look at these products. By profession, I'm a mechanical engineer and then a product designer from an IT. Long back, last 28 years, I've been working on designing various kind of product in various verticals, mostly like home appliances, medical products. We have the product for the defense R&D, product for agriculture, product for environment and things like that. Okay, so these are some of the product I want to show you that they are medical product winning a Red Dot award for 13, 14, and 15, and after that, right? Like the other product I want to show an example. And when we do the product, we have a kind of in-house facility wherein we make a lot of prototypes. When you do a physical product, you have to make a lot of prototypes. It's not only one, you'll have to make many of them, right? And these are very iterative. We make one prototype, you iterate to the next one, and to the third one, and the fourth one, till you actually reach the final kind of a modified, refined kind of prototype. So this is my studio where the student, the kind of engineers, the kind of a designer, they work together to make a prototypes. So each of these prototypes are like iterated a lot to reach a final version of the prototype, final prototypes, right? So when we talk about a product has got two major components. One is the product, like you have the functional aspects. Another is kind of the aesthetic aspect, okay? So whenever you take up any product, you are going to deal with the internals first. When the internal is like finalized, then you look at the aesthetic aspect, and we cover both of them together. So at times what happened, we use various kind of technology to build a product, okay? So at times the technologies are known, at times the technologies are not known. So you are going to actually work on those technology, work on those kind of adaptation of technology to convert into a product, right? So why do we need a POC prototype? There is a reason that, like, so you are initially are not going to initially you are not sure what kind of technology, how are you going to understand the technology and convert into a kind of a meaningful kind of a product. Secondly, it is going to save a time, because if you are not clear about the technology and the use of technology in creating a product, you are going to end up losing a lot of time. So please try out with many of the POCs to convert that into a real product, okay? And then the cost saving, because any of the activity at the POC level is not that expensive, okay? You're going to spend a little amount of time, little amount of money and resources to create this product, and once you are very sure about the kind of an outcome, you can proceed to the next level of the product design process. So if I talk about this particular product, a lantern, does this need a POC? Actually, no, because things are known here. We know that there is a switch, there is a kind of light, there is a battery, and we are going to switch on the light to make the product functional. So we don't need a POC for such kind of product. Product may be very good looking, okay? So this is the older product, this is a new product, okay? So you are going to work on the form of a product, not the kind of a technology of the product. Things are proven here. But when you are going to make a product like this one, like say a shaft cutter, and you are supposed to innovate on this shaft cutter to convert into something really very innovative product, you are going to work on that POCs. And I'll show you that. Like a very simple example. My products are very simple, but very effective. if you see this kind of a shaft putter, there's a gear here, and these are cast iron gear. They are going to run, they are going to mesh together and run parallelly, okay? So what happens here, these are cast iron oil covers. They are going to be oil covers. They manufacture these products made of cast iron and steel. Now, they don't have any idea about plastics. They don't want to really touch the plastic because they don't want to get the molds made. Unless until someone is going to help them out with the kind of design and the kind of prototypes, they are not going to accept that. So this particular kind of oil cover is going to weigh around 7 kilograms, okay? And this is made of cast iron. I said, why are you using this kind of old manufacturing process? Why don't you use this kind of plastic enclosures? So plastic is something which is light in weight. Plastic is something which is like easily moldable. Plastic which is very cost effective. Plastic which is unbreakable. Plastic which is light in weight. So they have accepted only when we made a prototype and fitted into their own kind of this chaff cutter head. Only when we have fitted this kind of plastic cover in their chaff cutter head, they accepted the design. The beauty of this is like whenever you are going to convince someone, please make prototypes. If you are not going to make a prototype, it's like you are in illusion. You are going to have a kind of things which will not be like. So another product I'll show you that portable solar water heater for Himalayan region. And what we saw, a hot water system is like very big in size. But in Himalayan region, what happens? These people need hot water on a daily basis or throughout the year. Okay, so they cut trees, they use hammam, they use other means of heating the water. And what happens, like deforestation and all such thing happens. So MNRE approached us to design a very cost-effective product, which is this one, a light portable solar water heater. It contains, the capacity of this is like 20 liters only. So this 20 liter is going to be a batch type kind of a water heater, and which is going to be like batch type, and you're going to pour the water from one side and keep it in the sun for next 2 hours or 3 hours. The rise in temperature is very substantial. From 20 degrees to 60 degrees take hardly 2 hours time, and this is plastic body. So if you talk about this front glazing, first time we use a plastic, polycarbonate. So the number of POCs we tried here, the first one was rate of water heating. Because everyone had a question whether this is going to heat the water or not. So we use a kind of plastic, polycarbonate, multi-wall, which was Lexan polycarbonate, and then the batch type cooler behind. So this was tested. Then use of plastic as a whole body, because the present kind of water heater they have a metal body or maybe some other kind of material. We use plastic here to make it light, because it has to be portable. Then the portability of it, like with the 20 liter of water and the 5 kg of kind of this thing. Can you get water? Sorry. Volga. Water can. Yeah. So 5 kg of system weight and 20 kilos together is going to make 25 kilos total. So you are not going to lift this kind of device. You're going to drag it through the terrain. Sorry. One minute. So this is something which is very portable. This is something which can really drag it through the kind of uneven terrain in the kind of village, and this is going to serve the purpose. So these 3 POCs were actually tried it first, and then we actually make the kind of a product and a prototype to test it. The result was really amazing and accepted by MNRE. Right? Another product is chaff cutter, of the motorized chaff cutter. And this chaff cutter is something look like this, and we designed the kind of a system which is all covered, and there is a feed mechanism here which I want to show you here, because this feed mechanism, this earlier one was very complex. You see the earlier one having a lot of gears and very kind of expensive gears and shaft and systems, which we converted into something which was very light, very simple in design, like this one. a chain, a sprocket, and a spur gear. So they are not going to accept this kind of a design as it is. They are going to ask you to make a POC prototype for this one. So you make a POC prototype, try it, test it. Only when it works, they are going to accept, right? So if you see this, we designed it, we engineered, we did all the kind of component selection, and a prototype was made for this chaff cutter. And then they run it for almost like 36 hours to test whether the particular feed mechanism was working properly or not. So whenever you make a new kind of intervention, if you change the kind of a thing that you were earlier, which was something different, and now you propose something new, and this new thing, which is going to really work for the product, they are going to accept only when this is like tested and proven. Okay. A very interesting example from agriculture only just then. A very large kind of a machine, these are called grounded thresher machines. Okay. Very large, very complex machines. So they are going to thresh the groundnut. Now, what are the interventions here? You can see that so complex mechanism drive and all. You know? This is almost like 100-year-old design. And what happens, they have really copied from English people. They have created one design. After that, someone has modified, and eventually the machine becomes very complex. Do we really understand the kind of a need, the technology and other things? We design and we convert into something very simpler one. They are not going to accept as it is. They ask me, prove me whether both the systems are going to work similarly or not. Because we have taken out all the kind of complex gear and the belt drives and other things and make it very simple. Okay? So what happens here, they asked us to, really we tried out this first thing like cleaning. See, whether the threshing will happen somewhere here and the cleaning process somewhere here. They said, if you are proposing a new cleaning method, please propose us and let us know how this is going to get cleaned. All the crust mass. So we made a POC prototype, a small prototype, and we demonstrated this is going to work better than the previous one. Okay? There was a POC to validate the cutting process. The cutting was going to happen here. How is the new proposed system is going to cut the kind of your groundnuts? Okay? So made again a POC prototype, working prototype, and we tested it. And this result was amazing. So 4 number of POCs here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and only when all these 4 was like, demonstrated, they accepted the product. So if you see the kind of a complexity between the first, the original and this one, there's a remarkable kind of a change which has happened. We have reduced the substantial weight of the machine, the complexity of the machine, the complex drive. You can see the drive here, which was so complex drive, to very simple drive, which is somewhere here. Like you have just these 2 drives. So we understood what is to be done here. We have taken out all unnecessary parts which are not required in the kind of this kind of threshing machines. So we as a designer, we are trying to understand how to simplify the product to a level that it is going to really serve all the functions without compromising on the other things. Right? An interesting example from Siam X-rays. This has got several kind of moments, and a movement which is here, an up and down movement, I would say 400 millimeter. Earlier this was used to use a mechanism called chain and sprocket drive, which was very messy, which looked something like this one. So they used to chain, a sprocket and other things. And the designer proposed, use this electromechanical actuators. Now these actuators are something which are called concealed, okay? Very compact, light in weight, which has no kind of a noise. So what happens? They are not going to accept this actuator unless this is tried. And they made a kind of a working prototype like this one. Within this inside, this particular actuator is going to house inside. And they tried it for almost 3 months. One person, 8 hours, 3 months, and that person was just doing up and down, to check the reliability of this particular actuator. Unless this is reliable, they are not going to accept that. Okay? So to switch over from a chain and drive to this actuator, it took a long time. I need to convince them making a prototype that this is going to work, this is going to really serve the purpose without compromising on your functionality of the particular CM X-rays. Okay? So these are the different images of the fabrications. This has got several kinds of movement, everything was tested, and only this was testing was complete. Then what happens? You can see the different kind of internal mechanism. Everything was new, because when everything is new, they are going to make a test prototype and test it, right? Internally, you can see this is the actuator and this kind of movement it has got. And when this is completed, then the new CM was made, okay? So what happens, when you have really mastered or maybe you have solved the kind of one issue, then only you can move to the next level of design and make the design look very impressive. So this is the same product which has taken a new shape altogether just because of kind of one particular internal details which has changed the overall looks and perception of a product. Okay. Like another interesting example, like polyester measurement device. A student from IIT Delhi, they packed a kind of, they made a kind of device which is look like this one, kind of a circuit board, which is going to measure the pollution around in and around. And they packed the entire thing in a tiffin box. So what happens? If you pack it, if you have such a savvy packing, no one is able to visualize. To get a right visualization, you need to have convert into a product something like this. Okay? So what happened, you don't make a POC, but you quickly convert that particular idea into a kind of a product which looks like a real product. Okay? This was not made, but this is a kind of a design and the render which will give you enough confidence for you to take a call on this, the kind of a, overall perception of the product. Okay? With our SAIL, I started my career with the SAIL, and this is a very precision instrument. This was way back in 1996. Very precision, high roll caliper. Once again. This was imported from US, Germany, and other countries to India. And they asked us to design this product, very high precision. The least count is about 1 micron to measure this kind of rolls. We took up this challenge. And this roll is very expensive rolls used in rolling mills. And what happens, when you have to do this kind of product, again, you need to understand the precision of the device, which the precision of the instrument that is this is going to perform. Okay, so you need to understand the accuracy of this roll and the kind of the instrument, and both compatible together to take the measurement of these rolls. Okay, this was done really successfully. You need to actually then again make the POC in different stages. Like you need to make measurement. How a 1 micron measurement can be done by such kind of instrument which is so thin. Okay, so this was done successfully and launched. So another, do we have time?
In the interest of time, I would request you to wrap it
last
up.
one. So this is a product which is called a baby warmer, very crude. And what happens here, the client wanted a ski, can we convert them to a good design? Yes, I said it can be done. And you can see that exposed nut and bolt and export kind of mild steel and everything. But I said, let's make a product which is beautiful, and using the same similar kind of material, stainless steel only, or maybe mild steel powder coated. And we created a product which looks like that. They said, of course, you have done something good, but it looks like all made of plastics. I said, no, this is all made of steel only. Only the particular kind of a design treatment given to this product to make it look like very softer product. So we need to actually make some kind of a parts for them to convince them that with the steel also you can really make a very good part, a very good product. Okay, so this was really made. So I'll just stop here only, I think.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you for this presentation. May I request Venkatadri sir to come on stage and felicitate Mr. Sudhir?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can come on stage and ask.
let me ask you, and then, see, few things were very interesting. One is, very innovatively looking at what problems to solve. Second is the approach that you talked about, in a very structured manner to do the POC.
Yeah.
The third thing that I notice is that you have been trying to indigenize a few
Yes,
items.
yes.
Now, this is where I wanted to say that today, for example, in India, there are a lot of spares that we, as a country, we import from US, UK, Europe, which are very, very costly, very
Yes.
costly.
Yeah.
Second is there that they have a lead time of anything between 9 months to 12 months if you order. I think this is an area of, you talked about an import substitution
Yes,
that you
yes,
did.
yeah.
Can be a brilliant transformation for the country.
Yes, yes, yes. We have been trying since very beginning to. So I started my career with the import substitute only, way back 1996. Successfully done.
Yeah.
Yeah. Continue. Oh.
He has to.
Oh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you, Sudhir.
sure.
Thank you,
Thank you.
sir.
Oh.
Now that Mr. Sudhir talked about physical side of design, we have another gentleman who will talk about the digital side of design. With this, I would like to invite Mr. Nazim Iqbal, founder and experience director, Hude Studio, and he'll be talking about design for usability. Over to you, Mr. Nazim.
Sir, one second. I need to fit my.
जरा फोटो ले लेंगे मेरा ये एन है Good evening, everybody. Yeah, so I would like to thank Mr. Somjit for inviting me, and thanks for IIT Mandi for having me here. I have a topic which is not about any technology stack, which is not about any solution stack. It is a factor which all the technology stack and product that we have talked about from the morning will make it more user-friendly and will optimize the performance of that, and which is about usability. No. Where is the mouse? This one? This one?
Yes, please.
This? No. So in the interest of the time, I'm not making it very interactive, but yes. So there was this earlier in the morning a talk about whether, all the various factors about collaboration, whether it is the owners of the industry or the owners of the academia. And then and there it came to my mind that it applies to usability as well, whether it is the owners of the industry or the owners of the academia, to bring more usability to the product or solution that are which are being designed and taken to the user. I'll give you a very simple example, an anecdote. Early 2000, a bank had started going ahead with the ATM, and to accelerate their growth, they gave ATM to the lesser privileged area of the society in Mumbai. And the ATM card, even after being given for 3 months, they were not being used. And strangely, the bank realized that the growth of the usage of the ATM card have not accelerated, in spite of giving them for free, in spite of the fact that it brings a certain degree of social status to the people who owned, and in those days owning a state ATM was a social status, They collaborated with the IIT Mumbai and say, we would like to do a fact-finding report on this. What is the reason why they are not being, and the IIT Mumbai people, the design department, they did a study, and instead of finding a reason for the product with the machine, they realized this is a socio-cultural reason. That when these lesser privileged people used to go to ATM, the guard used to stare at them. Seeing it is a lesser privilege, why have they come here? And they used to feel emotionally uncomfortable about being stared and not being allowed in that stage. So they stopped using the ATM which which they do using. So the whole point is that many a time the fact of the matter that we are trying to find, and we don't know the reason, we find it is the product reason, but only with research we can find out that it's a socio-cultural reason, And I think the other aspect of the ATM, is that in spite of all these studies, we know what is the struggle. Even in large cities like Gurgaon and Delhi, I find people outside waiting for me, saying, okay, can you help me take out the money? It is a challenge, and the challenge is simply the usability factor, and the illustration is in front, So if we look at design has got two functions. One is design, as the gentleman before us was telling me, one is to make the product look beautiful. The other big factor is to make it usable, which is make it user-friendly, And if we don't make it user-friendly, what happens? I believe that there is a digital depth which starts building up. I call it digital depth, which is if the product is not user-friendly, if the solution is not user-friendly, people will use it, but they will be emotional depth, digital depth, which will build up. And slowly it impacts the business. Either the customer goes away, or the customers, break away, take the revenge, or bring a contempt to the brand, And this is, with good usability, this digital depth is reduced. And what is the value, business value of usability? This is the research done by PwC, Future of Customer Experience 2017-18. We can see that if we have a better usability, the amount of premium the customers are ready to pay is this across different sectors, And the same applies. And then there's another slide which says what people value most in customer experience. Now, if you look at the various factors, the one underlined in blue, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, they are all related to usability. So of all these factors that people are, valuing more, is of that almost 40%, I could say, is usability issues, And efficiency, friendliness, convenience, personalization, ease of use, some of the factors that we say, they're all directly related to usability. Now, how usability can impact the business is, this is the research across all countries, major countries, US and Latin countries, where customers will stop interacting with a brand they love after one bad experience and after several bad experiences. So bad experience is eventually is largely because of the usability of the product. Now, we have seen the business value of usability. There is a human value of usability also, and which is पीछे जाना मुझे. Yeah. So the human value, we have seen the business value. It lead loss of business, a lot of brand value and all that. But there is a human value of usability, because usability is as much as about business, it is also about feeling and respecting the customers and human in the customers, which is about social equity, increase accessibility, reduce frustration, save time by achieving goal faster, and cognitive load reduction, and a few other factors, As a quick overview of what the usability is about, usability is effectiveness, efficiency, and satisfaction. And in the interest of the time, I have to rush, So if we look at the two design practice which have usability at the heart of their system is USD and SCD, which is user-centered design and human-centered design. And if you look at it, if a system is usable, it kind of covers the need of the accessibility, inclusivity, ethical, social, and cultural aspects also. And as long as when it comes to innovation, the usability as a factor is very important, because innovation and transformation drives usability improvement, but it is usability that ensure innovation is adopted. Without usability, innovation cannot be adopted. This is a slide which kind of shows the approach about how to go about making a product more usable, which is keeping the user at the center and studying and testing and iterating with the user as often as possible in the entire life cycle of the product. Quickly, towards the end, I would like to pick a few approaches which are used globally, some of which I have used, I have not, is about how we measure usability, So there is a phone line, there is a moderated and unmoderated, remote and in-person, and these are the different approaches, which are used to measure digital usability quotient of. One very interesting development which has happened is which is called as SUS approach, which is systematic usability approach. It is now growing very exponentially globally. In US, in Europe, it is used to measure. It consists of 10 questions which are asked to the consumer, to the users, and based on that score, they are given a usability score. Some quick, some of the usability tests that I have carried out in Nokia and a few other companies. This was a heuristic analysis. I would like to just take 2 minutes, yeah. This is the, it is not funny? Yeah. So this is the heuristic analysis that I did as part of a Nokia device system. And this will give, especially to the students, an overview about what and how a heuristic analysis is done. We went to the market, identified the end users, and I led the team of interviewing them, mapping their observation, frustration, opportunities. This was the triangle, and this is the journey. We mapped the journey of the product journey, and we had 3 categories of users, which is utilitarian. This is their journey, and this is their journey. This is very different from there. We made some very key observation, and this is the third young user of the product, of the mobile product, and this is the findings that we had. Finally, it led to experience model, which we created. Out of the findings that we had, we identified the key findings and the opportunity. The important slide is this. Current trigger was only 3, how to buy and when to buy. When we did the research and redesigned the product, this is what possible trigger we kind of incorporated. And lastly, we recreated a new user journey, which is much more friendly, much better, and much satisfying for the user. That's all about us. I wanted to show a couple of more studies, but in the interest of time, open the board for question. If people have a question, please. Any student, anybody wants to ask a question, or we can take it offline. But thanks for having me here, and thanks, Olga. Yeah, pleasure. Yeah.
Just one second. AVM Sanab, may I request you to please come on stage and felicitate Mr. Nazim Iqbal.
Yeah.
We recently, this phone has been launched?
No, it is a old, I showed a old case study.
Come.
Thank you. Pleasure. Thank you.
So you're coming from Bombay?
From Gurgaon.
Gurgaon.
Yeah. So very nice of you. Thank you for having me.
Last but not the least, we have one last session for today.
I think you need to take the
I would like to invite Dr. M.A. Paul, Associate Director, CBPO, ISRO. He would like to talk about and tell us about sponsored research activities of ISRO and opportunities. Dr. Paul.
Forward, which is forward? Forward, this is backward. Okay. First lady you can do.
Yeah. He was using his own laptop, and that's why the delay. Thank you for your
No,
patience.
it's okay. First one, first one. This is mine, no? This is you. Yeah. Okay. So good evening all of you. I don't know, hope you are not tired after sitting right from the morning. Huh? Okay. Okay.
Before you start, I would like to give a big high five to the students of School of Management. Big high five. Thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, thank you. So I will be talking something about the sponsored research activities of ISRO. So before I start, I think I am seeing a lot of students here. So let me ask you, how many of you are aware that the ISRO is started in a small church in Kerala? Can you please lift your hands? Okay, I am seeing at least some hands. Anyhow, I will start from there. 1 or 2 slides I will show on that. So actually, in 1960s, the father of Indian space program, Dr. Vikram Sarabhai, he was looking for a place for setting up this facility somewhere near the equator and at the same time east coast of India. And finally, he has identified or reached a place called Tumba. So when he reached there, he found only a lot of fishermen hamlets and one church and the place where the priest stays, that priest house. So then he called all those people, and they were from this project area. They have decided to shift this church to the outside the project area. And when they started the program, this was the only usable building in that project area. They have to immediately start. So initially, all these rockets and all first assembled in this small church only. Even our president, first President Abdul Kalam and all, started working by sitting in that small church. That photo is there in the top. And now also this church is maintained as it is. It has been converted to a museum. And if you go there to Kerala, into Indian Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, you can see this church. They have converted to a museum with all of models and types of satellites, all those things are assembled there. And this is our first rocket launched by our ISRO, that is Nike Apache. Then Aryabhatta is the first satellite, and SLV is the first rocket launched from Satish Dhawan Space Center. So from this humble beginning, ISRO has gone in multiple fronts of R&D, and now it has become one of the best spacefaring nations of the world. We know that we have become first in many aspects of Indian space technology. We know that Chandrayaan-1, which is launched here, found out water on the moon. No other countries found out water, the presence of water in the moon. So, seeing that now a lot of other countries have started interest in moon exploration. And we can see Chandrayaan-3, we have sent our satellite, and it has landed in the South Pole after traveling 3,20,000 kilometers. It is standed precisely on the South Pole for the first time. No other countries could land on the South Pole of moon. Then also we can know Mars mission. If you see the first attempt itself, we could send our satellite and achieve the target in the first attempt itself. And also you would have read in the newspaper 2 weeks back, we have docked 2 satellites in the space, because 2 fast moving satellites we could dock in the orbit itself. So this is a major technology that when the future program of ISRO is concerned, the docking experiment plays a major role. It's a major milestone, because now we are planning for this Bharatiya space station, and also we are planning to bring soil and this sample return mission from the moon is planned. So for all these things, this technology, this docking technology is very, very important. So we have grown in many areas, and also if we can see this which is there, the rocket which is in the center, it can lift up to 4,000 kilograms of weight to the geosynchronous transfer orbit. And also we have launched almost 435 foreign satellites using our rockets. So these are all some of the milestones what ISRO has passed. So this is just for your information, these are the 2 launch, our spaceport of India, that is Satish Dhawan Space Center in Sriharikota. So this is the first launch pad, and this is the second launch pad. And now we have got the approval for the third load pad also. And this is the control center, and this is just for your information, students. And these are all the ground stations what you have in ISRO. Some of this one is used to track the communication satellites. Some of this one is used to track the remote sensing satellites, and some of the other centers it is used for the launching time. We need to track these satellites, so for the other centers are used. Okay, now I am coming to the topic of today's sponsor research activities. So these sponsor research activities and industry, this interface with academia, these industries, which have started right from the beginning of ISRO. This especially this interaction with academia, it was started by Professor Satish Dhawan, who was the second chairman, former chairman of ISRO. So when he took over as the chairman of ISRO, he had a dual role to play. He was the director of Indian Institute of Science, Bangalore also. So coming from the academia background, he was well aware that what is the expertise, experience and capacity available in academic institutions. So to tap that potential for the benefit of Indian space program, he has started a program called Respond, that is nothing but sponsor research. So when he started this program with a few projects in hand with some few lakhs, we have started the program. Now it has grown very, very big, and now we have almost 60 crores are being spent for this academia research. So the objective of this Respond program is create wide research base and expertise in academic institutions, and utilize intellectual expertise available in academia to support the space program, and establish strong links with academia to carry out quality research in the areas of space science, space technology and space applications, and promote youth, participating youth in frontier areas of science and technology. Because youth, whatever project we approve, there is a possibility for youth to join as research scholars, SRF, JRF, etc. And also some of our schemes, you yourself can take up projects. I will explain those things also later on. Okay, this is the structure of these sponsor research activities. So this is located in the ISRO headquarters, and almost all centers of ISRO are involved in this activity. And in each center, I listed here, VSSC means Vikram Sarabhai Space Center, Space Application Center in Ahmedabad, URO Satellite Center in Bangalore, like that. All the centers of ISRO are involved in this activity. And in each center, we have identified one Respond coordinator also to coordinate the research and development activities. And if you see in general what are all the major schemes going on in this one, we can see one is Respond projects, and another one is space technology cells have been set up in major IITs of the country. There are 9 space technology cells have been set up in the academia. And recently we have started a new program called Regional Academic Center for Space. So they are also 6 in numbers in 6 geographical regions of the country. I will go to details of those things later. And also we have set up some space technology incubation centers, that is to promote incubation and startup. They are also 6 in numbers, they are all in NITs, 6 geographical regions of the country. And also we have some MOU based collaboration with Indian Institute of Science, Center for Nanoscience and Engineering, and IESC, like, and some more collaborative activities are there. So this is just to give an idea how many projects are going on under this scheme. So we have almost, under Respond itself, around 233 projects are ongoing at present, and under STCs around 250, and under RSES around 84 projects have been set up, ongoing. And these are all the various centers of ISRO in this graph, and some centers having more number of projects and some are having less number of projects. And this is also an broad, if you divide that 233 projects of Respond into various areas, how many institutes? Around 83 universities and colleges are involved in carrying out this activity, and NITs, IITs around 30 are involved, and research institutes like NIL, CSIR, that type of institutions are also involved. And this broad areas of research is in space science, space technology, and space application. It can be further divided into various, if you come down, you can have a lot of other this one. So now, how these projects are given? So till the year 2021, the principal investigators, they were submitting the proposals of their own in their areas of experience and expertise, and they were submitting projects related to space technology, space science, and space applications. But when we check the utilization of those projects in our programs, we were not that satisfied. Then we told the centers that fully we will have to utilize this one. So you tell your requirement that we will project in the form of a Respond basket, and we will approve projects only on those topics. So 2021 onwards, we are bringing out a document called Respond basket annually, and projects are given only from this topic. So in this document, we are giving the title of the project itself, and we identify which center is involved in that project, and also we identify a copy from ISRO itself. At the time of submission of the project, if you have any clarification is there, you can email them and clarify those doubts also. And there is a brief write-up about that project what you have mentioned. And this time, last December, we have released the this year's Respond basket. Around 160 projects are there. And last date for submission of this project was today actually. So fortunately, it is extended to another 14 days. So all those professors who are interested to submit the proposals, they can submit the proposals up to February 14th, 2025. Okay, and where to submit the proposals? There is a portal called iGrasp, ISRO Grant in Aid Space Research Program. That this one URL is given here. So you can go there. It is submissions online only. So professors, those who are interested, they can submit the proposal using this thing. Okay, this is then just to show them how that portal looks like. So if you go to the portal, these are all the things will be required. You will have the biodata ready, and this presentation I will share it here. So interested professors, they can copy it also. So this who can submit the proposals? I have explained here that any faculty, it's a regular faculty, can submit the proposals under Respond scheme, and the principal investigator should be a full-time employee, and their age limit is 65, should be less than 65 years of age, and may not send any hard copy of proposals, etc. Anyway, these things I will share it here, and these are some of the things our proposal they will ask for it. Okay. And these are all the areas where we provide the grants. We will provide the grants for the JRF, SRF, some equipment, consumables, contingency, incidental overhead, all those things are provided under these projects. Okay, that is about Respond. And this another document is called Research Areas in Space. This is a biennial publication. Those who are interested to submit the proposal under Space Technology Cell or Regional Academic Center for Space or Space Technology Incubation Centers, they have to select topics from this document. Okay? This is also this one we have collected the input from all the ISRO centers and bringing out this document. It's a biennial publication. Okay? So here also we have divided this document into 5 categories. Launch vehicle is there, satellite communication, earth observation, space science and meteorology. And here also we have given a broad area, sub-area and thematic. You can go through this document, you will understand better. Okay, and okay, this is not required. Now let me come back to space technology cells. I told that 9 space technology cells have been set up. So these are all in IIC Bangalore, it is there, Bombay it is there, IIT Madras, Pune, Kharagpur and this. And professors from this institute only can submit the proposals for space technology cells. And in this one we are supporting almost 5 crore worth projects annually for all these institutes. This is about the Regional Academic Center for Space. I told 6 are there in across the country. So for the IIT Mandi, the nearest RSCS is NIT Kurukshetra. So those who are interested from this region, the northern region, they can submit the proposals to NIT Kurukshetra. So here 2 crore worth projects are supported annually. And here then advantage is students can also submit the proposals under RSCS. Almost this BTech and MTech students, or they can third year BTech, fourth year BTech and MTech students, they can submit proposals, and around 15 proposals projects for students are being supported under this scheme. And this is not your simple dissertation work, that type of project. Some students, they come with some innovative ideas. So that type of projects can be tried out this one. You can go through our research areas in space document, identify some topic, take a small area, a small topic, and it should be a short-term project, maybe less than 1 year duration, and principal investigator should be a faculty, and students can work in that one. So that is how you can submit the proposal. I hope some of these students will submit at least some projects this year under this scheme, and faculty can also, those who are interested, they can submit the proposals under this. Let me also have some water. Okay. This is about Space Technology Incubation Center. They are also 6 in numbers, 6 regions of the country. This is to create this research aptitude or scientific temper in students, and leading to startups and entrepreneurship amongst the students. For that only, for that idea in mind only, these space technology incubation centers have been set up. So the northern one is Jalandhar, it is there for the northern region. Those who are interested to have some startup or some idea, so they can also submit the proposal here. 2 crore worth projects are supported under this scheme also. Okay. So BTech students and MTech students can also submit the proposals under this. The principal investigator should be a faculty in this scheme also. And the thing is that it should be a product oriented one, because it's a startup. So whatever proposal you are giving, it should be a product oriented one. Otherwise it will not be supported. And once the prototype of proof of concept is made, the validation and that qualification, etc., can be get it done in one of our ISRO centers as well. And once it is proven, it is validated, then we can go for a startup, or you can even go for industry or like that. Okay. Okay, these are some of the products which is developed in STIC. Okay. Now let me talk something about a technology transfer. Okay. So ISRO has all these years have transferred a lot of technologies. In morning also we were discussing that one. Industries, how we are entertaining industries in this one. So we have transferred a lot of technology to the industry, and there are mainly 3 types of technology transfer. One is technology transfer through buyback. We will give them the technology, and we will have an agreement with them. Whatever quantity we agree on, that we will buy back from the industry itself. Another for societal applications. Let us say, for example, that Jaipur food. It's a very light material what is developed by ISRO is given to the industry. For Jaipur food must be artificial. Limbs you must be doing, using that material for that. And also that oxygen concentrator and this ventilators, etc. have been developed and given to the industry during the COVID time as well. Another thing is commercial use, technology transfer commercial use. That is based on some payment, etc. So far we have till 2020 ISRO was directly doing it. This technology transfer we were doing it directly up to 2020, and 403 technologies have been transferred to industry. And from 20 to 2023, our New Space India Limited, our commercial arm of India has been, then government told transfer only, then we were doing it, and this around 27 technologies have been transferred to industry from within during these 3 years. And now one more vertical is due to space reforms. One more new vertical has come in space domain. That is our ISRO is there, Department of Space is there, then Indian Space Promotion and Authorization Board. One more vertical is there. So their mandate is to promote this space technology and its for funding in the this or private domain. So now this technology transfer is done in their presence also. So the recent years around 67 technologies have been transferred with NCIL, and NCIL is New Space India Limited and together. So these are some of the recently transferred technologies, including helium-ion cells, etc. So these are all about. I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thanks a lot.
So if any question is there, to take. Students? No. Okay. Yeah. Please.
No, I don't have a question. I just wanted to speak about ISRO. I think recently also, some of us from Tata Group, we visited ISRO Bangalore. I think one of the things that we must definitely accept is there that ISRO has been outstanding in project execution, in visioning, in making sure that things work very well, in spite of the fact that the way you motivate your team, the way you guys make sure that these deliveries happen. In fact, when we went there, they spoke and they said that there are not too many commercial ways in which they can motivate people by giving salaries, etc., or giving them a reward, because it's a government thing. You don't have the flexibility to do that, and yet you guys have been able to motivate. The second thing that very powerfully it came in is there that a lot of the bigger institutes in the country, all of them run away. They go to US and do their MS and all, but you guys recruit from smaller colleges and yet retain all of them, which is brilliant. I just thought, I think we should give them a big round of clap. I think ISRO has made India proud.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much, sir. Yes,
Yeah.
please.
I just wanted to understand, is this the summary of all the collaboration you do with the universities, or there are collaboration which is beyond the sheet also?
No, this is a summary of what we do within
and do you have
at present.
Okay. Yeah. And do you have any program for the school level students?
School, yes. There is a program called UVICA. The UVICA, a Young Scientist Program.
Okay.
That is for school students, 9th standard students. They can participate in the program. So annually it is held. Normally it will be held in the month of June. It will be announced in our website.
It's an exam?
No exam. They have to, it's one small quiz is there, and based on their 9th standard, 8th standard marks, and also extracurricular activities, what they do, this selection. So weightage is given for extracurricular activities and 8th standard marks. And before they go to a 10th standard, that after the 9th standard, the vacation is there, no? That time is this course is, it's a 15 days residential course for school students.
And in Kerala?
No, it is held in 5 centers of ISRO. One center will be in Kerala, BSSC, and Space Applications Center in Ahmedabad, then National Remote Sensing Center, Hyderabad, and Indian Institute of Remote Sensing at Dehradun. And one more center, our SDA Shah, Sriharikota.
Interesting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. AVM Sana, sir, one last time, please come on stage and felicitate Dr. Paul.
Wanted to add one more thing. Sure. This school teaching has been going since ages. So I am a product of when I was in 7th and 8th standard in Ahmedabad. I had been trained at Vikram Sarabhai Space Center there.
Oh,
Yes,
great.
And it's a really great ISRO. What you mentioned, the mission mode is the one of the things which they have adopted, and they can go in mission mode because they are directly under the PMO. So there is no bureaucrat intervention. So they are directly with them. So nice
Thank
to
you.
see you.
Thank
Thank you.
you very much.
And we have IIT Mandi, 3 projects he will be getting us in April, and some Respond project also going it with all countries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Your this thing.
It is there, sir. Thank you, sir. It is there, sir.
It is
I have already.
Thank you.
It is
Sure. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, with this we are ending day 1, and thank you for your participation and patience. Looking forward to meeting all of you tomorrow again. Tomorrow we are starting at 9:50 a.m., so looking forward. Thank you, guys.